Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the covered boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sankara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Carol Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
It's been all South Africa in this test bar that period after tea yesterday when a cascade of wickets looked to have put England back in the game. But a 7th wicket partnership with very Bazball-like features has helped the tourists pull away from England, and with an 124-run lead and 3 wickets yet to fall, they are unequivocally in charge. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk. Wherever you are in the world, welcome to Guerrilla Cricket, the tastiest, crunchiest, revolutionary cricket commentary. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and I'm joined this morning, unusually from abroad. Not unusually from abroad, but normally Messers is with us first thing, all the way from Western Australia. But we've gone in the other direction this morning, and we're joined by Brian Barish in Philadelphia, I believe. Morning, Brian.
Good morning, Hendo. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to think I have more of a silky smooth texture when it comes to anything, let alone cricket commentary. But I appreciate it. I
see you shining from here, and it's a very nice sight indeed. And of course, you are best friends with Liam Plunkett now, aren't you? So you are the man in the US of A, basically, covering all sorts of cricket.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, he's landed in. I'm sure I've mentioned it a couple of times, but he's landed in. He's in Westchester, Pennsylvania, because that's where his wife is from.
Right.
And he's playing for the local team here, the Philadelphians, because we're better than Surrey, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point. I imagine he was on a reasonable contract at Surrey, but of course he seemed to have had a rather quick decline, doesn't he? I'm putting this to the bear on my right. Well, I mean, he was a hero 3 years ago.
Well, he was, but he made it quite clear that he was kind of retiring, didn't he, after the World Cup final? I mean, he had injury problems. I mean, how old is he? 35?
Yeah, he's 35, 36. But
is he going to? Is he going to? Well, I'm sure I've asked you before. He's going to qualify for the States and play for them.
I the last I checked, I don't think that's on his radar anymore. I think he's just trying to at least get settled, and the guess is he's going to be, when we do the Major League Cricket thing, which is expected to be on that same level as, you know, the UAE competition and the, all the new ones in South Africa and everything that's starting up. I think the idea is he's going to be an integral part of that. I think the other thing as well is apparently they've had a house here for the last 10 years. I didn't realize that, and he's apparently been going back and forth. So I guess this is an opportunity for him to settle down.
I kind of think that all sort of cricketers coming to the end of their careers, or ex-cricketers, should be forced to do at least 2 years of office work. So they won't know what it's like for the rest of us, basically.
I avoid office work at every fucking possible point.
You and me too, but we're not ex-cricketers, are we? No. I mean, they've been having fun. They've been roaming around the country and other countries as well. I think it's about time they settled down and did something, the rest of us have to do. And then they realise how fortunate they are to have played cricket for a living, or still be playing cricket for a living.
Indeed. And presumably in the land of Mammon, i.e. the USA, where everyone praises money, there's going to be shitloads of money in this new league, and being in at the start might be quite, financially good.
I think he might become one of those. He might become a sort of team benefactor.
Is he? Yeah, exactly. Is he going to become a franchisee sort of shareholder type dude?
I don't know about that. Their team in Philadelphia is well, I mean, it's a minor league, and I don't know if any of the major league franchises, and there's going to be 6 of them. I don't know if he's into that yet. I think if Philadelphia eventually gets a team, they might ask him to do so, but. Yeah, I honestly don't know, other than right now he's basically been a mentor. He did play in a handful of games before he got injured. And, it was definite that he was definitely like a lot higher quality than some of the other players that he was playing against.
He's a World Cup winner.
I do hope that the Philadelphia team is going to be called the Gentlemen of Philadelphia, as of course it was in the very early days of cricket. That would be fun. Anyway, let's turn our attention to what's going on at Lord's. And what's going on is not particularly healthy for England, is it, Bear?
It is not. We are deep in the shit. But this time we're not going to get to bat last.
No.
So how's Bazball going to fare in the third innings is the big question.
I don't know. I suppose the thing is that the weather conditions are better for batting over the last day and today, although there's a little bit of puffy white cloud
but it's quite sunny
over Sydenham. Yeah, it is sunny, and so it's important that England get out there when the conditions are good. That said, we've seen how expert Rabada and Nortje in particular are, and if they get the ball moving, I would even say half as much as they did in the first innings, it's going to be really, really hard for England.
Yeah, it will be, but you imagine if the one thing about Bazball, even in the third innings, so if you come out hard and if that deficit's 150 and you can knock it off in 30 overs, which is 30 to 35 overs for England playing in their new aggressive way. Suddenly you still get 45 overs with an old ball, and you get to. The thing about the third innings is you've got to be able to put pressure back on the opposition, and in doing so, you've got to get 250 plus lead, which means that Bazball has to accumulate at least 400 runs in the third innings.
Yes, it's asking a lot of Bazball. He's pretty tired after his efforts this summer so far. 4 tests that England have won. The teams are out there. We haven't had any sort of paraphernalia. It's no longer Ruth Strauss Day as it was yesterday, so everyone's back in their sort of grey cardigans and their brown slacks, and Matthew Potts is going to open the bowling this morning with, of course, 3 overs to bowl before a new ball becomes available. Let's jingle up.
I've heard from Potts that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
He's a high roller, rock and roller, scariest, deadliest, killingest bowler. He can sink your oats like the Spanish Armada. No one faster, no one harder. What's his name? What's his name? Tell me, what's his name? KG.
Absolutely. First ball, he just keeps his chest, sucks in his stomach, and allows a short delivery to pass through to the keeper. England have got an unusual field. They haven't got a couple of slips. They've got a man at a wide slip, and that is all. The crowd very slow to get into position this morning at Lord's. Actually, there's
Been on a bender on Thursday.
plenty of empty seats at the moment. Another short one. This time he can duck underneath this one, and it goes over the small of his back. And once more through to Folkes, 289 for 7. The lead is 124. Now, I fear Rabada. I fear Rabada because he's a very capable batsman and technically quite good for a tail ender. And he's yet to get a 50 in first-class cricket. His highest score is 48. I feel today could be the day.
He's a bit of a biffer. I mean, he has got a technique. He likes to hit a long ball. He's like any tail ender.
Here comes Potts again in bowl. Short, and he has biffed it. And he's biffed it. Oh, he's been caught brilliantly by Stuart Broad at mid-on. He pulled it. I thought he was going to clear the head-banded marvel that he is. But he's leapt up one-handed and clawed it out of the air. And South Africa have lost their first wicket. The biffer is not going to get a 50. 289 for 8.
Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent.
And that's a remix you can hear in all good nightclubs in Ibiza, apparently. Brilliantly taken by Broad. That was a stunner. You're looking for the ball. How far has it gone over Broad, and when is it going to hit the boundary? And then you realise you can't see the ball. And the reason you can't see the ball is that it's in the claws of Stuart Broad. And Kagiso Rabada is dismissed at 11:01 a.m. and the lead has not moved on at all. That is a great boon for England.
Good start.
Very good start. I think what England haven't done enough of is follow up a wicket with another wicket. They did a little bit after tea yesterday when they got back into the game. We're looking at that catch again. It was a corker. Nobody else would have got near it, really, would they? He's only because he's 6'7".
Exactly.
And then he still had to throw in quite a big leap. See how far off the ground he got? Maybe about a foot, 8 inches, a foot. Yeah, not that far. But it was a hell of a catch. Let's be honest.
It was a good catch. Reminds me of Stokesy pulling that one out of the air in the World Cup.
Oh, that was a hell of a catch.
Yeah.
That one was travelling, wasn't it? This one wasn't travelling. It maybe slightly mishit the ball. Didn't maybe got a little bit high up on the bat to actually clear Stuart Broad. But wow. Well, if England wanted something to get them going, they've certainly got it. And the new man coming to the crease.
Who is it? Is it Lungi?
That'll be Lungi, won't it?
Who's 11 then?
Go for it. Anrik Nortje.
Oh yeah, of course.
Domination.
Got that.
If your number one project is to have yourself a bride, I think I've got your number one guy. He was bought by a franchise when he was buying meat. It's Anrik Nortje.
And his best score there was 40. Guess who against?
England?
Yes.
Amazing. Potts then has a second wicket to his name, and he's coming into the right-handed Nortje, and he bowls him a bouncer. He doesn't really weave out the way of it. He actually sort of steps back and just ensures that there's no part of his body that is in danger of being damaged. We saw Brian Barish. If you're watching us on YouTube or on the Facebook feed, any of those particular platforms where you can actually see us as well as hear us, you'll have noticed that he's got a hell of a rhythm, Brian, and he was dancing. He was dad dancing along to that Anrik Nortje.
I was doing the same thing to the Rabada one too. I do basically the same thing that I do at work when I hear these jingles.
Oh right, okay. Well, that's good to know. That's Nortje ducks underneath another one, and we have one ball left in the over. I find myself, chair dancing occasionally to the jingles. Has to be said. It's a shame that more people weren't in the ground to see that catch from Stuart Broad. Bear's got to take a call, so he's got his property empire to worry about, while we worry about what South Africa can build from the firm foundations that they laid yesterday, and in fact on the first day.
Well, Hendo, that's going to be a fishing story. There's going to be, there's maybe 20,000 people in the ground. There's going to end up being about 300,000 people that are going to be like, I saw Broad's catch.
Oh yes, indeed. Now Potts switches to around the wicket. Doesn't change his approach. He bowls him a bouncer. Nortje gets out the way of that one. That is the end of the first over of the morning. England have taken a wicket. South Africa have not advanced, so they still lead by 124. I suppose I could shift right into the jingle chair and take up the slack. As long as my headphones will move with me, I can actually do all these things. So we're waiting to see who's going to be opening the bowling for England. We suspect it could be Broad, although as I say, we've only got 2 overs to go until the new ball is ready, and they may be saving Broad and Anderson for that, but we shall see. Yes, indeed they are, because it's going to be this man.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
Well, we need him to be as aggressive, fieriest, gingerness today, do we? Ben Stokes is going to be bowling from the pavilion end, and he's going to be bowling to Marco Jansen, who has a jingle that we shall do very shortly. The bear is back, so I can probably swap back. Yes, let's tell you what, I'll go back into the middle of the room. It's all happening here today.
Hashtag Hendo shift.
Indeed, the bear realises that his property empire has completely collapsed. So he's not.
That was good news.
Oh, it's good news, was it? Okay. A slip, just the one slip for Ben Stokes, who really got England back into the game after tea yesterday. Here he is into Jansen, who goes on to the back foot, defends a back of a length ball straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. Is some of the gingerness coming out of Ben Stokes' hair?
Well, it's because it's fake, isn't it? It's been put in there.
It's what are they called? Well, is it Newman? Is it them that does the?
No, Newman is
erectile dysfunction. I think they do all of these
things. I get
things.
those confused all the time.
Yeah.
Is it my hair or is it my erectile dysfunction? Who knows? In comes Stokes again, 3 for 53, and bowls a fuller ball on the line of leg stump, which is just tucked neatly up to mid-on by Jansen. He's on 41 from 59. He was quite watchful yesterday when he came in, and needed to be really, because South Africa were losing a few wickets. But once he got into partnership with Maharaj, he began to blossom. Played some really quite extraordinary strokes. Anyway, the England are allowing him the single. Not that again. Stokes into Jansen, and he's going to take the single as he tucks this away to deep backwards square. At least I think he's going to take the single. Let's have a look. Did he actually run? Yes, he did. So he moves on to 42, and it exposes Nortje to 3 balls of Ben Stokes, potentially 290 for 8. That was first run of the morning. And well, as I say, England only need 2 wickets. Are they going to take the new ball, do you think? I think they probably will.
I think they will. This ball looks knackered.
True.
I would.
Yeah.
You got Jimmy chomping at the bit, haven't you? I mean, you've saved him, and Potts will probably get next over, and then Broad and Anderson come back.
I do worry though that how quick, how much more quickly the ball comes off the bat when it's new, and if you're just sort of swishing, it can switch the momentum a little bit. We've seen that with England, haven't we? Slip in a gully and a forward short leg as Nortje prepares to place his first ball from the England captain. He's running away from the egg and bacon ties in the pavilion. Bowls, and as Nortje ducking immediately. Nortje was practically crouching to receive that ball, wasn't he? He was already that far down. We've got a fly slip in position as well for the uppercut. That's his Zach Crawley. So there's a fly slip about 3 or 4 yards in from the boundary edge. A gully appears to be Jimmy Anderson, a forward short leg, and then pretty much everyone else sort of loitering in the outfield somewhere. Stokes in again. How much lower can Nortje get in his stance? He'll be
his knees.
He'll be burrowing underground very soon. Again, it's a bouncer, and again it goes over his head. That's only because his head is about knee height. It's clouding over a little bit. I'm more worried for England now because the sun has gone, and looking out the window here in Sydenham, there's just grey but brightish cloud, and it seems to have also closed in a little bit at Lord's, even in the last sort of 15 minutes or so. Stokes in to complete the over. Oh, he has him jumping around there. He couldn't get low enough for that one, and he ended up playing it down from underneath his armpit. Controlled it quite well actually, Nortje, So didn't offer the catch to Ollie Pope. It's the end of the over. South Africa 290 for 8. And we should, oh goodness me, I forgot to say hello to everybody. Brian, say hello to some people.
We absolutely should. You're giving the porn bot fodder there, saying you're exposing 3 of Ben Stokes' balls. Anyway, Mog is here. Good morning, Mog. That's a handsome fucking lineup right there. Also, hello. He also adds, I do love the way you're talking about Bazball as if it's a long-standing, tried and tested process with a long history and huge data set to base predictions on. Good morning to Warren. He also said, I see what you did there, Hendo. And Nerd Schnack, which I think is Linux Leia, says, for fuck's sake, Hendo, the Biffer is not going to get a Bifty. Was right Bifty. There, right in front of you.
He didn't
also,
get a Bifty.
Morning.
He got an outie, I'm afraid, from his point of view. Well, you know that you know, when I have my England hat on, I am the most pessimistic man in the world. So it's not really surprising that I would have said that. Potts has the ball back in his hand. He's going to bowl for the first time this morning to Marco Jansen from the nursery end. I say the sunshine filtering through, but not fully out. He's in to Jansen. Jansen aims a drive at that one. I'm not sure whether he got a bit of an outside edge to that, but it died rather quickly and bounced in front of Ben Stokes. So Ben Folkes. So that kind of underlines really how knackered and used this ball is. Actually, I don't think he did make contact with that one, but I love that. You sometimes hear in the crowd noise. You just hear that Australian guy, "Come on, get him out!" Right in the background, that's, as all Australians should say. Potts in again, angling in from wide on the crease, and they're going to take a single here, jog it very simply as the Bear decides to do yet more business on the phone. 291 for 8. Jansen edging closer to 50, 43 not out from 62 deliveries. And this will be the final over, we think, with the old ball. Be interesting to see whether Stokes continues, having bowled that first over, whether he will actually fancy taking the new ball or whether he will immediately hand it over to Jimmy Anderson. We'll wait to see. Pope has come in now for Nortje at short leg. We've got a leg slip, a first slip, and probably what you call a fourth slip, or a very fine gully. There is a fly slip as well, and Potts is in, and he's bowling short, and Nortje burrows underground and completely avoids that. He's very, very low, as I may have pointed out. 291 for 8. Don't forget the GPL is open, isn't it, Bear? The Gorilla Prediction League, which is the competition we run daily, in which you can estimate how many runs you think we scored in total in the day.
Yeah, I think it is open.
I think we're starting off with at least 50 quid in the pot.
50 quid in a pot.
And if you get it on the nose, you get all the money in the pot. The more of you that take part now, the more the pot grows. Short, but outside off stump. No danger to Nortje.
They have to take the new ball because this is fucking pointless.
Well, bowling short with a ball that's barely getting up above sort of waist height isn't. Yeah, it's not the brightest thing to do, is it?
I mean, they got a miss hit off Rabada, but no one else is. I mean, Nortje, apart from the one that he had to jab out from his thing, he's not had to play anything.
No, absolutely. Which is
pointless.
Well, it is pointless, but you've got to get through these overs and get to the new ball. We've got 2 balls to go. Focusing on Rabada sitting up there on the balcony, he's contemplating the greatness of Stuart Broad, or even doing that. Now Nortje steps back towards square leg, then has a little poke at a ball that's actually fairly straight, but bouncing well over the top of his middle stump. Fails to get the edge through to the keeper. 291 for 8. Nortje's now faced 9 balls. And, he can do some damage if he stays out there, and Jansen can pick up a few runs. And it frustrates England, doesn't it? They think that they're through. They get that early wicket, and then it's so hard to force your way through these last 2. He's coming round the wicket now, short again, ducks under that one quite comfortably, and that is the end of the over. South Africa 291 for 8. Nortje yet to score. Jansen 43. More tweets. Hello, Brian. More tweets.
Sorry. I put myself on mute because I was coughing and I didn't want that.
Right. Okay. We don't want that.
I'm sorry. Leia saying, for fuck's sake, posted from the wrong account. Well spotted. Yeah, we knew that was you, Leia. Just going over to YouTube because we're just about caught up. Good morning to Daniel Kiwi. Good morning to Leia again. Good morning to Suitor Who.
Is Suitor Who? Are you back out? Is he back out on the rigs now?
Well, that'll be a question for him. And also very quickly, Daniel Keevy agreeing with me that the Rabada jingle is supreme. I wish they'd play that in the clubs after Bears Wicket jingle.
Yes, absolutely. The second new ball has been taken. Now it's in the hands of Stuart Broad, but I don't think it's actually going to be taken by Stuart Broad because he's still got his sun hat on. In fact, Ben Stokes is going to take responsibility. He's got the new ball, and
We have a jingle.
we've got a jingle for that. That's the Posh Bear. You don't hear it very often, but
Nah, you don't.
it's
I'm going to get my writing
nice.
debut today.
Yeah, writing debut for the Bear, for the
I'm
Maximum coming out later today.
I can call myself an author now, yeah?
You can, absolutely. Stokes in, bowls, a little bit of swing, but nothing too dramatic. It's left alone by Janssen outside the off stump. Bit of a breeze, it appears, blowing across Lords. You can see the billowing of the Janssen shirt, and that'll hopefully keep it cool enough for those patrons.
I wish there were patrons.
I wish there were
all you people at Lords become patrons.
That would be
$10
marvellous,
level.
wouldn't
That would be sweet.
We'd retire. Stokes got two slips. He's in, bowls to Janssen, goes onto the back foot, plays that comfortably into the offside, and because they're allowing him the single, he's prepared to accept it, and through he runs. Nokia comes back down to face. The crowd beginning to build up now. It's going to be another healthy attendance, I think, at Lords. We talked about Lords, didn't we, yesterday, about raising Lords to the ground, running off with 2.3 billion and building it in Wales, rebuilding it in Wales.
Just like Stonehenge.
Yeah, exactly. And then people in years to come, when they're deep into the darkest future, they'll be thinking, where did this come from? How could they have moved this incredible monolith, the Lord's Pavilion? They'll probably find a few members still stuck in there, mummified. In comes Stokes, bowls. That really does leap at Nokia, but he was ready for it. He was already batting from square leg at that point, and so it goes harmlessly through to the keeper. 292 for 8. He's well padded up, is Nokia. He's got a large chest pad protruding, and he's taking no chances at all.
You see Crawley's practicing his golf stroke there.
Well, that's probably what he's best at, to be honest. He hits well straight, doesn't he, Crawley?
Yeah.
Down goes the slip, and he's in again, and Nokia jumping as he plays that off the back foot down into the ground and back towards Stokes. There is no run.
Got to be a full one sooner or later, isn't there?
I guess so. I guess that's the plan. Force him back, then bring out the Yorker. It's got to be a good Yorker. It's got to be straight, and that could be the way of ending what could become a frustrating last couple of partnerships. Here is Stokes again in short. Oh, he's lofted that somehow over gully. Jimmy Anderson wasn't quite able to stretch as Stuart Broad had done in taking the catch of Rabada, and they'll get a single as Crawley comes round from fly slip to do the fielding, but he wasn't in control of that, but he got it over Jimmy Anderson. Could have gone anywhere really, couldn't it? Unfortunately there aren't enough people in that area to take the catch, and it leaves Stokes after that delivery looking rather pensive. Anyway, he's got one ball to come in this over. The ball is back in his hands. Are we going to get the full one? Well, maybe not, because it's Janssen back on strike and two slips in attendance. Stokes in, bowls a fuller one. It comes back in off the pitch a little bit, aiming a rather ambitious drive on the up is Janssen, but he doesn't really time it. It goes up to mid-off Stuart Broad fields, and that is the end of the 81st over the first with the new ball. More tweets or social media, Brian?
Yeah, we've got some tweets. Excuse me. Hattie the Mad Old Batty, which is different than our Hattie, I think. Morning from the Mad Old Bat in sunny Coventry, wearing my You Fucking Muppet t-shirt.
Oh,
Good quality
excellent.
it is, too.
Brilliant.
Very good. The Light Royal Roller is here, joining you fine folk again. Great start from the Athletic Broad. That ball would have cleared me comfortably. The GC Radio Naked Fun Porn Box says, come on, Leia, keep your account straight. Click here at Linux Leia. Mog saying I had something published in a Battlestar Galactica fanzine once. Does that make me an author too?
Yes!
course it does. Of course it does. Best-selling author, if you ask me. Potts is going to continue with the new ball, and Norkia wasn't really looking at that as he fended it off to leg slip. I think it's Johnny Best who's had to run round to field that, and he continues his walk out towards deep backward square for Janssen. Norkia moves on to 294 for 8. The lead has moved on by 5 this morning so far. England have taken the wicket of Kagiso Rabada, or Kagiso. I can't say it in the way that Mpo says it. Can you do that one, Bear?
Kagiso.
Can't do it. You need to have done it from childhood, really, don't you? You need to have it embedded in the back of your throat. 294 for 8. Janssen just having a little look around the field. Not quite ready. Now settles down and looks up to see Potts running in, and he bowls him an absolute beauty that angles in and then just nips away off the seam, but to the frustration of Potts and his teammates, doesn't find the edge.
Potts has certainly got better as the test has gone on, hasn't he?
Yeah, he
started off really quite ordinary.
He did. And we wondered why, and I speculated that it was the extra pressure caused by Ollie Robinson being back in the squad, which was poo-pooed by Ravi Nair as being nonsense.
Possibly.
Well, it may be nonsense.
Just not enough play.
It could be that as well, absolutely. Although we did say that he'd played in that game late in July. This is left alone. Folks fails to take it cleanly and just drops it, but fortunately no edge. Yes, he's got a lot better Potts. And when you're a young player making your way, you're going to have off days, aren't you? Absolutely. It's we've all been delighted, surprised but delighted by how well he's performed so far this summer. He's in again, bowling to Janssen, and Janssen is again beaten by this one. It may have just kept his bat inside the line. He missed it by a long way, but there was movement again, and it carried through quite nicely. You can see the difference in carry between that old ball and the new ball that we've now got, as that went through comfortably at sort of over waist height to the wicketkeeper Ben Folkes. A lot more spring from the pitch with this new harder cherry. And focus on Jimmy Anderson, wondering why he hasn't got the new ball. He's looking a little bit petulant. Potts in again, bowls beats him again with another ball that runs away from the right-hander, and Janssen has a little bit of a smile about it, about the fact that he's been beaten really by 3 deliveries in a row. We're seeing Brendan McCullum sitting up there on the England balcony, and I think he's probably studying the racing post, isn't he? I think that's probably more what he's into. He's got some horses, hasn't he, Brendan, I believe?
Yeah. Well, his plan was to set up a massive stable for people who were ordinary to invest in, but it apparently didn't go very well.
Oh, right, okay. Potts then in to complete his 19th over, and this one keeps low, but again beats Janssen, and Potts thinks, what more can I do? I bowled 3 or 4 pretty good deliveries in that over, and I failed to find the edge. Cricket could be so cruel. 294 for 8. Brian.
Ravi, the heavy roller, ready, saying, this looks like it's all Proteas. Can England come back here, gents? Wibble in a second here. Leia saying some might argue some of the members at Lords are already mummified. I thought the same thing too, actually.
Good point.
Farang, good morning, Farang. Wibble from that place where I am experiencing my 3rd load shedding for the day so far. Hope everyone is in fine fiddle. 3rd day pitch, must say it's a difficult one to call. Perhaps those extra hours under covers on the first day have had some negative effect.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the ball has he's done a bit though from the beginning, hasn't it? Really. Stokes continues bowling to Norkia, and he's a sort of body line approach, and the more that Norkia steps away to the leg side, the more Stokes follows him, and he looks very uncomfortable in keeping that out. But keeping it out, he does, and that's ultimately the crucial thing. But he's not the most elegant of tail enders, is he?
No.
Has to be said. But he seems to be enjoying it, smiling about that one. Good challenge for him. It's obviously not his main skill. Here comes Stokes again. In bowls. He goes for the pull shot, and I thought for a moment he gloved that. Maybe it came off the arm guard, but it seemed to loop up quite nicely down the leg side to Folkes. I'm surprised there wasn't an inquiry from England there, because normally they'll go up for those sort of things, don't they? Let's have another look at it from behind. It looks like something's got something on it there, but
No,
difficult to say. Anyway,
it was an ugly shot.
it was an ugly shot. It's true. But it's good to see a genuine tail ender, isn't it? There are not enough of them around these days. Stokes in again. Oh, that's an awful delivery. And Folkes has to dive across to his left. Can only parry it to long leg. I mean, not only did he have to dive a long way to his left, but it then bounced awkwardly in front of him. And it's rather harsh that is signalled a bye by the umpire. But that is the case. 295 for 8. The lead moves on to 130. And you just feel like, bowl properly. You've got a new ball there. Try and get him out. Try and get him to edge it. I don't know. I just think he's a bit over keen on this short ball theory, Stokes. And with a new ball, you're just bashing it into the pitch all the time when you're doing this, and taking the shine off it. He's in. That's better. That's a fuller ball, but it's nicely played by Janssen. I wondered for a moment whether there was any fielder about to come into the frame. There was a man at deep mid-off. It was Alex Lees. So just the single. Janssen moves to 45. 296 for 8. Don't forget the GPL is open, the Gorilla Prediction League. How many runs do you think we scored today? Go to gorillacricket.com/competition. Follow the prompts. Every time you have a guess, you pay us a quid. You can have as many guesses as you want. And then at the end of the day, we see what's in the pot. And if you get it on the nose, you get everything in the pot. Of course, there's more than one of you. Have we ever had more than one person on the same?
Yeah, we've had
on
a
the
couple of
same
shared pots, but only
shared
one or
pots.
two.
Not very often that happens. A man goes back at deep square leg. We've also got a long leg. The mid wicket is quite deep. Leg slip and a forward short leg. In comes Stokes. Aims around about the heart of Norkia, who shows he has plenty of that particular organ in defending it down to the man close in on the leg side. 296 for 8, and focusing on Zach Crawley, and well, he'll be hoping that South Africa stay out there for another day, won't he, really? Because he probably doesn't want to go into bat right now, the way things have been going for him. He looks cheerful enough, but inside he must be in turmoil, really. In comes Stokes to complete the over. Bowls a short one, and that one jumps on Norkia. He jumps, but jumps out the way a bit more than anything. And through it goes to Folkes. 296 for 8. The lead is 131, and Brian has a few more tweets, I believe.
The GC Radio Naked Porn Box saying there is nothing quite as distributing, and I'm leaving that typo in, as a group of men sitting around examining their balls. Chris the Choir, who joins us from a place called Malden in England. Listening to Gorilla Cricket can harm your marriage. Went to the loo with headphones on as Mrs. Choir was practicing, only to be interrupted by phone call as she got no answer when knocking on the door. That's happened to me too.
I'm not sure you go into the loo with your headphones on. I'm not keen on that. I'm not keen on people taking their phones and various things into the lavatory. It's a little bit unhygienic as far as I'm concerned. Potts continues bowling. Talking of lavatories, Potts continues bowls, tucked away to long leg, where Jack Leach races in, fires the ball in over the top of the stumps. Janssen edges closer to that 50. 297 for 8. The lead is 132. Ollie Robinson is on the field. I'm not sure who for, but he's back out there, putting even more pressure on Potts.
Yeah.
He knows now that he's ready to come in for that second test. Where is the second test?
Don't know.
I've forgotten.
I can find out.
Is it Old Trafford? There, of course,
It's in Foxborough, Massachusetts.
in your dreams. Of course, the Oval still to come. Potts in again, bowls. He steps back and carves that up in the air. Is anyone going to get underneath it? Great effort by Crawley, the fly slip, but somehow he's not got there, and he's missed it completely, and it's run into the boundary.
Oh, Jace is here.
300 is up for South Africa. 301 for 8. Norkia moves on to 6. He's had enough of just trying to get out of the way of short balls. He decides to have a little carve at that one. Crawley couldn't quite get around to it, and then it landed just out of his reach and spun back towards the boundary edge.
Old Trafford and the Oval.
The Old Trafford and the
Haven't
Oval.
Lords and the Oval had 2 tests each this summer?
No, Oval hasn't. Lords always gets two tests, doesn't it? Because as you say, it can, they can fill Lords many times over.
It's worth $2.5 billion now.
It's worth $2.5 billion, yeah. Potts in again, short onto the back foot goes Norkia, and he plays it in quite a controlled manner into the offside where there's plenty of space for him to take the single. Jason G. Hiscock has arrived. He is in the house, and we shall be changing commentary teams very shortly in 3 balls time at the end of this over. Potts figures now 2 for 75. It's nice to see a close-up of the scoreboard. I do miss these wide angle pictures of the scoreboards because they are such marvellous things in cricket. Potts in again, full of ball, but he's going to get a single. Janssen, he plays that off an inside edge, thick inside edge, into the vacant mid-wicket area. And
can I also say, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I also say that I like manual scoleboards? None of this digital crap. I love
agree.
the flip numbers and everything.
Yeah.
And it seems like they're disappearing from our society. They had one of those Solari train boards that they have in places. One of the last ones in the country they got rid of last year here in Philadelphia, and I am still mourning its loss.
I'll tell you what, Brian. I feel that this is close to your heart. Would you like to write me a piece for the Smacksman about the disappearance of scoreboards?
Yes, absolutely.
Brilliant. Next week. Brilliant. Potts in again. Bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Norkia. You can be as whimsical and sad and emotional as you want to be, and that'll be fun. 303 for 8. Norkia 7. Janssen 47. And of course, if you don't know what the Smacksman is, that's because you're not a Patreon. Become a Patreon. Patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, and you can read the Smacksman every Friday.
It's funny because it's not the one I pitched to you guys last week, but I can do that one too. It's okay.
Oh, hang on, I did see that, and then I was going to get the bear to reply to you because I think you'd aimed it at the bear. But yes, absolutely. In fact, I'm very keen to encourage writers. Norkia goes back, carves that up. It's gone miles in the air. There's nobody there. It's plopped at somewhere about 15 yards in from the boundary. Chased by Potts, who then ends up sliding along on his arse. As he sort of loses his footing. And that was all very comical. They've got a couple of runs, haven't they? Maybe 3. 306 for 8. It's the end of the over. Who's next ball by ball? Is it you, Bear? It's over to the Bear.
Me, and I'm joined by Tim, and I'm joined by Messi.
G'day, Bear. How are you?
Oh, I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Hello, Tim.
All right, Tim.
Yeah, good.
You must be happy, Tim.
I bet he is.
You're on mute.
You're still on mute.
You're still on mute, Tim. Can't hear you. Which may be a blessing as an Englishman.
I was just saying, these are 3 runs for us.
Yes, they are 3 runs. They haven't scored that many this morning, which is, I suppose, is a blessing a little bit for England. They're just starting to let loose. I don't know why we're continuing with Stokes and Potts. They've had a couple of overs with a new ball. I turn it over to Broad and Anderson. I'm not sure I dig this short shit. It's
but it didn't work last night. I don't know why it would work this morning.
I don't know. Well, it's not. Oh, they got Ravada out, I suppose. Good catch. That one is onto the hip of Norkia, who just works it down to backward square leg, and he get himself a single. Yeah, I think we're in a bit of trouble here. If this all goes well for you, it could be over today, you know.
I've seen some suggestion of that, but no.
You never know with England.
It's going to be a perfect batting strip this afternoon, Bear.
Yeah, the problem is openers for England, isn't it? I mean, if the openers can stick on 50 or 60 in 15 overs, then we've got a chance. If the openers do what they did in the first innings, then things get tricky. Stokes in, beats the outside edge of Janssen and goes through to Folkes, and there's no run. You hope that Root does something in the second innings. Bairstow didn't. Root and Bairstow didn't do anything in the first innings. Usually they do something in one innings, so you're hoping that they both come good in the second innings. Pope can have another good innings. I mean, 142 is a significant lead in anyone's book, and you've got to get at least 2 on ahead of what that is to probably give yourself a chance. And even then, that's quite slim, you'd have thought. Stokes in. That comes off the hip with maybe a little bit of inside edge and balloons out to mid-wicket. Stokes chased it down. Then leaves it to Jimmy, and there'll be a single. 308 for 8, lead of 143.
What the hell is Stokes doing keeping Jimmy off? He's twice as good a bowler as anybody out there.
Yeah, I know, and especially with a new ball.
It's just ridiculous. Yeah.
Maybe they think that you get the best swing out of a new ball when it's 2, 3, 4 overs old. Let that top lacquer go off, and therefore they've got a little bit of breathing space.
I think his captaincy is all over the place. His field placings yesterday were just bizarre. Sorry, I'm just a bit worked up about it. I like his attitude.
They were bizarre, but they could have come off.
Short.
Yeah, they could have.
Nortje through the keeper and there's no run. Yeah, they could have. I mean, that's what he's going for, isn't it? When it comes off, it looks brilliant. When it doesn't, it looks stupid. But
yeah,
I don't know. At least it's not just. I mean, this, Hendo's right. This whole, giving the better batsman a single. Just try and get everyone out, man.
Yeah.
Bowl proper lines and lengths and challenge the outside edge of the bat. Bowl normally. Okay, you might have. I mean, I can kind of understand the short stuff with the old ball. You just don't want them to get off the mark. The ball's not doing much anyway. You just want to get through to the new ball. That one's a big inducker from Stokes, but played well by Nortje. Square on the leg side, and they'll get a single. And at that point, you get through to the new ball. You should have straight away gone to your strike bowlers and tried to nip out the last two by bowling. Get loads of slips in again. You might still keep a fly slip because they might swing. But I'd have my cordon of slips and a field that makes them try and attack the ball, and you've got a new ball that's hopefully swinging with two very skilled bowlers, and just try and knock the two last wickets over pretty quickly. They haven't had time to get them adjust and get themselves in. It seems pretty common sense to me, but Stokes is not having any of it. He's keeping himself and pots on. Bowls another short one down the arse, not challenging anything, and it's through to keeping. There's no run, and over to you, Messi.
Yeah, I noticed the camera focusing on Jimmy, who's obviously, they're wondering why he's not bowling. Mrs. Luigi Magpie joins our long list of published authors. She says, I'm published too. The Oxford Encyclopedia of Food and Drink in America. 9 or so entries, and collaborated on a pro-quantum leap book, and about 12 paperbacks worth of various canon-based fan fiction. And getting back to serious writing now.
That's proper authorship, unlike my 162 words in the Smacksman.
Mike Kaplan agrees with this. Stokes not using either of his opening bowlers for the new ball. Strange. Short ball plan again. Why? Because he's fucking nuts. He's a shit captain apart from his attitude, in my view.
He's a psycho. Well,
yeah, he is.
Finally, we have what we've been calling for. Presumably, both ends will be changed. This one is starting at one end.
Sanity prevails eventually.
With the leg party. Got the best headband around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna beat you down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thinning now.
So Broad is coming on. He's going to be bowling, and Nortje, he's starting around the bloody wicket though, and guess what? It's short. Maybe a better angle of attack. Maybe Broad will be better at it, but still not convinced. Into the chest, and he defends it square on the offside. There's no one. I mean, you haven't even got the fielders for this line of attack. Has he got a leg slip? I don't think he's got a leg slip.
No,
he hasn't.
He's got a sort of. He's got a leg gully. That's Jimmy Anderson, and he's got a short leg. So at least he's got someone round the corner for the one that's played off the hip. Likely to go square.
Had 5 slips yesterday, or
short into the pitch, slapped up in the air, over the top of cover, plugs again, out towards long off, and they'll get back for 3. This is brainless fucking captaincy.
Do you want Nokia to look uncomfortable against the short ball, or do you want him to get him out? That's the question for me.
Jeez.
Well, yeah. I mean, even a worse batsman can kind of get out of the way. The ball's quite small, You've only got to be a bit lucky to miss it. Or it glances and it doesn't really hurt so much. And it's not troubling anything. And the thing is, the only time it's troubling anything is if you actually play a shot at it and get your gloves in the way of your bat. You might get hits, but you're a test batsman, or you're a test player. You're not a batsman necessarily at number 10. you might not want to be hit, but it's for your team, people do strange things, and you're not really getting your stumps threatened or anything that's going to get you out. So anyway, Broad's gone back over the wicket, bowls more sensibly to Jansen, but there's no cover, which is also a bit dumb, and they'll get themselves an easy single out to the sort of halfway set cover. I would, this irritates me. Just bowl normally, man. Don't need a funky plan for 10 and 11 with a new ball.
Well, with a new ball that might swing if you gave it a chance.
Well, exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
And
It's not going to swing when it's pitched to the middle of the wicket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And an opening partnership that's got 1,200 Test wickets. I think they know what they're doing, you know. Maybe Broad has talked Stokes into that. Continuing over the wickets, now 3 slips in. Gully is still a little bit deep for me. Mid-off is up. Broad is in. That's straighter. That's better. And that challenged Nortje, who kind of played with a massive gaping gap between his bat and pad. Managed to get an inside edge onto his pad. And there's no run. But that it may take a little bit longer. You're not going to lose as many runs. And you will eventually get them out. You know.
Yeah.
And if it takes 7 overs instead of 5, is that really a big deal? Basically, what you don't want to be doing is leaking runs.
Well, that's what happened yesterday. 3 3/4 runs and over for a gritty South African team.
Yeah. I don't think we bowled very well in this first innings. Broad in. That's a decent ball. Straight. Let's just turn around a corner though, behind square, and I get themselves a single. Don't think we've been consistent enough with our lines and lengths throughout this innings, to be fair. There are periods where we have been, but we've not kept the pressure on long enough.
Yeah. At 210 for 6, most South African fans would have said you were slightly on top, particularly with South Africa's tail.
Yeah. Well, you know, look, to be fair, South Africa won a toss. They bowled in good bowling conditions. They've got a very good bowling attack. They did what they intended to do by deciding to bowl first, and it worked. So they get the upper hand in the Test match. England have had chances and not really taken them when they've come along. It's defended out to the offside to Gully, and there's no run. There's no doubt that South Africa have had the best of the batting conditions. I mean, England, that first day was tricky, and then it shut down with rain. Then we didn't have much left on in the morning, and then yesterday afternoon it was beautifully sunny and great batting conditions. So, it's worked out for South Africa. They've won the toss, so kudos to that. England could have done some different things though.
Farong says mobile phones being taken to the shitter will set the form bot off again. I'm considering modifying an electric rickshaw that has a jacuzzi. Mobile's not allowed. However, I forgot about the speed humps. Another Baldrick Cunning plan gone to waste.
Well, you can have sort of tarpauling bit. You can stick your head out the top and just have the water underneath so it can't escape. Some sort of neoprene thing you can stick your head out.
Leah says Foxborough is an accursed place. A dark presence lurks there, whose name they only dare to speak in hushed whispers. Belichick. Which means nothing to me. I'm sorry, Leah.
That is defended out to cover, and there's no run. Belichick. Oh yeah, of course. He's the New England Patriots coach who cheated and won everything for years on end, isn't he? I knew I knew that.
It's very hard to follow United States sports when you live in Western Australia. The hours they play it are always middle of the night stuff.
Yeah, I've got a little bit back into American football. I can't watch a whole game, but highlights is fine. That's better. Full, but driven nicely by Nortje. Straight back past the bowler. And that's the other thing, and it's going to reach the boundary. It's going to be 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Sure.
By bowling a bunch of short stuff that no one really has to play, no matter what the batsman is, they get to see the ball, get the pace of the wicket. And then when you start bowling full, they think, oh, I've actually seen 30 balls. That's in my slot.
Yeah.
I can drive a ball,
Exactly.
It's all a bit stupid.
Yeah, if he gets that in his first 10 balls, he probably isn't going to drive that.
No, exactly. That's a length ball, hopping about is Nortje, but he plays it nicely enough up to mid-on, and there's no run.
I'm wondering if Jimmy might have a niggle or something. I can't understand why he wouldn't have put him on now.
I don't know. Well, this is Captain Stokes. Maybe he feels that he doesn't get the bowl enough, and now's his time. It's not proven to be so, but maybe it's riding Jimmy out, and he comes in and bowls a couple of corkers, first couple of balls, but then we all get pissed off because why didn't he do that earlier? That's a fuller length ball, decent ball, and Nortje has to defend it up to mid-on, and there's no run. So we look out over, I presume that's Regent's Park.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
No, I don't think it is. It's where all the bits and bobs are. Boating lake and
Where's
stuff.
that lake?
I don't know.
Hang on.
I can't remember. St James's Park, maybe. That's left alone through to the keeper.
Not St James's.
There's no run. Lots of parks in London. So we see Pope, and there's Crawley. He'll be thinking about opening the batting. And what's he going to do this time? Got a good ball, I thought, in the first innings. Lees gave it away. And Root was a little bit unlucky. We need something out of those 4 in the second innings. It'd be nice to see something. Stokes is going to continue. Last ball of his 17th over. 3 for 63 he has. Oh, that's a peach of a delivery. That's one that got Irway yesterday. Actually a decent short ball, challenging the throat at the man. It's quite acrobatically defended by Nortje. Managed to jab it out. Well controlled. Went down out in the offside, and there is no run, and that's the end of the over. Over to you, Jez.
Yeah, it is Regent's Park. I've just had a look at the map. I better ask you too, Tim. Are you acquainted with Josie Oak or David? As
yeah. Well, no.
I
only know him via Twitter. No, I've never met him.
Well, I don't know if you've upset him. He's just tweeted, "Keep Tim mute," which isn't very kind. The pawn box says even mechanical programmatic entities have issues with auto suggestion, typing errors, and lack of attention, where we type distributing instead of disturbing. Mog says Messi lashes out at inept, bizarre, shitful Stokes. I don't think shitful Stokes captaincy is what I said, but I do like his attitude.
Yes, there we go. Length ball, enticed in a drive outside the off stump, too wide, didn't need to play at it, but Janssen didn't get to his 50. Instead he edged it to second slit. Boy, who'd have thought it, huh? Fuck me.
Oh dear.
Look at signs.
It ain't, man, it ain't.
On your bike, mate.
And he's the better of the 2 batsmen as well, you know. Brody gets a wicket, common sense prevails. And that's good, because it was just getting to the point where it could have just got away from England there if they hadn't got that wicket. But now they've still got a chance to drag it back. They had a lead of, 126 this morning?
Yeah, they put on 29 runs for that wicket.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
it's not the worst.
Now.
Absolutely gutted for Janssen, but I think he'll know at the end of the day that those runs were crucial, particularly last night. The runs that he made last night, that partnership, were absolutely vital to get South Africa in this position.
Well, we did say that when Maharaj came out. You know, he's a bit of a pain in the arse when you're England. He does come out and tends to have a little tail end knock. He's not scared to give it a bit of a biff, and can always put the bowlers on the back foot, especially when you're chasing a game and it's quite tight. You know, a quick 20-30 runs can really deflate the opposition, and he does it very well. But only 1 wicket to get now, and presumably it's Lungi then, isn't it? He's the only man left. He's the only man left in the jingle cart to play, and here he goes.
Domination is the name of the game. In cricket or life, they're both just the same. So go get the guy and turn the day. Let's play Lungi and Edie. Let's play Lungi and Edie. Are you down for Lungi and Edie?
Now, he really is not a very good batsman, if I'm right, Tim. Is that right?
Yeah, no. It'll be curtains and a couple of balls. If they bowl properly, if they bowl on the stumps, on a fuller length, it'll be curtains and a couple of balls.
Excellent. That's what we want. That's a simple catch for Crawley. He actually caught one rather than palming it over the bar. And Janssen, Well,
David Midgley tweeted to someone complaining about the English commentary team that it was best to tune to Guerrilla Cricket to get a more measured insight, which Chris TV said, not guaranteed, but they are more fun and respond to tweets.
Well, yes. That one left alone by
That's fair.
through the keeper and there's no run. You know, the whole point of fan. I think that the good thing about cricket is you always appreciate the opposition. That you always cheer your own team, and as fans, I think we do it quite well.
Dude.
Broad in to Ngidi. No need to play at that. It's ball wide of his off stump in the channel. He's playing down a completely different line as Ngidi. He's protecting his stumps. And it's not threatening nose. No run through the keeper. Score remains on 318 for 9. Lead of 153. Alex Lee's in the frame. He'll be thinking about opening the batting. Got to do better than he did in the first innings. Flashed it through.
That wouldn't be hard.
Caught.
Yeah, it's got a point to prove.
Broad. Short and over the shoulder.
Well, it's a complete waste so far from Broad. No danger for Giddy whatsoever.
No, hasn't threatened the stumps, has he? And Nortje will face the next over. I mean, ideally, you want to get him out this over. A double in the over and get off the pitch. Yeah. The first 3 balls all should have been challenging that top of that off stump.
We know Nokia can't swing, so...
yeah, well, I know that. I've seen that in the IPL, yeah. That one's a better line. Ngidi still doesn't really need to play at it. Plays down the line off stump, and it's too wide for that. So it goes through the keeper after beating his outside edge. And 1 ball left in the over.
I wouldn't be at all surprised to see Broad rested for the next Test match and give Overton a chance, maybe.
Overton's injured again, isn't he?
Oh, sorry, not Overton.
Ollie Robinson.
Robinson, yeah.
Well, they will perm. Yeah, I presume they'll try and get him back in the side. I mean, it will depend what happens from here. I mean, if England miraculously win it, which I can't see happening, but down the leg side, good take by Folkes, poor ball by Broad to end the over, and score remains 318 for 9.
Ravi Nair says, I'm published too. My obituary of Graham Greene was published in The Independent in India. Plus, I had a short story published in Debonair, India's naughty magazine. Are they allowed naughty magazines in India? Ravi, that's interesting. Warren says, have we transitioned to spazball? I'm not sure that that's an acceptable expression, really, Warren. Ravi's also sent us a thing from the CricViz analyst saying the percentage of pace delivery is above 140 kilometres per hour or 87 miles per hour in this Test match. South Africa 34.4%, England 0.2%. That's telling, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Well, it is.
That pace makes a massive difference. Yeah. Mogg says it's hard. It's very hard to follow US non-cricket sports because they are universally shite.
Wow.
Oh dear, Mogg, you don't hold back, do you?
Stokes gets a big in-swinger into Nortje, who misses it completely. Trying to flick it to leg, bangs into his pads. He doesn't know where it's gone, but it's not troubling anything, and he's not out. So he will remain there. He's on 20 off 37 deliveries. Stokes into his 18th over. Is that Mary Berry?
Yes, it is.
It bloody well is.
That's so.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
She must be about 90 now.
Well, she's still on TV all the time, isn't she?
Well, not so much anymore. Stokes into the thigh pad of Nortje. Again, I don't get this. Just bowl bloody normally.
He's bowling.
Don't bowl at all. Bowl Anderson, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, bowl Anderson.
Bowling massive in-duckers. but it's not really troubling the batsman.
No, when he's starting it for 2 straight. It's just going down leg, isn't it? So, if he gets it right, might have a different effect. And then we'll all be saying, that was a good ball. But,
we're flexible.
yeah, we
That's
are.
what it is.
Stokes in. This one isn't an in-ducker. But Nortje's in now, and he sees that and adjusts and just dabs it down through a vacant 4th slip area for 3rd man boundary. And it's going to be 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
He adjusted quite nicely there, didn't he?
A lovely lead cut.
Yeah.
Beautifully played.
He's put his front foot out as if he was going to lamp it, and then realised that it was there just to dab. Well adjusted. Oh dear. Well, he got his best score's 40 against England. Everyone's best scores against bloody England. Nortje clears the front leg this time and does, well, just smash. Oh, there's no one down at mid-off. He's just bashed it through. It's a pretty ugly shot. Cleared the front leg, slapped it through the covers, extra cover region, but it's effective. It's gone down to the vacant long off boundary for 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
It's a bit too full.
It's only a matter of time before Unrick was going to open his arms and play a shot like that.
Oh wow, that one's come in sharply. That's a better line, and he's gone back to cut it, and it's just followed him, and bashed into his left hand.
That was much better because it was a good length outside the off stump. It was much better in terms of an in-ducker.
Yeah, well, it was the right line, wasn't it? It was a little bit wider, so it's actually coming back onto a roundabout where the stumps are, not just going down leg side. Now, you do that very full, it could be very effective. In ducking Yorkers. Well, that one's an away swinger. He's got it going both ways. Kudos for that. But Nortje's now in a mood to just step away and try and swing. Misses that one. It's through to Folks and there's no run. Ends the over. 326 for 9. This will be our last over, and then we'll have a little switch after that.
Roger Melly's with us. It says, hello, good evening and bollocks. Ravi Reddy says, a lead of 150 plus will be rather handsome if you're in the South African camp. The Light Roller says, loving the Luni Ngidi jingle. His best innings is 14. Could this be his day with the bat? I just had a look, and his best first class innings is only 15, so he's not exactly a run machine in any form. Mog says, fun fact, Mary Berry was present for the first game played at Lord's. And he also says, of course everyone's best score is against England. You play 49 tests a year. And the Reverend Rushy sends us a photo from Lord's. He says, I'm not tuning in today because I am at Lord's. You lucky bugger.
Thank God for that. There was nearly a drop. Broad. It was into Ngidi. He had a drive at it. He got an outside edge. Drove it to 3rd slip, which I think was was it Bairstow? It must have been Bairstow.
Bairstow, yeah.
He grabbed it with one hand and then just dropped it to the ground. It didn't stick, but fortunately he dived down to the ground and caught it before it got there with his other hand. Good reactions to recover from that, and England do get that final wicket finally. And guess what? You know what, Tim? It was a full ball in and around off.
Oh no!
Could you believe it?
Oh, but what they'll say is they soften him up with the short stuff.
Yeah, not really.
Yes, quite.
We're due for a change, actually, aren't we?
Yeah, we might as well do the change now because they're gonna do a little bit of a swap on the pitch, aren't they? So who's coming in? It's Jason and Hendo, and I'm going to take a little bit of a time out, and we'll see you guys shortly.
And Tony.
Yes. And Tony.
Yep. You owe us all right. You
I'm
think
here.
this
Where did
alternative
we
cricket
get to,
commentary
Mrs.?
stuff comes cheap?
We're up to date on tweets,
Well, we
but I haven't
$9 bills to help
I haven't
pay
done
our
anything on
bills,
YouTube
so
yet,
please
Tony. Okay.
Go to
Okay.
patreon.com/GorillaCricket and sign up to make a regular monthly donation. You know there is literally nothing like Gorilla Cricket's coverage, so don't be tight. Dip into your virtual pocket and throw some cash our way. See, Rihanna knows. Patreon.com/GorillaCricket.
Yeah, absolutely. Patreon.com/GorillaCricket. That's how you can help us keep going if you value our service, and hopefully you do. Patreon.com/GorillaCricket. If you give us £4 or more a month, if you pledge that to us ongoing, you get not only 1,000 hours of commentary, live commentary per year of all England internationals plus major competitions, and sometimes we do test matches between countries that are not England as well. You know, we do anything you can imagine.
We're a broad church.
We're a broad church. If it takes our fancy, we do it.
Not that broad church, obviously.
No, indeed. So £4 a month or more will get you not only that, but it will get you the Bishop and Bear podcast, which comes from our virtual pub. And there have been some wonderful guests on that of late. I think Richard Clark of what's he from? Tony?
The Grumbler. He is the Grumbler.
The Grumbler.
He is
He's on the latest one, I believe.
Last Wicket Stand, his book. He was talking about that.
Indeed.
George DeBell. We've had George DeBell on.
Have indeed.
Ian O'Brien.
We've had all the big names basically. Gary Naylor, even
Nigel
me.
Henderson.
I've been on it occasionally. And also you get the Smaximum, which is a news and views letter that comes out every Friday, and there is at least 2,900 words in every edition for you to read about. It's a lot of fun. There's serious articles and there's fun articles. There's dad jokes galore.
What?
There's the mighty Chris Woke, social justice warrior, who writes a fortnightly column for us. And
how many of those words has Bear written? Just
about 160 this week. I mean,
how many of them? I didn't know he knew 160 words.
I don't think he does know 160 words. So I think he may use the same one several times.
Well, I think we know which one it is.
I think we do. We do. So that's what you can get from Patreon. So lots of things, lots of extras, and we're always looking to enhance and expand our coverage. So if you can find it in your hearts, I know it's difficult in this cost of living crisis, but if you can delve deep into your pockets, and you don't want to give it to I don't know, other people, give it to us instead. Rupert Murdoch. Don't give it to Rupert Murdoch. For God's sake, don't give it to Rupert or Lord Rothermere. Any of those people. He shouldn't really be a lord, really, should he? Anyway, that's a completely different story. Where do we think we are with this game? Jason has joined me alongside. Tony is dealing with a. Have you got a hole in your ceiling, haven't you, Tony?
I've got one hole in the ceiling where we've had to drill up into a shower, into the bathroom ensuite shower, and then the other shower is also packed up.
Oh,
so
God.
I've got all kinds of stuff going on around me today. If you hear drilling and weird stuff.
Also means that you're very smelly, presumably.
Well, no, there is fortunately at least a handheld shower in the bath, so I've managed to sustain sort of reasonable degrees of,
we do know that
hygiene.
Claygate is an affluent area, but a man with 3 showers, I think that's going a bit far.
2 showers?
2 showers and a handheld one, you said, so that's 3.
Well, yeah, I mean, and a bath.
Well, those ones that stick on the taps, basically.
Yeah.
It's a fully plumbed bath as well. It's not one I have to sort of drag out the shed.
You're a 3-shower man. As far as I'm concerned, you're almost as bad as Rishi Sunak. Anyway, let's talk about where England find themselves in this Test match, which is not a very comfortable place, Jason. A lead of 160 yesterday evening when England got those wickets after tea. We thought it might see them keep it down well under 100. I mean, I was thinking 50 maybe, something like that, but it's got out of hand, and allowing Anrik Nortje to get 28. I don't quite know why Ben Stokes bowled so much this morning and we didn't see anything of Jimmy Hansen. Can you explain that?
Ben Stokes gets reverse swing.
Yeah, but he was using a new ball. Why would you want to do that with a new ball? I mean, he only bowled, I think, 1 or even 2 overs this morning with the old ball. Then he took the new ball himself, kept Matthew Potts on. Potts did get a wicket, of course.
The only thing I can think of is that potentially Anderson is crocked slightly.
Oh no!
Which is a horrible thought, but I mean, he didn't bowl particularly well on the first day.
He didn't bowl particularly well on the first day.
I mean, he didn't bowl particularly well on the first day. I mean, he didn't bowl particularly well on the first day. I mean, he didn't bowl particularly well on the first day. I mean, he didn't bowl particularly well on the first day. I mean, he didn't bowl particularly well on the first day. I mean, he didn't bowl particularly well on the first day. I mean, he didn't bowl particularly well on the first day. I mean, he didn't bowl particularly well on the first day. I mean, he didn't bowl particularly well on the first day. I mean, he didn't bowl particularly well on the first day. I mean, he didn't bowl particularly well on the first day. I mean, he didn't bowl particularly well on the first day. I mean, he didn't bowl particularly well on the first day. I mean, he didn't bowl particularly well on the first day. I mean, he didn't bowl particularly well on the first day. I mean, he
No, not in terms of taking wickets, but he was hard to get away, which he always is these days. Even when he's not taking wickets. I mean, Tony, what do you think? I mean, have England missed their chance? Has it gone? Can they find a way to make this a competitive match again?
I think that lead is 161 runs. I think that's a tall order. It's still got a bit of cloud cover at Lord's. Not seeing a bit more of Jimmy was a bit strange, and I think you'd have to think, with conditions that you'd want to consider are made for him, not seeing him might tell a sad story. I mean, you have to remember one of the umpires is 2 years younger than England's main strike bowler.
Is that right?
Which is quite an unusual situation. Yeah, I think Nitin Menon's 38, if I remember. He's 2 years younger than.
I like Nitin Menon, but he looks a fair bit more than 38. I have to say.
I agree.
Well, that might explain why he's an umpire, not a player.
It might do. Yes,
does surprise me if that's true.
Absolutely.
Well, you can double check it. I mean, Cricinfo might have it wrong, but that's I'm pretty sure
they do have quite a few things wrong. Actually, Cricinfo. You tend to think that they are an online Bible, but you actually found when you do your research for games, you find a stat on Cricinfo and you think, hang on, that sounds a bit strange, and you check it out and you find that it's absolutely crazy and not right. That said,
or it's been superseded.
Well, yes, I mean they don't update enough, do they?
Well,
that's absolutely
you know what
true.
it is, Hendo. Not enough sub-editors
to go around. Absolutely true. I get offered a shift almost every day these days. It's crazy. So let's look at the scores. England 165 and South Africa 326. It's I think it's too many. I think England will do well-ish to make South Africa bat again. Actually, they're going to need a good start, a good platform that enables the likes of Root and Bairstow to come in and make a bit more hay. We've had failures from them in the first innings, relative failures. Root was out to a good ball from Janssen, a very fast one accounted for Bairstow. But it does look, I mean, it's a little bit sad and a little bit worrying that we constantly have to look to the same players, isn't it, Jason?
It is. I'm not quite as pessimistic as you are.
No one is.
I think they'll do well to get a lead of 100.
To go well to get a lead of 100, so they would need to score 260.
I don't think they'll be playing much, if at all, on Sunday.
No, we think we're going to have Sunday off, unless the rain comes again. I think we will have Sunday off, which isn't a bad thing, because I find getting up this early quite hard. The heavy roller is on, so that should hopefully dampen things down as far as England are concerned.
Eddie Hemmings?
Eddie Hemmings is not being rolled up and down the pitch, although it would be quite fun to see. The South Africans are out. I say they're out in front of the pavilion. They're standing in a sort of loose huddle, and Hervé and Janssen have got Peterson in a tall man sandwich, and Peterson is quite a little man, so you can imagine there's not much filling in that sandwich, to be honest.
I didn't realise how short he was until I saw him bat on Thursday.
Yes, he is quite tiny, isn't he?
Wee, isn't he?
He is. That's never been a problem for a lot of batsmen, has it? I mean, he really is tiny, isn't he? He comes up to basically Janssen's breasts, and that's about as far as it goes. Anyway, the England batsmen are walking through the long room. They've come for through a long room. Hopefully they're going to be out there for a long time if you're an England supporter. And the men on the way are these two.
And this is the first one.
Alex Lee's learned magic. It's tragic. I'd like to believe it's not so.
And he'll be accompanied by this man.
Zach Croy was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Croy must fight to survive.
Never words were more truly spoken.
And Diso, are you on socials then, Tony?
I am indeed, Hendo.
Have we got any chat?
Well, we certainly do. I can tell you over on YouTube, our friend Disinterested Handjob, whoever he may be, says more pessimismus, Hendo, more.
Oh, there's plenty where that comes from, believe me.
I to Dan De Castro, can the boys find 410 minimum? If not, it's a 3-day test.
Oh, yes.
Is his point of view on that. I will swing back seamlessly to Twitter. Angelic Scooters. So England's wiped out the lead in 17 overs. that would be the ultimate Bazball approach, but I don't think it's going to happen. Mog wants to know, so when is Kevin Peterson going to be on the Bishop and Bear? Good point. I shall chat to the landlord. I'm not sure we'd let him in, but we might bend the rules and at least invite him.
So it's going to be Alex Lees taking first ball, I believe, into his 8th Test match now. Runs 362. I mean, he's won a certain amount of praise for the way that he's helped to set up victories for England this summer. Wasn't out to a particularly good shot in the first innings. So it'll be interesting to see what the approach is. At the moment, it's South Africa 1, Bazball 0. And maybe it's even 2-0. Who knows? It's going to be, I think, Kagiso Rabada to open the bowling. And we can't start without a Kagiso Rabada jingle because it is one of the finest jingles.
He's a high roller, rock and roller, scariest, deadliest, killingest bowler. He can sink your oats like the Spanish Armada. No one faster, no one harder.
Coming in from the nursery end to bowl to Lees. He's wide outside the off stump, and Lees raises his bat. Gets it well out of the way of that. He was in no danger of putting bat on ball there. So a very crucial period this of 50 minutes before lunch. The game could be won or lost in this little period. It's a crucial second hour as Rabada runs in again. Got 4 slips, bowls to Lees. Lees is on the back foot to just back of a length delivery. Plays it competently into the offside with a lovely straight bat. Fielded at extra cover. There is no run.
Just a hint of shape there, back into the batsman.
A hint of shape is fine. It's I don't want anything more than a hint.
Yeah, certainly not as much as Ben Stokes was getting out of the previous ball.
No, and I think also you've got to say that England have been unlucky with the conditions here because, well, we know what it was like on the first day. This is outside the off stump, carrying through at head height to Verena behind the stumps. And they had those, it was a great toss to win, put England in. It was pretty much sunny all day yesterday when South Africa to a certain extent made hay, and then today they've added some vital runs and the cloud has come in again. It's not threatening cloud in the sense of it looks like it's going to rain, but it is cloud cover, and we know what they say at Lords. In comes Rabada, bowls, he goes onto the back foot, chops it down, could have chopped it down onto his stumps. Not a convincing shot from Alex Lees, but he gets away with it and it runs out gently a few yards from him.
I think Rabada will be looking at his first innings 5 and thinking, could I possibly get a 10 for in the match?
Oh yes, I think he probably
at Lords,
is thinking that. Yeah.
That would be really, really good.
Yes, indeed. Well, he's already on the honours board. He's in again, bowls. That one probing around the line of middle and leg, but it's fuller, and Lees is right onto the front foot, defends it with the full face of the bat, back to the bowler, and there is no run. England yet to reduce the deficit, but we're only 5 balls in to the second innings. But this is absolutely vital Test cricket, and this is what you don't get in some other forms of the game. It's intense, and it's not all about flashy stroke play. It's about crease occupation to a certain extent. This is left alone outside the off stump. Rabada starts with a maiden. England none for none, and Tony has more social media for you.
Yes, I do. Over on Facebook, actually, which we were accused the other day of rather ignoring. But I can tell you, Mudkabir Ahmed has said, good match commentary, first Test match day, 3 match commentary live like. I don't think the intonation I think is live, full stop, like
and live.
It's not like it's live, like, you know, not that kind of intonation. But anyway, he's clearly liking it, which is a good thing.
And opening the bowling from the pavilion end is this man.
Domination is the name of the game. In cricket or life, they're both just the same. So go get the guy who can turn the day. Let's play Lungi.
Great average of 20.91, and he hits the pad of Crawley with his first delivery angled in from wide on the crease, but it's a little bit high. It's kind of hit the back leg up above the pad, I would say. Dean Elgar comes in to take the ball, just having a little bit of discussion with those around him about whether it might be worth a review, but I don't think any real serious consideration given to that.
Yeah, that's too high. That's going over the top of middle, but I think that's relatively safe leave on height.
Yeah, I'm not sure he did leave it. I think he's trying to play it, but the movement beat the defensive shot. But there was a second line of defence. 3 slips in the gully, short square leg. In comes Ngidi. Bowls, hits him on low on the pad this time. Almost shoots through. There isn't really an appeal this time because it's probably going down the leg side with the slope. But worrying, the variation in bounce there. Yeah, Tony, you're trying to get in and say something.
No, it was merely to confirm that Nitin Menon is indeed 38. He was born
Really?
in 1983.
Really? Goodness. I mean,
2 years younger than Jimmy.
Sounds like I'm being really disrespectful, but he does look a little bit older than that. He says nice things about me as well.
Glasses had 10 years on anybody.
Yeah, true.
Not a good look for an umpire, though.
No.
Big, thick bottle, was it jam jar glass?
Oh, jam jar, yeah. And again, now down the wicket, wow! Crawley comes a long way down the wicket, and then he lets the ball pass, but as it passes him, it jags back, and Verena has to dive away to his left, down the leg side. That has jagged an enormous amount.
It's jagged a lot, and then it swung even further. That's a really good take by Verena.
Yeah, he's looked pretty good, Verena, behind the stumps, hasn't he? I think that's kind of worrying.
You can see the seam just go upright, and then suddenly it starts to swing.
Yeah.
Because that was a bit of a scrambled seam ball.
That
he banged into the deck.
Lovely delivery. I'm not sure if Verena may feel that, but he's being kept exercised, and Ngidi is on his way, and Crawley is not actually ready. I think there's someone moving, one of those mummified members of the MCC.
Some of the bacon and eggs distracting him.
I think is that WG Rumble Pants in there with the WG Grace beard and the egg and bacon
quite
cap.
possibly
could be, couldn't it? In comes Ngidi, bowls, and he plays defensively, Crawley, and he's going to get off the mark, but it was a convincing shot. I mean, it was good enough. They're coming back for a second. That's really well run by Crawley. Give him that at least. And so England are up and running, literally. They are 2 for no wicket.
That is the absolute last thing we want in this game at the moment.
A run out
is a stupid run out.
Any kind of run out, stupid or crazy or collapse inducing.
There are acceptable run outs and then there are unacceptable run outs. A run out trying to build a score when you're trying to force a result is fine.
Yes.
A run out when you're trying to defend against losing is not fine.
No. I think we can say that with confidence. Crawley settles down, 3 slips of gully, short square leg, deep for a short square leg, onto the front foot. Crawley lets this one come to him, defends it neatly towards extra cover, and there is no run. England trail by 159. If you're joining us this morning, where have you been and what is your excuse? All those people who have not tuned in till now, I command you to become a Patreon as your recompense to us. Patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. You get lots of extras. I may have talked about it during the break, but it really helps us out if you value what we do and tune into us a lot. Use our service, because it's while it's free at the point of use, we do use up money. Outside the off stump, Crawley wants a quick single as he just dabs this into the offside. He's going to get it. Maharaj comes in from square cover, but he can't prevent the one. England move to 3 without loss, and that is the end of the over. Tony,
how's that fine leg? Is saying, how's it? From a snowy Harris Smith in South Africa.
Snowy. Okay.
Snowy. Who was the dog? Tintin's dog, wasn't he? Snowy.
Correct.
Yep. Oh, there we go. Apropos of literally nothing at all.
Absolutely.
Over on YouTube, Ziola says thanks for all. So that's very kind. Dan De Castro says, okay, me ready for more magic exhilaration of the last 4 tests. Suter Who says, also, can you say the word breasts again? It sounded like a Victorian priest. Who was that? Was that you? Who used the word breasts?
I think I might have mentioned Jansen's breasts, or he was. You did. I think
yes.
I said something about Keegan Peterson coming up to the level of Jansen's breasts.
You did.
Rabada into Crawley. Crawley's going to get another single here as he just presses this past the short leg. It's fielded by Ngidi at mid-on. Crawley has all the runs to England's name. He has 4. England have 4. But it brings Lees, the left-hander, back down to face.
Well, apparently you sounded like a Victorian priest in using the word.
I do try to sound like a Victorian priest. That is exactly what I'm looking for. So I'm quite pleased about that.
The level of disapproval in your tone.
Indeed, something along those lines. Lees onto the back foot, plays a lovely shot, crisply away through the covers. That is going to run to the grandstand. It's slowing up, but I think it's going to beat the fielder. It does, and England have their first boundary.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Yeah, that was a really nice stroke, and it's good to see proper cricket shots. You don't have to go crazy, do you? I mean, they're quite attacking. They've got a lead, so there are going to be gaps.
The ball's hard. All you have to do is get it past the fielder. Just need to place it.
Well, exactly. There's plenty of gaps. Shorter ball, and that climbs on Lees. If you were being generous, you'd say he brought the bat inside the line of that one. If you were not being so generous, you would say he was beaten by it. Anyway, he goes down the pitch to have a little prod.
He does have that lumbering frame, doesn't he, about him? So he's sort of he's a tall man.
He is a tall man. He's very well built, is Alex Lees, actually. Not just tall, he's quite thick set. Rabada in. Oh, he's edged it! And he's been dropped! Keegan Peterson dived across Markram from third slip to second slip. And it might have been one where he's actually taken it out of the hands of his teammate. And Lees gets a life. England get a single. And they are 9 for no wicket. But we'll have to look at the replay.
He's put Markham off, I'm fairly sure about that. It's Markham's catch, I think.
Yeah, it wasn't really a drive. Oh, goodness me, yes. He's gone one-handed, diving across Markram, who would have taken that in the breadbasket with 2 hands quite comfortably. So Keegan Peterson has done a great service to the average of Alex Lees. I mean, it was a great effort from him. I mean, if there hadn't been a second slip, you just said great effort. Onto the back foot goes Crawley. Going to get another quick single. This is good from England, rotating the strike quite nicely. They move to 10 without loss, but they have had a scare, and it's really up to Lees now to press home the chance that he's been given. I mean, this is often the case, isn't it, both between the best batsmen and the ones that don't quite make it at test level. If you do get a chance, and most batsmen do at some point, if you do get a let-off, you've then got to have the ability to make the opposition pay. And I think that's too often England haven't done that. This is left alone outside the stump. Goes through a little bit low to Verena. It's the end of the third over. England are 10 without loss. Tony?
Yes, in reply to the Reverend Rushy, our own Dave Midgley has sent a little GIF. But what it says is, why not both? You remember Reverend Rushy says he's not listening to us today because he's at Lord's.
Well, I did point that out to the Reverend
Why
Rushy.
not both? Yeah.
I did say, I mean, okay, if you are at Lord's, we're probably we're a ball or so behind. But
except when we were actually doing the live at the ground commentary, when of course we were bang on with it. If you
there
recall.
You go.
When assessing a player, says Jeff Perkins, don't you have to divide their scores against England by 2? And Jersey Oak says, I've driven through Harrismith, which is where How's That Fine Leg was from. In the Free State, best thing about it is the road leading out of it, which is a little bit harsh.
Okay.
You might say that about Luton. I've never been to Harrismith.
I've never been to Luton. No, I have. Ngidi into Crawley, 3 slips in the gully, bowls, and he's forward to that one. The bat just swivels a little bit in his grip, so that the ball goes down into the onside.
It's definitely an apposite description of Luton. The best way to be it's through Luton, not in it.
Indeed. Well, I mean, I suppose you've got the airport there, haven't you? So you can get out of it quite quickly.
Yeah, Luton Airport, in it.
You can get out there. You can get out there at 200 miles an hour, courtesy of EasyJet or someone like that, Ryanair. Who I've never flown with and probably never will.
But
hopefully,
it's miles away from any public transport infrastructure. There's a bus that takes you from Luton Airport Parkway, which is a mile or 2 miles away from the actual terminal. And
Gidi bowls again into Crawley once more, hits quite high up on the bat, but he controls his defensive shot into the onside, and it's past the man at short leg, so again they can take the single. England move to 11 for no wicket. And I suppose if you look at it from this aspect of Bazball, that what England are doing is turning over the strike quite well, which is in itself an attacking move.
It is,
it's saying we're not going to be pinned down.
All about positivity.
It's positivity, but controlled positivity, isn't it? It's
It's working the field. They're pushing stuff into the offside and dropping and running.
Yep.
And it's forcing the guys to come in closer and closer, and they can get the right ball and they can bunt it past them.
Indeed, 3 slips in the gully for Alex Lees, I think, facing Ngidi for the first time. He's going to come round the wicket now. And Lees stands there with his bat aloft. Ngidi bowls. He's onto the back foot. He defends past the bowler towards Elgar coming in from mid-off. And the score remains 11 for no wicket.
Interesting to notice the different tactics between Rabada and Ngidi in terms of Lees, because Rabada stayed over the wicket, pushing the ball across, and Lees' limited footwork has resulted in an edge.
That's right.
Whereas Ngidi is bowling the ball into him, hoping to come down the slope, I think, into the body.
And also he does get that ball to jag into the right-hander, so away from the left-hander. And he sort of overemphasises that by coming round the wicket. Although, of course, it may mean that he swivels his body slightly differently. That's a big in-swinger. It's Lees low on the pad, but it's done far too much. And Ngidi stands there with his hands over his knees, thinking, well, if I just started that 3 or 4 more inches outside off stump, then he would have been pinned in front. But it wasn't to be.
All of it with a big smile and saying, not this time, but maybe next time.
Yeah, that's all part of bowler kidology, isn't it? I used to hate that as a batsman, and I suppose that's the point. If he thinks, you've got lucky, and in fact you probably haven't, but they sort of act as if you have, and it starts to put doubts in your mind. Maybe that was just me. Ngidi in again, bowls to Lees. Oh, he leaves that one with incredible judgment, you have to say, or a little bit of luck, because it's really not far away from the corner of off stump and bail. It's gone through to Verena, and there is no run.
Yep. He already has a fifer, doesn't he, against England this summer, does Ngidi? Didn't he get a fifer at, it Bristol? He got a fifer against us?
I believe so.
In the one-dayer?
Yeah. Well,
in the T20, I think.
A fifer in the T20?
Yeah, I think so.
Did he? Okay.
Well, any ball from which you don't have to walk away from, having left it, is still a good leave.
It's a good leave. It's a good leave. Ngidi again, fuller and straight, and Lees answers that with an equally straight bat, defending it towards mid-off. It's the end of the over. England are 11 without loss. Crawley has 6, Lees has 5. I'll do one more over, and then we will have a change.
Over on YouTube, Toby Hart says the Priestley boys. I think he's referring to your enunciation of the word breasts. Did you know it was the Victorians who used to call chicken white meat and dark meat first came up with those phrases?
I didn't know that.
That was so they didn't have to use the word breast and leg.
Is that right?
So they came up with the phrase white meat and dark meat instead, yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm sure that'll get people talking. Rabada continues to bowl to Crawley, and he was trying to turn that on the other side. It jumped on him, and I don't know where exactly it came off. Maybe some part of his body or a little bit of glove, but it's
almost a leading edge, and it's almost carried to extra cover.
Yeah, it looped out into the offside. Let's have a look at that again. No, it's come off his right arm, so he's maybe turned the bat a little early there, and as I say, it's looped up, but fell safely. Rabada in again a leading edge, but he's gonna profit from that because it's quite a well-timed leading edge. I always like it when you get the ball in the middle of your leading edge, and he did there, and it's run out towards extra cover for a couple, and Crawley moves to 8.
He's got the pace of this wicket off his edge.
Yes, indeed he has. Yes, he has 8. Lees has 5. England 13 for no wicket. Maharaj is the man who chased that down. He ripped off his wide-brimmed sun hat to do the piece of fielding. But Ngidi will be encouraged in the last couple of deliveries. He's in again, and he's whipped that away. That's a more confident shot. It's only going to bring him a single down to Norkia at long leg. But was in full control of that one. He goes to 9. England to 14 without loss. We'll have a change in a minute. I've got to go away and put together this week's maximum. So I will be absent for just a little while.
What's in it to look forward to, Hendo?
Well, I think there's a massively fascinating article written by someone called Tony Bishop about the first South African Test, I believe. Rabada.
South African Test victory at Lord's.
Oh right, there you go. Just to be absolutely specific. Played it in the offside, and there is no run. There's Chris Woke, our social justice warrior columnist, who penned a piece before going off on his annual holiday, where he will be riding the canals of Birmingham, and hopefully he'll be reporting back from that when he does his next column as well. There's a piece by the Bear about it's bowled outside the stump by Ricardo, left alone by Lees, which is basically why we should sell Lords.
Did he write that, or was it ghost written based on?
No, he actually sent it. He sent it to me last night.
Did he really?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you have to laugh at the fact that there's, the spelling's a bit dubious. No punctuation.
Spelling.
Going to need a bit of subbing.
But it's kind of what do they call it? Stream of consciousness from the Bear.
Well, yes.
I mean, let's face it, the Bear's not conscious for very long. Has a little poke at this outside the off stump. Does Lees, fortunate not to get an outside edge, playing with fire, but survives. 14 for no wicket. Who's the next 3 on, by the way? Because
it's myself, along with Messers, who will return to take up social duties, and Tim. Tim should.
Can you let people in? Do you know how to let people in on there? Okay. Well, I'll just stay until we've got everyone in position. Do a last couple of tweets before you take over.
Oh. You've thrown that one on me. I geared myself up for.
You'd all gone into full ball by ball mode, hadn't you? Yes.
You talk about playing with fire, Hendo. Dissing the Bear when he's in control of all the technology is really asking for.
Yeah, I was about to say I've got to check when I'm on with him today before I say anything else about his editing.
The Bear and I, we roll along quite well. We diss each other in a friendly banter kind of a way.
As we wait for Ngidi. Down leg, it's top edged, but it's high. To be fair, I'm not sure I'd give that as a top edge, but it's up and over mid wicket. It's going to plug and fall short, and it will get Crawley 3 more runs though. And Nokia is the man who's set off in pursuit. Fortuitous for the tall Crawley, but he got away with it. Reminder, of course, England started the day. South Africa. Had closed last night on 289 for 7. They ended up at 326 all out, a lead of 161, which England are now 16 into, chipping away thus far for the loss of no wickets. 3 slips go down to Crawley, and that is an inside edge again, which rather streakily bumbles its way out towards short mid wicket. And again, there is no run. Crawley, he's having a rough time, is Crawley. Does still have that Vincian tendency to throw the bat outside of off stump, doesn't he, Tim?
Yeah, you always feel as if you've got a chance against him.
You do, you undoubtedly do. But he's standing firm at the moment. He's he's got more than double Alex Lees' score. He's on 11. And Geedy was about to start his run, something therefore distracted him. He does a little Morny Morkel corn circle at the start of his run, does Ngidi. In he comes again over the wicket, swings a little bit, but quite late. Easy enough for Crawley to leave. And through it goes to Varane. There is no run. Is that a habitual little Morkel-esque circle that he does, Tim, or was that just on that occasion?
I think it's something that he has worked into his action recently, but maybe not that recent. But I have noticed it before.
Yeah, my son does it. I've noticed my son does it at the start of his bowling run-up these days. And I said, is that because Morny Morkel does it? Because I know he's quite an admirer of Morny. In comes Ngidi. Left again, outside of off stump. Varane takes it at head height. It's a decent bit of bounce, although Varane, as we've said a few times, is not the tallest, at least not when you compare him to Marco Jansen, he isn't. So 16 without loss. Something else I found out about from a South African perspective, Tim, is Erroway played a lot of club cricket in England. I think he played 5 years for Weybridge, just up the road from me. So in trying to sort out his, get his career rolling, he certainly did the hard yards.
He did.
Yeah, well, his last 250s were one for Weybridge and one for South Africa.
Ngidi in, sorry. Steered straight to extra cover. by Crawley, and there's no run. Sorry, Messers, what were you saying?
His last 2 50s, one was for Weybridge and one was for South Africa. It's a sort of interesting jump.
Yeah, he'd also played for Cuckfield, I think, in the Sussex League, and for Bury in the Manchester League. So he's really put himself about trying to make sure he gets regular cricket. So I can only say I'm delighted that it's paid off for him, and he's opening the batting now for South Africa.
Yeah.
The Weybridge is pretty decent standard. Nick Compton's been playing at Weybridge, so I mean it's not, you're up at the very much in the upper echelons of club cricket as we wait for Ngidi, who's over the wicket, wide and going wider, and again Bahrain just takes that just before it would probably have gone to first slip. The end of the over. Still 16 without loss. Messers.
Well, in response to Perko's suggestion that you have to divide scores against England by 2 to measure their worth, Mog says much as one should when assessing high scores against Zimbabwe's in the mid-2000s. Looking at you, Matthew Hayden, by any chance, Mog? Was it, 387 or something that he made at the Wacker against Zimbabwe? Mog also says the Victorians were basically the cause of so many things being fucked up these days. Well, I mean, they were the birth of the cause. I think it's been willingly followed in terms of creating further chaos.
Rabada's going to continue. That swings, I think, going down leg. A few arms went up, including Rabada's. Too much movement in the air and trailing off down leg, wasn't it, Tim?
Indeed, yeah. Missing leg, doing too much. But good bowling. It's been a good opening spell by South Africa. In general, they've generally been quite good, without quite getting the luck, apart from the drop catch, of course.
Well, Rabada, the stat which absolutely fascinated me about Rabada was that I'll hold that thought for a second as he comes over the wicket. That's wide of Lees' off stump, and he's very happy to leave that. And there is no run. The extraordinary stat that since 1900 he has the best strike rate of in Test cricket of any bowler who's taken at least 100 wickets. I mean, that is some stat. It has to be said.
Particularly when South Africa's playing less than the top 3.
Oh, yep, that's wide. Cut past point. Maharaj trots off in pursuit, loses a cap, I think, in the process. And they will take 2. 18
about that on an interview this morning, Tony, on TV.
Oh, did they?
Well, I don't know. I just keep trying, and it's good if it's coming off. He's obviously not particularly excited about the figures per se, but he does like them being recognised.
Some batsmen aren't. I had a chat with Sam Northeast recently. I'll hold that for a second, as this one is met nicely by Lees, who just steers it away to mid-off, and there is no run. And the only record, he recently got 410 not out. Joined that, illustrious club, obviously, with Brian Lara at the head, so he's in the top 10 of all-time first-class run scores. As he got into sort of the 390s, early 400s, the only record he knew about that he could think about was the Glamorgan record, as this one is on the back foot by Lees. Tucks him up a little bit, but he manages to guide it to backward point safely enough. There's no run. Lara, nothing else was in his mind. The only one he was worried about was the Glamorgan record, which he'd passed a long time ago, because that was like 310 or something. So I'm not sure players do necessarily have old historical records in their mind. It's avid fans and watchers like us who know this nonsense, not necessarily the chaps who play the game. That's an attempted pull by Lees, and he gets nothing on it, and it beats him, and Bahrain takes it away to his left. There's no run. It means that at the end of 7 overs, England have chipped away at that 161 run lead and reduced it to 143, and we'll get some more messages from messages.
Leah, speaking of the Victorians, says they built steam-powered fuck machines, but they didn't want to say breast and leg. Fucking weirdest. I do think there's a tendency for us to assume, to talk about the Victorians as they're a homogenous group.
If anything's going to wake the porn bot up, it's going to be a steam-powered fuck machine, I would imagine. So let's just count to 10 and see what happens. Keep your eyes out. Oh, here's an interesting change.
All right.
Yes, we're going to see a bit of spin. We're going to see Keshav Maharaj brought into the attack a little earlier, Tim, than one might have expected. What's your take on that?
Well, It's because Leach was able to get to spin early on in his spell. Not so much as he bowled, but early on in his spell he was getting a lot of turn. So I think that definitely played a part in what he saw from Leach.
Well, yeah, interesting stuff. 18 without loss. Was it Watt? Or was it Isaac? No, it was Watt, wasn't it, who invented steam? I don't suppose when he did invent it, that was
I don't suppose he invented steam.
That wasn't the killer app. Well, no, he discovered the application of steam to power mechanical objects. I don't think when he did, that was the sort of killer app he had in mind. But maybe, there you go. 18 without loss. Oh, England. 7 for Lees. Crawley on 11. And we are going to see a first bit of slow left arm on the pavilion end.
It's lucky Annie's not on today. That's the way.
Hisham Maharaj. A slip and a forward short leg, and forward comes Crawley. Just guides it back to the bowler securely enough. 54 miles an hour. No additional runs to the score. Nice little bit of flight and dip though, Tim.
Dude. I've got a little bit more about Irvia for you at the end of the over, if you like.
Oh, yes, please. This one's whipped away nicely by Lees down towards deep mid-wicket. 2 fielders are off in pursuit. Nuggety Flinty himself, Dean Elgar, wins the race. And Crawley will get 2. Sorry, Lees will get 2. Might actually get 3. But he played it very tidily. Yeah, 3, because Crawley, and that's a shout. He swept and it's gone. Finger goes up. It was an attempted sweep. Crawley thought, I'm going to have a dig at that. Played across the line. Classic, eyes lit up. It dipped on him, caught him right in front. And Crawley, the change for South Africa of bringing on Maharaj early has worked quite magnificently. England have lost their first wicket at 20. It's Zach Crawley, 2 Maharaj, LBW. I don't think he's going to even wait and review.
Jesus.
And
that would be excusable in a T20
a bit daft.
match, but not
Daft by Crawley.
It's just what South Africa needed at sort of 20 minutes before the lunch break. But what Maharaj did there is he held it back slightly. He held it back slightly, brought it a little bit flatter, and that's what deceived Crawley in the end.
Well, it's interesting watching his body language as he walked off. It wasn't rueful. It was angry. I think he walked off there. He seems to be a very level-headed chap, does Zach Crawley. But to me, that walk off there was, I can't get out of here quick enough. And that's normally what you see if a brain has been scrambled by consistent low scores, I'm afraid. And that didn't look like the walk of a happy man. That was the walk of an angry man.
Yeah.
Tim, anyway, you were going to give us some more information, so now's a good chance to do it.
Yes. So he played 5 seasons for Weybridge. He committed to play a 6th season. Then COVID came about, and he said to Weybridge, "I'm coming. Just hold on. When everything's calmed down, I'll be back." Which is why he was back this season, leading up to this Test series. So this was a payback. He says, "I'm coming back," and he also knows the Surrey guys very well. Jason Roy is a personal friend, and he has played 12th man for Surrey as well.
Well, I know my lads bowled to him. I got him to check, because I said, check when you've taken wickets against Weybridge. Did you ever get him out? And unfortunately he didn't, which would have been a brilliant story. Mar on the wickets comes Maharaj. Onto the back foot goes Ollie Pope, hero of the first innings, although these things are relative. But nonetheless, he was at least the top scorer in England's first innings, and looked pretty solid too. Did Ollie Pope. Solid and purposeful. Maharaj
we should perhaps
again.
mention that. Oh, sorry.
That's nicely guided down to deep mid wicket. We'll get Ollie Pope off the mark. And you were saying, Messrs.
I was just going to mention that we've got a temporary vacancy in the jingle chair, so for a little while we haven't got any jingles coming through, and apologising for that.
Ooh, you know what? Looking at that Crawley dismissal, it was umpire's call in the end, although that looked solid. It was middle stump. at the top where it intersects the bail. So I think Crawley was right not to waste his time on review. 73, of course, for Ollie Pope in the first innings before he was bowled by Rabada. Maharaj has one ball left of this extremely successful first over for just 3 runs, but crucially that first England wicket, I think psychologically England would have wanted to be past 50, of course, but they weren't, as this one was steered into the onside this time by the left-handed Alex Lees. There's no run, so it means it's 21 for 1. 8 overs are gone. England are 140 behind, and let's hear what our adoring and beloved audience are saying to us, message.
And others. Mog says, I'm anticipating the Bears' maximum article to be like peak Brett Easton Ellis. Does that mean to say you think of it as sort of Sydenham Psycho?
Oh, that's what I was just trying to place it. So, yes, American Psycho. God, that's a weird book. That is such a weird book. I mean, I've read it, quite enjoyed it, but it's the product of a sick mind.
Yeah, you could say that a lot.
Well, true.
You're going to say it's like trying to read Ulysses.
Rabada in before you go. Oh, that's past the outside edge of Pope, who had a tentative prod. Elgar had an arm up, but in vain, and there was no run. Sorry, Messrs, do you want to just finish that one?
Oh, well, Grace just asked Mog whether the Victorians that caused the problem are from the state of Victoria or the era, or both. He reckons both.
Well, there we go. Rabada in. Oh, and hauled away. And I think buys. Yeah, I don't think Pope was looking to pull. For a moment, I thought he might have got a top edge. Varane flung himself to his left, but Pope got nothing on it. Varane, 5 foot, not very many of him, couldn't get to it either. And it's 4 to the score, but in buys rather than off the wood, as it were. No, there will be no buy jingle because, as you rightly say, the Bear, exhausted by the effort of knocking out 163 words about the selling lord, has had to go for a lie down. This one dabbed backward a point. They've taken 1, they'll come back for 2. I would imagine they should take 3. Tell you what, Maharaj is lively in the field, Tim. He seems to be, every time someone's chasing something, it seems to be him.
It's almost as if he feels he's got a point to prove after the warm-up fixture, which of course he doesn't, but he did go for plenty in that game.
Yes, he did. You're absolutely right. It wasn't that great for him. He got 1. Was it a 1 for 169? Wasn't it in that warm-up game? Although he did get the
7 and over.
Yeah, he did get Dom Sibley. As we wait for Rabada, and he's turned off his legs by Pope. Just a single this time towards mid-wicket. Bring Alex Lees back onto strike. He may have learnt magic from his uncle. He's going to have to produce some magic, I think, for England. He's been sort of consistently promising, but not yet to deliver in spades, as it were, as he Messrs or Tim is. Just there's something there. There's a big score there, but he just hasn't delivered it. That one's wide and left by Lees.
I can understand why he's made a lot of runs at county level, though, because he has. I mean, he's beautiful to watch when he's actually playing well, isn't he?
He is. Yes, he is. Made a lot of runs for Yorkshire before moving on to Durham. Youngest Yorkshire captain, wasn't he? Since I can't remember who it was. It's gone from my mind. I'll tell you in a minute. As this one was driven sweetly straight towards straight past mid-off. Will be cut off though, and they will take another 3. But he played that really beautifully. Just leant into it rather than putting in a huge amount of effort, and it got him 3 runs.
Outstanding fielding from Lunky. Good team commitment.
Yes, they've been lively in the field. The demeanour in the field has been that of a team that have a big lead and are feeling quite good about themselves, to be honest.
Well, yeah, not surprisingly. Although I thought you were a bit down on England. I mean, it's pretty good batting conditions, nice pitch. I reckon 400 should be a reasonable target on a pitch like this. But you guys didn't think they'd make 200.
Well, natural
James
pessimism.
Humberson is with us. Yeah. He says, evening grillers, back in from Friday night gig, assuming I missed nothing and we're still doomed.
Huh?
Well, almost certainly, James, yes.
Maharaj is coming around the wicket to the left-handed Lees, or coming over the wicket, I beg your pardon, to the left-handed Lees, who plays forward. There is no run. Yeah, youngest captain at 22 for Yorkshire since Lord Hawke. That was the bizarre stat regarding Alex Lees.
Wow, 22 is very young, isn't it?
A slip and forward short leg, waiting to snaffle anything that might pop up off the bat of Alex Lees. Obviously went on to Durham. Made 66 for Middlesex at Chesterley Street in the Royal London Cup recently. And a 46 and a 22 also. He's had a 41 at Derbyshire in the Championship. So he has got some runs to his name. Down the track he comes. Just about gets on top of that. As he pushes it away towards mid-wicket, there'll be no run.
Maharaj won't mind that. He won't mind the batsman coming down the wicket at him.
No, well, he won't. I mean, what an inspired bowling change for Dean Elgar, you have to say. That was a sweep. It did for Crawley. It could easily have done for Lees then, although I think it pitched outside of his off stump. I'm not sure he was in line with the stumps when he played it, so I think in retrospect he was safe enough. But he certainly didn't time it right. Yeah, he gets decent flight, does Maharaj. In he comes. That one is connected with, though, as more batsmen have congregated around the bats. Pulled down to backward square. Rabada does the fielding. And it will get just a single. Lees, who continually practices time and again that shot, getting down on one knee. And mentally, I suspect, connecting with it perfectly that time. Which is more than Crawley did. The thing about the sweep shot, Tim, is it looks fantastic when it works. If you play it too early in your innings and it doesn't work, then you do have a bit of egg on your face, really, don't you?
Yeah, it's something you've got to practice a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, because Maharaj dabs this down to deep backward square, gets a single. That was Pope, I beg your pardon.
That's before we get into discussion of the reverse sweep, which we saw from Irvia in his innings.
We did. Always honed at on the green at Weybridge. That shot, I'm sure. 33 for 1. England 128 behind. They started off 161 behind. That's where we're closing in on a couple of more champagne corks. No, there's no recession when you come to Lords and bring a picnic, by and large. As this one is steered into the onside, no run. 33 for 1. Although I did notice yesterday they were closing in on, the camera was closing in on bottles as they were getting popped. Quite a few of them were Prosecco. So perhaps people are sort of rather down trading from the more expensive champagnes. Still to get the fizz and the pop and to fire the corks across the field, but in a slightly more cost-efficient manner. Who knows? That's the end of that Maharaj over 33 for 1. Messes.
Mog says he's pretty sure the Greeks have worked out steam power, but they were too busy writing dull-ass and self-important philosophy to scale it up commercially. And he also says, fucking Crawley, he's useless, isn't he? A bucket of hot shit in the summer sun. Just have a look. This summer, he said, it's 15 innings since he last exceeded 50.
Yeah,
9 of those in single figures. And
Rabada to continue. Flicked off his pads by Ollie Pope all the way down to long leg. In fact, there was no bat, it was pure pad, but it is 4 leg buys. So I will attempt a quick snatch of ZZ Top for you in the absence of Bear, who's still got his toes pointed skywards as he gently sends out a few snores. She's got legs, etc. There we go. If you want that, what I suggest you do is just tweet mercilessly that you want the Bear back, or I shall sing every jingle. Oh, has he edged that? You think he hasn't?
Wow.
It came off the top of his thigh, I think, and no bat. Taken. Was that Hervé who did that incredible juggle, didn't he? So he was thinking, well, when it doesn't matter, I'll manage to catch one. Actually, his bat was nowhere near it. The bat was aloft, and it came off sort of the top of the thigh pad, and I think in a bit of box possibly. I think it did come off his box. That one is left, fairly close to his off stump, but quite high, and safely enough by my Episcopal brother, the Pope. 37 for 1, England, 124 the deficit. Wicketless so far in this innings for Rabada, but of course he was quite magnificent in that first innings with his fifer. We would expect more from him in this one, and that one makes Pope jump, and he takes the hand off the bat as he just gets on top of it and pushes it into the onside. Again, there is no run. But I was impressed with him, chaps, in the first innings. Ollie Pope, I have confessed to have being very dubious about his qualities as a number 3, unless where he doesn't even bat for Surrey. But I thought,
where does he bat for Surrey?
Normally 4 or 5, I think. Jason will definitely tell you, as a regular Surrey watcher. This one is dabbed to kind of a wideish 4th slip. And again, there is no run. Yeah, no, he's batting 3 for England in a position that he doesn't for anyone else. But he's taken it on, and I thought he genuinely looked the real deal. Particularly as everything else was falling apart around him. 37 for 1. Pope, who we were discussing, is on 5. He waits for that, drops the bat on it. All goes down to his toes. Again, there's no run. Rabada at the end of that over, none for 18 for him. 37 for 1 England. Messers.
Perko says, before you can run, you have to learn to walk. Before you can walk, you have to learn to stop being crawly. He also says, Messi, take a deep chug of your drink and sing the jingles. Everyone else, train up your pits.
Yes. Are you renowned for having a good singing voice then, Messers? Is it? Have you
no, I am
your
not.
vocal light under a bushel?
Well, it's still there, and I'm leaving it there. Matthew Callum says, is it true that the Bears Maximum article was written in a foul-smelling brown smear on a wall somewhere?
Lord.
Perker says, Bear putting the high in hibernation.
Maharaj to continue. 3 men around the bat, excluding Varane, of course. And that one's steered away by Lees, but there will be no run. The closer we get to lunchtime, I think the more South Africa will feel like they're happy to put the pressure on, because they feel that England are going to be less likely to take chances.
Yeah, this is very much it's drop
Back
catch.
foot.
It was difficult catch. Those short leg catches.
Was it short? The one to short leg? I thought he'd gone past, I must admit. But
I think
second one was played off the back foot.
I think it was a catch. I could be wrong.
Well, we'll have another. I'm sure they'll show it again, as this one was steered away into the onside, but no run. And then we're going to see it now. Let's have a look. He steps back. He plays it up, and you're absolutely right. Yeah. It was off the inside of his left hand, and he sort of nutmegged himself as a result. Sometimes those do stick, though.
Yeah.
They could be purely instinctive, but sometimes they do stick.
Yeah. So Lewis has been dropped twice now.
4 men around the bat now. Yes, indeed he has. That one's whipped away by Lees. He'll take a single. I think he'd be quite grateful for that. Let Ollie Pope face the music for a wee while. He'll move on to 12. England on to 38. Who was that at forward short leg?
Keegan Peterson.
Was it Keegan Peterson? The other KP.
The real KP.
The real KP. Is that what we're calling? The real KP. The one who doesn't use franchise as every second word. 38 for 1 are England. They've got a tall order in front of them. Something of a mountain to climb. But they never take a backward step. Under McCullum, they will not see this as anything like beyond them. And there's a conference between Dean Elgar and his bowler. Let's see what they have done. This is interesting, if I'm seeing it right. Oh no, that's Alex Lees walking back. I thought for some reason they were going to put 2 forward short legs in, but I don't think they've done that. Pope is facing anyway. They've removed one. Pope drops the bat on it, guides it to a pretty short point. There is no run. England dragging this out. This should be, we think, the last over, I suspect.
Yeah.
And I think England will be very happy for that to be the case, because they're under some pressure here. Maharaj around the wicket he comes. That's caught. Pope in front. No, says Richard Illingworth. Well. Our man from...
What's wrong with that?
Well, it looked pretty close to me, and they have reviewed...
Absolutely stone dead.
Well, I think so. I think so too.
Unless there's an edge on it.
Hendo said no, that's not out.
Hello, Bet. Right, so let's have a look. It pitches... Did it pitch outside leg? It might be hitting leg. I think he's in serious trouble here. That looked like it pitched on off and would have hit leg to me.
I think this is going to be umpire's call, which is going to save him.
Well, it will save him.
Maybe, yeah.
But to me,
I would have given it out.
Were I the umpire, I think I might have given that.
Yeah, I think you should have given
nothing to go by there.
You give everything out, though, Tony, don't you?
Well, Bear, I beat you to that, I think. There's certainly nothing on Ultra Edge. Let's have a closer look now. It pitches in line. The impact is in line. It's hitting, as we said, leg. And Ollie Pope has had no divine intervention at the Vatican. And I'm afraid he has to go. And Richard Illingworth apologetically gives the cross-arm signal and raises his finger. Ollie Pope has to go. That is a huge blow to England just before lunch. Indeed, it brings on ever so slightly early lunch. And England have to go in 38 for 2.
So South Africa have got 2 wickets at the stroke of lunch the last 2 days.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, England, of course, or South Africa rather, started this morning on 289 for 7. They progressed to 326 with a lead of 161. England started off looking solid-ish, but Crawley attempted a sweep to Maharaj, was LBW. Pope was just beaten by one that was flighted across him, also by Maharaj. And on review, although we'd all given it anyway, he had to go literally with the last ball before lunch. And South Africa, I would argue, are sitting very pretty with England 38 for 2, still 123 adrift. Messers, some final messages?
Indeed. Leah says, well, I guess I'll continue my special ops The Line playthrough diary for the Nurse snack during the lunch break. It's a thankless task, someone has to do it. Mog says, didn't you used to sing in a band, Tony? More Bishop vocal stylings. There we go.
I did, yes, I did.
The porn bot, speaking of the steam-powered machine of which Linux Leah spoke, says, steam-powered? My day they were driven by hamsters on wheels. And Mog says, rather real KP standing up. See the jingle I sent in a couple of days ago. Were you able to put that on the cart, Bear? It's certainly in Discord. I think he sent it to you as well. It's a great jingle. The real KP.
The real KP. Is it Keegan Peterson? Just a Keegan Peterson jingle?
Yes.
Yep.
If you keep talking, I'll play it for you now.
Oh, okay, brilliant. Mog says something anti-Pope, something piss off to Avignon, something. What the fuck?
I have literally no idea what that is supposed to mean.
Well, it is 10 o'clock at night in Victoria, and they all sort of get weird there. Neil Harris says, good morning, gorillas. Would you really drop Crawley when no one makes runs for not making runs? I would have dropped Crawley 3 tests ago, frankly. He's fucking shit.
Well, this is it. This is interesting, though. This is, Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes, they've said he's in for the summer. We're not going to put pressure on him. We believe there's runs there. And
well, if
it'd be odd if they backtracked now. even though the evidence is not good for Crawley.
If he has any sense, he'll develop a niggle so he can't play in the next test, because I think he's just damaging himself doing this constantly. I really do.
Indeed. Who else do we have? Or is Bear about? Do you want to play that? Have you got the jingle ready, Bear?
I have. Had it ready for a while, see? I'm smart. Here you go.
Let's go.
Smarter than the average Bear.
Absolutely.
Who's the real KP? He's the real KP. The other KP is just irritating. So now the real KP will stand up. Give you pizza, son. Pizza, son. Shitty white boy rap represent.
Oh, nice.
Good one, Mark. Thank you. And that was drawn up within probably half an hour of it being mentioned on air on Wednesday. Fucking brilliant. And if you were a Patreon, a Gorilla Cricket Patreon, you would have been able to listen to that yesterday morning because it was posted on one of the Discord channels about jingles. It's one of the beauties of being a Patreon.
Well, I can also tell you, if you're a patron, that the next guest in the Bishop and Bear / Bear and Bishop might be a duo. We're waiting to hear back from Jeff, but we're trying to have both Jeff and Mog to join us for a chat. Trying to work out time zones, which of course are a challenge when you go. I think Indiana, unless I'm wrong, Jeff will tell me, and to Melbourne with London in the middle isn't easy, but we think we found a time, so we're hopeful you'll have quite an interesting chat. Well, they're all interesting chats, but slightly different and interesting chat for the Bishop and Bear.
That's reason enough to join Patreon. The other thing I should mention is that there's a series of interviews I've done with a whole lot of people, including the Bear and the Bishop, which are about 30 minutes or so, just giving a bit chance for them to talk about themselves and learn more about their lives. That are available to all Patreons, and I'm going to invite Pod to do one shortly as well, because I thought it'd be great to add that to the list for Patreons.
Fantastic.
Cool.
I have to run because I've got to go and supervise the plumbing activity that's occurring around me.
Joy.
But I'll be back straight after lunch, I think.
Having had two semi-finals of Dice Cricket, we're going to play the final.
Oh shit! No, I lost that.
Hold on, Bear.
I shouldn't have given that away.
The actual climax of the second semi-final didn't quite get played last night. They were just talking about whether there might have to be a super over, and then it got cut off. So quite literally about half a minute probably left to play.
There was about 7
minutes left. We would want an actual climax over lunch. Let's go for that then.
Okay. See you later.
See you later. Bye.
Patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come. This is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's
an unfeasible number of no balls. This festival of tabletop cricket for the laptop age comes to an end, where it pretty much all started back in those warm-up games. Nigel Henderson's Fat Lot of Use 11 snuck into the semi-finals and entertained and shithoused their way into the final. The making a spectacle of themselves 11, helmed by Tony Bishop, have been the runaway successes of the tournament. Undefeated, unbeaten, undone. Let's see. Welcome, hello everybody, to Gorilla Cricket's coverage of the Dick Wellabroad Anzac Trophy final. It's been incredibly exciting so far. We're very excited to have actual cricket back very, very soon. But in the meantime, we'll bring you to the shuddering, juddering climax of fake cricket. I am your social media host and scorer, Knuckle Mpande, and I'm joined by the sighing, darkened man, Nigel Henderson.
Well, I'm all for a bit of a shuddering, juddering climax.
And on that horrible image, Tony Bishop.
I'm speechless at just the thought of that shuddering, Hendo climaxing. But yes, here I am and delighted to be here.
And waving
Don't
in.
forget.
Sorry, Tony. And waving into view the fine fingers of Nigel the Bear Walker.
It's not what they've been described on the WhatsApp group as, I might add.
He'll be, I'm staying out of such things. We'll be going over to him for the toss in a second. Tony will have the call, but should say, of course, that we are doing this not just for fun and entertainment, yours and ours, but to raise some money for our dear friends, the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. We've managed to raise just shy of 300 quid so far, which has been fantastic, but we want to push that over the 350 mark, or even the 400 markers, if at all possible. They do fantastic work researching treatment, prevention, and hopefully eventually cure of type 1 diabetes, which is a disease that affects millions of people in the UK and elsewhere, and it's, of course, very dear to our hearts. It robbed us of our dear friend and commentator and colleague, Dan Lucas, a few years ago. Tony has a personal connection to it as well, with his son being affected by type 1 diabetes. We've been working with them for a few years, and we're continuing that. We've done a fantastic podcast that Tony did with Dan Newman from JDRF UK, which you can go and listen to, telling everybody more about his journey with type 1 and JDRF's work. But yeah, please do go to the crowdfunding link that's in the pinned tweet on our timeline. It's also on Facebook and in the video descriptions of the videos on YouTube and Facebook. Hello YouTube and Facebook. Hello Twitter as well. We'll be coming to your social media comments shortly. In fact, we've got one already from Sam from the ADS. Says, first, and you guys are so cool on YouTube. Yes we are. And on Twitter, Leah, who's changed her name to Leah. Hello Leah, soon to lose this shithole.
Oh, which particular hole?
Aren't we all? Hello, Gorillas. Much more cricket just after final and none of that third place playoff nonsense. Who are we? FIFA?
I must say, though, that the third place playoff was an idea to shame those people who failed to make the final, rather than actually, because you really need a third and a fourth in a contest.
They were too ashamed to turn up.
Exactly.
They were so ashamed they couldn't be bothered, yes, in an 8-team tournament. So that was the voice of Nigel Henderson and the voice of Tony Bishop. Bear, over to you for the all-important toss. Tony Bishop as the nominated away team for this tournament. You have the call for this final.
I will go heads.
Heads it is. It's a head. Tony, what are you going to do?
I will field.
Oh!
They're making a spectacle of themselves. 11 have chosen to field first. Big call in a final, of course. Run us through your 11, Tony. We understand you are unchanged from the semi-final, and indeed from the final group game, in fact, or the second group game, in fact, you've had unchanged 11.
Point of order very quickly for the production bear. I think I can still see. Oh no, the scorecards changed. Perfect. My 11. Jeffrey Boycott and 2 wickets to the score. Eddie Barlow, David Steele, paid in lamb chops. The magnificent, elegant right-hander Zahir Abbas. MJK Smith, everybody's best friend. Sir Clive, passenger of the Bear Lloyd. Dick Young, wicketkeeper. 135, I think he is, but he's you count the number of stumpings he's got in this tournament. He's been no mug with the gloves. Percy Fender, the Maverick from Surrey, of course. Alf Valentine, cricket, lovely cricket. You're right, my one change in the entire series. Jack Leach, famously now, of course, trod on a rake down there at Taunton, carelessly left out by the Somerset groundsman, which sprung up, smacked him in the eye. He still hasn't recovered, so in came Paul Allott. And the one and only, you guys are history, Devon Malcolm is the spearhead of my pace attack. In fact, he's the only pace in my pace attack.
That pace attack and non-pace attack will be steaming into bowl at Hendo. Run us through your 11 and your openers. You're also unchanged from through most of the tournament, in fact.
Well, yeah, I mean, the first game, of course, when Gary had to step in, he made a couple of changes to my preferred lineup, and we got back on track. And of course, we're now in the final, which is it might have been easier had Gary stuck with my team, but I'm not going to say anything about that. Mohamed Shahzad will open along with Mark Cosgrove. That was the only thing I was thinking about. Mark Cosgrove hasn't really set the tournament alight. Thought about pushing WG up to open and taking on Inzamam Al-Haq or Mike Gatting, but in the end Cosgrove gets it his right hand, left hand partnership at the top. WG Grace at 3, coming in at 4. The captain, Warwick Armstrong, the big ship. Arjuna Ranatunga, Samit Patel, purely because of his jingle. Ian Botham after 1984, who's been better than the Ian Botham before 1984 in this tournament. Rakeem Cornwall, who we're expecting to see a lot of this summer in many ways. I mean, you always see a lot of Rakeem Cornwall because there is a lot of him. Ian Austin, Dwayne Leverock. Now, what a revelation Dwayne Leverock has been with bat and ball. 8 for 34 in the semi-final. And bringing up the rear, in a way, as you might expect from a man who calls everyone arsewipe, it's Merv Hughes.
Those are the 11s. It is, just to remind you, a one-innings game. Unlimited overs declarations are possible. We've seen a few of those, but it seems to have gone rather out of fashion in this tournament, as it has in Test cricket. The making a spectacle of themselves 11 have won the toss and will field first here at Trent Bridge. And bowling from the which end is going to be whom?
Bowling from the pavilion end is going to be Devon. You guys are history, Malcolm.
Well, Devon Malcolm.
Hold on, he's got a jingle.
Of course.
Is he going to bowl to Shahzad first?
Yeah.
Malcolm Devon, and his neck's so small that you can hardly see. And in '94 the ciphers fell one by one. 9 for 57 from Devon Malcolm.
Bowling 2.
This isn't just another Afghan cricketer. All new Mohamed Shahzad, with class-leading power and a 3-ton towing capacity. There's never been so much innovation in a cricketer. Mohamed Shahzad gets the tough jobs done.
Right.
Umpire Erasmus says, play!
Point of order.
Yeah.
Rules.
Come on.
There will be no fucking questioning me if it's in the middle of an over. If it's the end of an over and I roll and you're not ready, that's a different matter. But no, none of that. If it's a fifth ball of the over and you're just warbling on and I roll the dice, that counts. I'm the ref.
Well, I'm not sure about that. You have to agree with the captains. Are you happy with that, Tony?
I'll let you know when it happens.
And
who it happens to.
That's the rules. I'm in charge.
Happens to you. I'm probably not bothered.
Right, here goes.
Right.
First ball.
Okay. Devon Malcolm coming in from the pavilion end. He bowls to Shahzad, and Shahzad is away immediately. He tucked that with consummate ease, using the pace of the ball to take it away behind square leg, and he'll hurry back for a third. What a good start from the Fat Use 11. Malcolm again in. Oh, and now Mark Cosgrove is making up for lost ability by crunching that through the offside for 4, and it's 7 for no wickets.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Continuing the points of order, should we have a jingle for Mark Cosgrove, who's not often been said to be lacking ability, to be fair?
Well, I meant in this tournament, to be honest. He hasn't really come good, but he did play that shot particularly well.
Can we have a jingle?
Yes.
Cosgrove's alright, but nothing great. That's left and bowls right. Cosgrove's alright, played for his state. But then he got dropped, 'cause he was overweight. Cosgrove's alright.
Pretty sure we haven't had that jingle very often in this tournament, probably because he's not been out there very long.
Well, I tend to play the opener who's facing, and then he gets out.
Okay. In comes Malcolm again, and Cosgrove leans into this again, once more picking his spot to the right hand of extra cover, and that has sped away to the boundary edge for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Malcolm now just wanders back to his run, comes into Cosgrove. This time he airs on line on the leg stump, and it's tickled away, gone very fine indeed. There's a man running around from long leg. He's going to get back for a third. This is a very good and positive start against Malcolm, who got 5 wickets in the semi. In he comes again and bowls, and crunched again by Mohammad Shahzad. This one over the top of extra cover, who needs to use the ground, put it in the air, and put it out to the boundary.
One to come. Of course, it did use the ground slightly.
Eventually, yes. And he's going to take a single off the final ball, as that one is played into the mid-wicket region. That is the end of the over. Shahzad will keep the strike. I should have said that, of course, Malcolm was a destroyer-in-chief in the group game between these two, and took, I think it was it 5 for 27, Tony? Something like
5 for 45, including Cosgrove, and WG first ball.
Yeah, absolutely. So these batsmen have got a point to prove against Devon Malcolm. Anyway, who's going to be up the bowling for you at the other end?
Just Joel bring up to date with the score and some social media commentary. The fat lot of Use 11 having been put in by the making a spectacle themselves 11 on 19 for no loss off the first over. Mohammad Shahzad is on 8 off 3. Mark Cosgrove on 11. Finals are either classics or massacres. Which will this be? I wonder. Durban Oak says, afternoon. Assuming you're having the finally, because Hendo's been made unemployed again. Lennox Lear says, I think Tony missed a trick there by not including the later incarnation of Verinder Sehwag in the making a spectacle of themselves 11. There is qualifying footage, and indeed there is. And Pirate Badshah at large says, afternoon, old salts. Come on, ye fat boys. Stumpings and no balls aplenty. We have some commentary with us on Facebook. Llewellyn Cave says, Hendo and Bish, life is good. And Davey Pat says, yo lads, what's the crack? Glad you're alive and all that. We're glad we're alive too. Cricket's almost here.
Oh, I'm getting so excited. It's those last few minutes. It's like the last 10 minutes of a train journey. The nearer it gets, the longer it seems to take. The more excited you get.
I'm watching all the footage from the intra-squad warm-up game and the scorecards and reading the tea leaves. Who are they going to pick? Who are they not going to pick? It's all very exciting. Anyway, who's bowling the second over?
Well, with the man with the vector of infection in his hand, he's going to be none other than Paul Allott.
Let's get all those jokes out of the way before the test series starts.
Yeah, I guess he's okay, but wait up, here's the kicker. He's Paul Allott. He was 6'4". He should have bowled much quicker.
Yeah, probably should do, but there you go. He's a wily old trooper, and he's coming in to bowl Shahzad. And Shahzad says, "Don't bowl me a full toss on leg stump, because I will swing you away all the way over mid wicket, and without a bounce, it will disappear into the crowd." Allott goes back to his mark, comes in again, and Shahzad is looking in good form. He's trying to get away quickly here, give them a great start. He's going to pick up 3 more as that runs out towards deep mid-wicket. And it's retrieved by Percy Fender, but they still get back for that 3rd run. Bringing Cosgrove down to face. Cosgrove will just keep the score rotating. He just tickles that away into the onside. The left-hander, he's just not quite getting his line here, Paul Allott. It's another single. Allott back to his mark, comes in, bowls, and this time Shahzad will pick up 2 more. Backward a square, going towards deep backward point. In comes Allott again, looking for this breakthrough, but it won't come there, but it's 3 more. He didn't quite get all of that as he tried to pull a slightly shorter one, rather bottom-edged it, but he will get 3 because there's nobody out there at the deep mid-wicket boundary. It's going to be chased by Fender again. He's having to do a lot of work already for an old man. And
one to come.
Gets up the other end. In comes Allott, and it's 3 more. The 3s are just flowing from the blades of Shahzad and Cosgrove. Cosgrove will keep the strike, as this one is to the left hand of 3rd man, who's chased round the boundary by 20 yards to get to that. And that is the end of the over. What's the score?
End of the second over. Actually, Allott pulled that over back quite well after that first ball at 6, not being hit for a boundary for the rest of the over. Still 18 off it, 37 for no loss, the fat lot of Use 11 having been put into bat. Cosgrove is on 15, Shahzad is on 22.
And it'll be Cosgrove to face, will it not?
Will indeed.
Yes. And
Malcolm's yep, Devon's been having a word with Clive Lloyd. Disappointing start for him, but he's pretty stoked now, so he will continue.
It's coming into Cosgrove, and there's a big shout. This time Malcolm, and it's not out. It was bouncing. It was just going over the top, and Cosgrove survives to fight well, today actually, not another day. He's had another appeal. This is outlandish stuff from Malcolm, but it's always been given this time. Well, I thought that was too high as well, but surely it's not, because Erasmus has given it. And Poro Cosgrove, who was looking good at last in this tournament, has unfortunately fallen to the great Devon.
Yeah, another one thing nor t'other from Mark Cosgrove in this tournament, really. 15 off 7, which is quite pedestrian in the context of this tournament. Just the 2 fours. LBW to Devon Malcolm. 2.2 overs gone. 37 for 1. The fat lot of use 11 having been put into bat in this final.
It'll be the great WG coming to the crease.
Or indeed the great WG.
Grace, of course, the only man in this tournament to have been brought up on an orchard.
Really?
Okay. Stunned silence.
Absolutely. He's in, bowls to WG Grace, and WG avoids getting a first baller, as he did in the group game, tickles that away into the offside, and jogs in a leisurely fashion, befitting a Victorian gentleman, through to the other end. In again, bowls to Shazad. Shazad lofts again over the top of extra, although he skied it a little bit, skewed it a little bit. They will get back for 3 as the ball spins away from David Steele, who finally gets there and hurls it in left arm over the stumps. WG back down to face Devon, and he's going to pick up 2 here, as this one is again just pushed into the onside past the man at mid-wicket. Poor old Percy Vender having to do more work on a very hot day.
One to come.
In again, ball to Shazad, and Shazad will keep the strike. WG will keep the strike. He hits 3 more here, and once more he's picking that area just to the right of mid-wicket and forcing poor old Percy. Percy's going to be exhausted before he has a chance to bowl. That is the end of the over.
Yeah, very good one indeed for the making a spectacle of themselves 11. Just the 9 runs off it in 1 wicket. There hasn't been a boundary for 11 balls, and in fact there have only been 4 boundaries in the 3 overs of thus far. 46 for 1, the fat lot of use. 11 having been put into bat. WG Grace is on 6 off 3. Mohammed Shazad is 25 off 8. More social medias. Nestle Boy says, buggering hell, it's hot out. The Ghost of Zoob says, now this is a game that is to my liking. The good old days when life was so simple, I was still alive and didn't qualify for the fat side. Leah soon to lose this shithole, which we've now discovered is Munich, which I am to leave for Hanover in the foreseeable future. I really hope Mr. Dawood Ibrahim from Mumbai doesn't know how's that, because I stand to win a princely sum from him if there are no runners. Dawood Ibrahim, a notorious Mumbai gangster of recent times. We've got a few people with us. Somebody with a name in Hindi script, which unfortunately I can't read, but hi. Says hi, so hi.
Hi. Who's facing? Is it Mohammed Shazad?
It is WG.
WG to face, and who's bowling, Tony?
Well, before you do, I should just point out, when you talked about WG Grace being brought up on an orchard, Stephen Smith's grandmother was also brought up on an orchard.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, how do you know that?
Stephen. Sake. Let it sink in. He'll get there in the end. In the meantime, it's going to be Paul Allett to continue.
Oh dear, too subtle with the likes of the fat lot of use. Come on, I mean, we prefer sort of slapstick. We
Oh God.
Humour we're into.
Steve Smith's mum is from Doncaster.
Is that actually true? Mine obviously was total nonsense, but well, there you go.
There you go. Right, so it's Paul Allett coming in to bowl to WG Grace, and here he is up past the umpire onto the crease. He bowls, and it's smacked by WG Grace, who eased himself into his innings with a couple of runs, but now is launching, and it's what they've all come to see.
First boundary in 12 balls.
Well, that's broken the spell. In comes Allett again. Bowls to WG Grace, who thought about hitting it for 4 while the dice poised for a little while, but it rolled over onto a 6, so it's gone out of the ground from WG Grace. Successive maximums.
5, 2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row.
Yeah, we're just seeing that again. It just landed on the sponge.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough.
Be a Victoria sponge given the Hendo's team.
Victorian sponge, indeed. The Victorian sponge, WG Grace, going to get 3 runs this time as he flicks it away through square leg, and he's very happy now with 15 from his first 3 balls. Alec then to bowl to Mohammad Shahzad. He's coming into the small Afghani, and Afghani is
small.
Well, he tucks that away back with a square. Lovely little late cut, really, from the man himself. He goes on to, what does he go on to?
27 off 9, 1 4 and 1 6. By the way, that first 6 of the over brought the 50 up. 63 for 1 now with 2 balls left in the 4th over. By the way, I think that's the only time Mohammad Shahzad's ever been referred to as small.
Tiny in height, but particularly rotund. In comes Alice again to bowl to Shahzad, and Shahzad is thinking about what he's going to do with this, and he gets a little inside edge onto the pad, but they run through for a very sneaky single, well spotted that by WG, and another run is added to the scorecard.
1 to come.
Final ball of the over
with that,
and all that came back into who's out there?
Grace.
WG.
Grace.
And he just manages to push that into the onside again through the mid-wicket region, and he'll come back for a second. But that is the end of over number
4. Yeah, 20 runs off that over to go with 18 from the first over. Consistent from Paul Allett in that he started overs badly and finished them quite well. After 4 overs, 66 for 1, the fat lot of East 11 having been put in to back. Mohammad Shahzad is 28 off 10. WG Grace is 23 off 7, yet to hit a 4, but has hit 2 6s. Jeff Perkins says, I asked the Ghost of Zoob on Twitter whether there were indeed fat ghosts. And Jeff Perkins says, ectoplasm is very low in carbs and protein, so yeah, lots of slimy fat in those greasy ghosts. Leah says, if Smith's grandmother looks anything like him, I think it is more likely she was brought up in an orc yard than an orchard. Nestle Boy says, I am transfixed by Hendo's swirly ceiling pattern.
Oh yes,
That'll be the architect.
It's coming back into fashion in about 15 years, apparently.
It looks like an upside down mattress. It looks like you've actually got a mattress on top of you rather than underneath you.
My whole home is a mattress.
Remember to turn your ceiling every 6 months. Who's bowling the 5th?
Devon's going to continue. He's been buoyed by the wicket of, was it Cosgrove?
Yeah. Yep.
The wicket of Cosgrove.
So he's going to have at least 1 more over.
And he's bowling to
Mohammad Shahzad.
He's in, he bowls to Shahzad, and Shahzad hits him for 4, stood up on his tiny toes, his fat little pinky, and thrashed it away through the offside for 4, and that's his highest score in the tournament. What a day to do it. He goes to 31, or 32 even.
32.
In he comes again. Oh no, there's a big appeal. That one came back into him, and it's been given. Oh, I thought it was LBW, but it's run off the pad, and it's just dislodged a bail, the leg bail. And how unfortunate could Mohammad Shahzad be? It's a rather fortuitous breakthrough for Devon Malcolm.
Yeah, Devon Malcolm continuing to enjoy his work against the fat lot of East 11. 5 for in the first game now, 2 for 32 off 2.2 overs. Mohammad Shahzad bowled by Devon Malcolm for 32 off 12, 2 4s and a 6. Again, not a particularly impressive strike rate in the context of this tournament at 266.67 runs per 100 balls, 70 for 2 after 4.2 overs. And does this bring the large vessel to the middle?
It does, and joining the Victorian out in the middle is a man from Victoria. It's Warwick Armstrong.
That's one easy run for a man. But a bloody marathon for a solid one.
That's a weird jingle.
It is very weird indeed. Warwick Armstrong, the captain, waits for his first ball, and he's immediately into his stride. He gets that front foot well out to an over-pitch delivery from Devon Malcolm and creams it square through cover for 4 runs. The captain off in fine style. He waits for Malcolm in again. He bowls and he's again. He tried to adjust it. Malcolm bowled it shorter, but it was outside off stump. It gave enough width to Warwick Armstrong, and he has carted that up and over cover this time. It's gone for 4.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
What a fine start by the big ship. He waits for the next delivery from Devon Malcolm, who is in, and he bowls. And it's an appeal! Surely not the big one. No, it's a no ball. He's overstepped, has poor old Devon Malcolm. It's relief for the fat lot of Use 11.
Yes, super delivery from Big Dev, but just as we saw Shannon Gabriel in the intra-squad game that's been going on, fantastic delivery, but a no ball.
Yeah, there you go. Well, Shannon Gabriel, of course, well known for his no balls, isn't he? Devon Malcolm, not so much, but he's already got the wind up him because he's got that wicket and just straining a little bit too much. This time, Warwick Armstrong will ease into double figures as a straighter ball is worked off his hips towards mid-wicket, and they'll come back for a leisurely second.
Want to come.
Final ball of the over. Warwick Armstrong gets a short one from Malcolm. Top edge. Is he going to fall into the hands of the man at deep fine leg? No, it's cleared him. It's cleared him, and it's 6 runs for Armstrong. He gets away with it. I suppose a moral victory to Devon Malcolm, but look at the scorecard.
Yes, look at that scorecard. A weird over from Devon Malcolm. 4 wicket, 4 no ball, 2 6, 21 off it, including that no ball plus the wicket of Mohammad Shahzad. That scorecard also says Warwick Armstrong 16 off 5, WG Grace who'll be facing 23 off 7 after 5 overs having been put into bat. The fat lot of Use 11 87 for 2.
It's been a better start for the fat lot of Use 11. We've quite regularly found ourselves in the 50s for 5 down, so there'll be quite an actual platform for the lower middle order for once. Roger McCann is watching on Facebook Live.
Rog.
He lives.
Hello, Rog. Right.
Hi, Rog.
Who's bowling
then?
Oh,
Paul Allott, who's gone for 38, hasn't extracted anything positive from the Bears' digits of doom. So he's going to be replaced by the man immortalised by Lord Beginner in the Victory Calypso, none other than the slow left arm of Alf Valentine.
Yes, the wonderful to the Alf Valentine will come on to bowl. He's bowling WG Grace. Oh my goodness me, 2 giants of the game, but that one, as he aimed a sweep, he just got his leg outside off stump. It was a very close run thing, but Erasmus had to say no. I'm very sorry, Alfie. That is not out. In comes Valentine again, left arm round the wicket, and this time WG Grace does sweep and connects quite well. The ball is running with the spin away down from the man at deep backward square, and they will get back for a 3rd. Here comes Valentine again, just a couple of steps in. Oh, and well struck that man, Warwick Armstrong, back over the head of the bowler, and that has been a very flat 6 indeed. And even a 4, that's
Even
how
a
flat
4.
it was.
So flat it landed 15 yards inside the rope.
Excellent stuff from Warwick Armstrong. Faces up to the next delivery, and he's rolled back, and there's another appeal as he tries to sweep. And he's been caught, I think, behind. I think he got a little inside edge onto the pad. It looped up, and Dick Young ran round from behind the stumps, has claimed it. There's some dispute going on there. Warwick Armstrong's not sure that he got an edge on that, but I think he's being told to go.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Lively work from behind and then in front of the stumps by Richard Alfred Young here of the, I think, only 2 test matches for England. Warwick Armstrong, the Fat Lot of Use captain, gone for 20 off 7 3-4s and 1-6, 94 for 3 after 5.4 overs.
Well, it is. It's the lineup, the Fat Lot of Use 11 lineup. They're promising more than they're producing. They've had to rely on the lower order, and it could happen again now. But on his way to the middle this time, a man who should get some runs. Surely he's got the class. It's Arjuna Ranatunga. Hello. Didn't play a jingle.
Yeah, well, you still got balls.
Oh,
No.
I'm sorry. Okay, all right. Go on. Off you go. Off you go. Oh, John, he's not even been out there. It's a no ball. And quite right. That was absolutely outrageous from the match referee, and quite right that that should be called a no ball.
I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
Valentine had the element of surprise and then blew
Was
it.
that the ICC?
Right. As you've now requested,
Mike's
you'll
never
get
worked.
it.
No, I ain't saying he's a fat bugger, but Arjuna ain't skipping out on no cheeseburger. Put a muzzler on a good length. Arjuna Ranatunga's gotta go and get it.
Durban Oak says.
What happened there was that.
Sorry, Durban Oak says we all know what's going to happen. Hendo will win because he'll get upset if he doesn't.
Well, I mean, if you've got to win somehow, haven't you?
Look, occasionally I forget to play a jingle. It doesn't mean a ball doesn't count, mate.
Well, listen, the thing is, Arjuna Ranatunga was taking guard when Valentine just suddenly turned and bowled, and then quite rightly he protested to the umpire who had sent it upstairs, and I think the right
here comes the
decision
next
was made.
ball.
2 to come.
Alf Valentine then into Arjuna Ranatunga, and it's going to be 3 runs this time as he goes on to the back foot and forces through the onside, and he's away.
1 to come.
In again, bowls to WG Grace. WG Grace is going to get a couple here as he steers this back past the bowler. It means man at mid-off has to run back to chase that. So well done by that man, Clive Lloyd.
And that ends the 6th over, an eventful one. Dot 3-4, wicket, no ball, 3-2. Pretty decent over from Alf Valentine, 13 runs off it. After 6, 100 up for the Fat Lot of Use 11, 100 for 3, which is far better than they've managed.
We're back.
Are we?
Let's get a picture. It's 2 of us and 1 of them, and I don't know if that's someone on the end of the line. It's Tony Bishop. He's trying to get in. There he is. Well, that was a bit of a shit decision just before lunch, wasn't it?
I was on the bus, so I only heard the commentary. Was it very out?
Yeah, it was pretty out. He just missed it kind of straight.
Should never have reviewed it. I mean, England didn't.
And Geedy around a wicket to the left-handed Lees. He leaves it through to the keeper, and there's no run. People batting at the moment. This man's facing.
Alex Lee's learned magic. It's tragic. I'd like to believe it's not so.
Bowling is...
Domination is the name of the game. In cricket or life, they're both just the same. So go get the guy who can turn the day. Let's play Lungi and Geedy. Let's play Lungi and Geedy. Are you down for Lungi and Geedy?
And his second ball is just defended by Lee square on the offside, and the other man there is the one we've all got hopes for.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
It could be a long afternoon. I mean, in South Africa we're looking 2 more wickets, 3 more wickets, and then we've got the game wrapped up. As probably thought. That one's full and wide, and probably these feels he might have missed out there. As he slapped it straight to point, and there is no run. Yeah, England 38 for 2. They're trailing by 123. They survived 12.3 overs. And Lees is on 12 of 38 deliveries. Wrapped them up reasonably quickly this morning. I didn't check how many GPL entries we had.
Ooh, yeah, have a look at that. We were on about 50 quid yesterday, weren't we?
Yeah,
we
we're
were
on
doing
50 quid. We only had 1 entry this morning.
Oh.
On Brain Nuevo on 297. Probably because we forgot to mention it.
Oh, I need to get in touch with Brain Nuevo. I must do that.
And Geedy into his 4th over. Round a wicket to Alex Lees. Ooh, cuts that back into his pads. I thought he cut that back onto his stumps. But there wasn't too much excitement, so that gave that one away. There was a drop as well. He was dropped, wasn't he, on not many, 4. by Keegan Peterson coming across, I think Aidan Markham in the slips. But he survived still. Ball's still pretty new. And as I said, it could be a testy afternoon for England. What do you have for lunch, Tone?
I had a peri-peri sort of wrap that I made myself.
Oh, very nice. Ngidi in and defended square on the offside, and there's no run. I haven't had any lunch yet. I'm trying to sort out paperwork. It's really annoying.
That used to be a polite word for being in the bathroom. Just gone to sort some paperwork.
That's a business meeting.
Oh, right, okay.
As the cameras pick out a very tall Marco Jansen. I assume you reckon, what's wrong, Jack? You reckon uncomfortable?
Oh, it just doesn't swivel, does it?
That's because it's too far up against the wall. You need to pull it out a little bit. And then you'll be able to lean back a little bit more and get a little bit more comfy. It's because people coming in, they just sort of drop down in the chair and it pushes it back further and further. That's onto the pads of Lees, who clips that quite sweetly down towards long leg. Get just through for a single. Root will not get to face his first ball because that was the last ball of the over. And therefore we're over to who's on socials?
That's me.
Nobody. No, is it you?
Yeah.
It's me. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I thought it was me.
Dan De Castro, surely Root must survive the day for hope. Yes, we go along with that. It's only YouTube. It says closer play 215 for 4. That's reasonably optimistic, I would say. It will be a lead with 6 wickets still in hand, albeit with a long English tail and not particularly exciting to watch. But England would settle for it. It's only day 3, remember?
215 for 4, yeah, that'd be alright. Be quite slow rest of the day though, wouldn't it? 2 sessions for another 80 runs, 160
Baz ball on Mogadon.
Yeah. Well, Maharaj is going to continue. Just a little bit of
surprised.
Success. Well, it wasn't exactly a great ball. He just missed a straight one, really, didn't he? I mean,
well, you got 2 for 6. Wouldn't you keep your bowler on who'd just taken 2 for 6?
Well, yeah, I suppose. I mean, the first wicket was also part of shit, wasn't it? I mean, missed a sweep shot. Maharaj over the wicket to Lees, who just plays that up towards mid-on. Mid-wicket comes across, can't field it. It'll be a single. Let's give the bowler a jingle. Sounds like this.
There's a bowler there from South Africa. Started up bowling pace, but he made the switch. I wonder why, but he's known as Keshav.
I've just seen that LBW for the first time. That's terrible, bang. Flipping heck.
It's a straight one, isn't it, basically? It's an arm ball.
He's nowhere near it.
No, exactly. He's playing all around his front pad. I mean, they're always tight because they're on the leg stump, but still, you've got to be able to clear that front leg out of the way. The Root defends back down the track, and there's no run. And you see Crawley's out as well. Crawley just swept across the line.
No, I missed that one. I was on the bus too.
Just left. Crawley just swept across the line and got pinned right in front of the stumps as well. You know, I don't think down the track comes Root, drives nicely, but straight to mid-off. He won't get any runs.
I think England's main tactic has to keep Jack off buses. Yeah. Seeing as they seem to lose wickets whenever he's on one.
He's safely here now. We won't let him go.
Yeah, don't let him out. Yeah. Till close of play.
Defended by Root, and there is no run.
Well, I was just telling Hendo that I thought England were on to lose by an innings here.
Well, that wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't have to come in tomorrow. That's driven by Root, wide enough of mid-off that he'll get himself through for a single. Thing is, for England to get into it, I mean, look, if these two get England into a lead, then the whole situation changes, doesn't it?
Well, it depends. It depends where they are when you get into a lead. If it's a lead of 2, not really.
Well, even then, you know, at least you've got some sort of stability, right? And presumably the ball at that point would be 40 overs old, maybe. That's clipped into the leg side, straight to mid-wicket by Lees, and there's no run.
If these 2 get them into
that's
a lead,
what I said.
you said that.
Even if it was 2 runs, and you know they were essentially 2 for 3, You're in a lead. The opposition has to start thinking slightly differently. Face a fourth innings score.
120. I mean, Lords can flatten out, can't it?
Yeah.
That's a very thoughtful looking Zach Crawley. What's he reading?
They do crosswords, don't they?
Is it the Ladybird book of batting?
It's a crossword book.
Yeah, it is a crossword book. I can see words on the end of it. He's got sunglasses on. He looks very tight-lipped, doesn't he?
Cheeky chap with a brush. 5 words. Sweep.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, then Geely's going to continue. None for 7 or 4. Presumably, well, Nortcat hasn't had a go with a ball yet, has he? Or Peters, or Janssen. And Geely over the wicket to Root. There's 3 slips. And Root just dabs it down in the offside in front of the square, as is what he does. He gets himself through for a single. Just need someone in the top order, i.e. well, here it has to be Lees to stick with Root. See, there you go. Shite.
It was
great.
Yeah. But I think what will upset people is not so much that he did it, it was the timing of when he did it. But be positive, and he was positive. It certainly just didn't work, did it?
Yeah,
and
but it's being positive and it's being positive. I mean, the one thing about the sweep shot is you try and sweep it when it's not on the stumps, because then if you miss it and it hits the pads, you're not going to be out. Oh dear, edged, and lucky to get away with that lead. It goes wide of third slip and races to the third man boundary. So that's one of these after lunch.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Not exactly the most convincing of shots, but he gets away with it.
No.
Oh my word.
Well out of control of that, isn't it? It's come right off the splice of the bat.
Yeah, and the bat's not straight, and a lot of things wrong with it.
Only player to not get a wicket for South Africa, isn't he, Ngidi?
Yeah.
Only bowler.
Well, that's good news for us then, isn't it? At the moment. Ngidi in, round a wicket, driven. That's I thought he timed it better than that. He hasn't. He's just got it out through the covers. Tailed in right at the last minute. Got himself 1 or 2? 2. Remains on strike into the 20s. Just. Tony chuckling away. I presume someone sent him a funny tweet.
No, it's actually an email.
No.
Sorry. Morg and Jeff both confirmed to come and have a drink in Bishop and Bear.
What time of day are we planning this?
Well, it's early. I think it's late at night for us. Early morning for Morg and sort of mid-afternoon for Jeff.
Oh, that's cool. Late at night's fine for me. It's easier late at night.
That's what I thought.
Ngidi around the wicket. That's tossed up full wide. And he might again think he missed out a little bit there. Didn't really get his foot across though. Played from the crease, jabbed at it, and went straight to the fielder at point.
I think he's really worried about the one that comes back in, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's not
clearly.
moving his feet across to drive.
No.
He's playing. His feet are in position to react to the in-swinger rather than hit the ball.
Yep. Cut of 50s this summer. 67 and 44 at Trent Bridge, 56 at Edgbaston, 25 and 20 at Lords. I think real failure, I suppose, was Headingley 5 and 9. He's got to the 20s again here. Oh dear, tempted pull by Lees under edge that just misses the stumps, bounces and goes through to Varane, and there's no run.
True man not looking happy.
Yeah, he reminds me of someone, Varane. I can't think of who, but he doesn't look very South African.
No, true man, as in Ngidi.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I'm talking about Varane. Varane reminds me of an English northerner.
Well, Bairstow.
Yeah, a little bit. It's just a gingerness, I know, but
And
it is a wicket keeper.
Yeah.
Reminds you of an English northerner. What is it like? Flat cap and clogs? I mean, what are those defining features that you're picking out there, Bear?
I don't want to go there because.
I think that's why I'm asking.
It just kind of slipped out. No,
People
I'm not going to justify it.
No, you're probably safer not to.
Ngidi around the wicket, last ball of the over. too much into the hip. There is a short leg, but Lees controls it past him down to Honoric Norkia, down at long leg. With a single to end the over. 15 overs gone, 49 for 2. Over the tone.
Absolutely. I just need to find where we started. How's that fine leg? Says Bear, why are you selling Lords? Fair question. To read, are you a Patreon? How's that fine leg? You'll find out if you read. If you are. If not, can we recommend that you might consider becoming one? Selling England by the pound. That was Genesis. Genesis album, wasn't it? Farong says Maharaj definitely turned the test around with his 2 wickets from 3 overs. Doomed. Test to be completed today? ? Exclamation mark.
Well, that's what we all wonder. It's quite possible this England batting lineup. It could be, especially the way they're playing at the moment.
There was more to that tweet, but I'll save it until the end of this over.
How long was the tweet?
Well, it's not
full
exactly
280 characters.
Well, it's not exactly War and Peace, but it's using up most of its letter allocation.
Over the wicket, is Maharaj the Lees. Rolls that 2 straight, turns down leg side. Can't get any bat on it. Fumbled by Varane anyway. Varane, and there's no run.
Varane. It never rains, but it pours.
That is defended out to the offside, and there is no run. Out to cover.
There is great theatre, though, isn't there? And men around the bat with a spin bowler bowling and a.
Yeah, I mean there isn't that much
on
spin really, and it's not sort of hopping and skipping off the pitch with variable bounce that really requires them. But hey, might as well have them in. Give doubts to the batsman, as that's defended to short leg and there's no run.
Give doubt to Batman.
Yeah, exactly.
Or batter, as we should refer to them these days.
No, I'm not going down that route. Another one comes in. Leg slip now is in, and it's too short by Maharaj, and Lees can just clip it off his hip, send it down to long leg with not much force, and allows him to get back for 2 runs. Well played. 51 for 2. That's England 50 up. Only 2 wickets down. It's a start. Just need a big partnership.
Well, when you start off trailing by 161, 2 wickets before you've got to 50 is not ideal.
It's not. The question is the big partnership that has to be formed in order for you to get back into it. It's defended out towards the cover. Maharaj goes to field himself, but they'll get through for a quick single. 1 ball left in the over. You know, you've got to get a big partnership early. Someone in the top 5 have to get a substantial lead, really, don't they? And we've only got now really 1 more wicket to do it with. So the next 3 batters have got to get, ideally 120, 130 ahead. Put England in with a chance. Down the track comes Root. There's an appeal for LB. No, I don't know if he got bat on that or pad first.
He's miles down the wicket.
He was miles down the wicket. It looked quite straight. I'd have appealed.
Yeah, but you're not going to get the decision, are you? I mean, look at this. He's had 1, 2. He's 3 steps down.
Yeah, and it's not it is. It's not going to hit the stumps either. It's pitched on a bad off and it's turned. It's going to miss off stump. Covered it up nicely in the end. Route having not got to the pitch of the delivery. Dean Elgar with a very flat nose.
Is that a defining feature?
I think so.
So which part of the UK would that place him in then, Bear?
Well, he looks a little bit Italian. He looks like someone I know called Bod.
Where's Bod from?
Bod has got Italian heritage.
That's not part of the UK, is it?
No, it's not. I didn't say it was part of the UK. The tone was putting words in my mouth there.
He was just asking a question.
Yeah, he was. It's fair.
Yeah.
Well, and Ngidi ran a wicket and defended by Lees up towards mid-on.
See, for me, Lees is too tall and bulky to be a northerner.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What, you think all northerners are squat and fat?
Well, they've got to go down the mines, haven't they?
Well, conversely, it rains more, so therefore, don't they sort of grow quicker?
Well, no, because the rain hitting their head will actually arrest the growth.
Stops it.
Yeah, gradually.
Yeah, could be.
With their flat caps.
Yeah.
More pressure on a flat cap.
Exactly.
Maybe they don't start flat. Maybe they just get flat the more rain falls on them. Maybe they start like top hats and just gradually get flattened out by the rain.
Lee should be on a farm somewhere.
Well, yeah, he's a bit like that. Defended, out square on the offside. He wants to head off for a run. Root says no.
Hay bale.
Covers and there's no run.
Hay bale on each shoulder. Swigging cider in the evening.
Cider's a West Country thing now.
Oh, there you go, West Country. Alex Lee's West Country.
Isn't it Old Trafford, they famously say, if you can see the Pennines, it's going to rain. If you can't see the Pennines, it's already raining. It's a sort of way to anticipate what the weather's going to do.
Manchester is very wet. For my time there as a student, it was but wet an awful lot.
Is that one of your abiding memories?
Yeah.
Manchester, yeah.
It was quite grim. It was good fun though. Defended by Lees. Into the ground, just in front of him, dropped short. No run.
He's got the peak of his helmet's pulled down very low as well, like a a big farm hat.
Yeah, and his eyes.
Well, the farm thing, because you've got the Alistair Cook lookalike thing. With the farm thing in common, because the way he kind of bares his teeth when he's concentrating is very Alistair Cook-like.
Yeah.
If only a bit more of him was Alistair Cook-like.
Definitely on something with the farm, I reckon.
Yeah. Right, Geedy coming in, fourth ball of the over, in his sixth over, number 15 so far. Round a wicket to Lees. Thinks about a drive. It's full and maybe there, but refuses to do so. Lets it through to the keeper, and there's no run.
What about Joe Root? Where'd you place him?
Sheffield.
Yeah. I mean,
well, that's because I know it already that he's from Sheffield, isn't he?
Yeah. This is why you have to zoom out. Don't let facts obscure the bit.
I mean, he is quite
Upper Peak District.
He's quite northern. He's kind of bow-legged when he walks a little bit. He's quite
What?
Short, high leg.
He does have a bow-legged thing to him.
Yeah, he does. Really.
He'd have trouble walking through a ginnel then.
No, maybe it's all that time hunched over his bat. Then Geedy in, Lees again, leaves that through to the keeper, and there's no run. 58 balls he's faced now, Lees. He's got to be thinking he should stay there.
We should even this discussion up, though, and start to think about, well, what defines someone from, I don't know, Watford.
Watford?
For example.
They speak like me.
Well, that's not a physical attribute.
If you say so.
Probably a lot of short and fat people there.
What?
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 Yeah.
Okay. But I thought that's... Oh, never mind. I thought that's what we just basically said was a defining characteristic.
Well, maybe that's just the English way then. It's, played square out to the covers. There's no run. Although, Jack's not short and fat. So, Hendo's quite short and fat. You're a little bit taller, but,
But he's not from Watford. I was trying to be quite precise.
Look, I think you've got some height on you, haven't you, because of the nutrients that are naturally abundant in the south of England versus the north. So you'd probably be a bit bigger than.
I think I've grown, a couple of inches since I moved to Claygate. I think it's the clay soil.
But also because you're probably from an office-based community, you wouldn't have the broad shoulders of, say, Elise, would you? You'd be like tall and a bit wiry, I think.
Yeah, that may be the majority
of gardener,
of
by the way.
Huh?
Are you talking about me or Bear?
Watfordonians in general. Oh look, there's a sweep. I think he was going to go for a reverse sweep for a minute there, wasn't he? Really? Then decided just to stick with the normal thing. And I'm not even sure he got any bat on that. And it didn't. Oh, he did. And the umpire's given it to him. I thought he might have missed it completely. It just come off the keeper's shoulder. It was kind of glove, wasn't it?
What was the original point of Watford?
Just a satellite town for London.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. And they could appeal for LBW. Hit him on the arm in front of middle stump,
Too late now.
Also, some old. It was a market town as well. It's a market town.
Yeah, I used to work in a market. Selling fruit and veg when I was about 15. That was clipped into down to long on. Well, he's not long on.
I could somehow see you doing that.
With all this in mind, I can see Zach Crawley being a Watford boy.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got that kind of voice, definitely.
He's from Bromley.
And then eventually, after doing market trading for a while, he takes his shot in the city.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't talk to me about Bromley, Tone. I go there all the time.
Commodities trader.
That's defended back down the track.
Maybe there's a blue plaque outside the house Zach Crawley was born in. You never know.
I doubt
We may
it.
have been born in a hospital, of course, rather than in a house, but you never know.
You never know with a ponch on. Oh, look, reverse sweep by Rooty. He's got that one through the gap. That's actually a good shot. Looked a bit hurried to start with. He's not going to get 4 for it. Rabada chases it down. Probably get 2, maybe 3. They're going to get 3.
I would imagine you were a very good market trader. I can
it's not
hear
hard.
you hawking your wares. 3 for a pound!
You don't even
They're
need to do
lovely.
that. They just come up and ask you.
Ooh, bet you can't wait to get your hands on these, missus. 3 for a pound, they're lovely.
Nah, I hated all that shit.
Okay.
But it was good. You started at about 5 in the morning and you were finished by midday because the market used to shut early, so that was always not that bad.
I reckon you'd be a good
that's true.
ticket tout. Speaking of similar,
Good cricket tout.
Ticket tout.
Ticket tout. Yeah, I could do that. It's a bit of wheeler dealing. I could probably manage that one.
You have to look really shifty as well to do. I don't think the bear looks shifty. I wouldn't describe him as shifty in any universe.
Thanks for that.
I'll
Tone.
tell you what,
That's
up
good
close.
to know. Up close, says Jack.
Well, that's true.
As he played at that one, Lee, there was no turn. That one straight on, arm ball. And could have quite easily caught the edge. It didn't. Maharaj bowls that faster and flatter and more in at Leeds, who drives that sweetly but straight at cover. And there is no run.
He's settled in pretty well here, Maharaj, hasn't he?
He has.
Good lengths.
Yeah, reasonable length. He's certainly drawing them forward. Over to you, Tone.
Yes, right. Farong to finish that thing he's saying. Interesting to see how the middle order approach the South African attack. Still over 100 behind, I think. Definitely doomed. Ravi Nair says. Crawley is surely reading the job vacancies ad, trying to see if there's something suitable. Mogg says Dane Pete looks like he'd be from the Peak District. Just to get back on that subject again. Warren says, did Bear sell vegetables out the back of a 3-wheeled Reliant Robin?
No. Did have a
No
Reliant
income
Robin
tax,
once.
no VAT.
Did have a Reliant Robin once. My dad was a mechanic. We had a 2CV and a Reliant Robin up the side of our house. I sold the 2CV to a mate of mine, who then left it outside his apartment block in South London because he didn't realise couldn't work the stick shift. And the Reliant Robin got sold to a friend who put Pete's Dragon on the bonnet.
What do you mean he left it outside an apartment block so it would get...
Well, he bought it as a Gide's in, edged and gone. Oh, for fuck's sake, Rooty has gone, probed outside his off stump. Probably didn't need to play it. It's very unlike Root to get caught out in that fashion. It was a little bit wide to be playing defensively out. He's good at leaving that. But this time he hasn't.
I think Sunday lunch out needs to be planned in the Bishop household now.
Well, Sunday, yeah, definitely. Might be in tomorrow. Carried quite sweetly. Aidan Markram, I think it is, who caught that at third slip. Elgar's happy and Geely's happy. That's his first wicket.
Big one.
Yeah, it is a big one. And Joe Root's had a pretty poor test. Well, see, this is what happens when you have fucking 5 weeks off when you're doing well. Stupid arse. Not him personally, but you know.
The system. Blame the system.
Blame the system, indeed. Let's play a jingle to send him off, I suppose.
Very weird. You do get you catch sort of snatches of those jingles. Just about heard enough. Mogg, by the way, said in great big capital letters,
Turn your
"Free
camera off,
for a pound," is very confusing to speakers of English.
Well, you know.
Which I guess it is. Doomed, says Ravi now. Brian Barish says, are we talking about the Morrisville Raptors superstar Dane Pete again? Is he? That's where he's playing now, is he? Is he playing in the US?
Yeah, well, he can't.
Is he, by Jove?
He can qualify for playing for America, which means we might get to play his jingle again sometime. It's a genius. In the meantime, this man's coming out.
Johnny Best is smarter than the average besto. Johnny Best has been this good since daycare, so all put on your wigs and let the crimson hair flow. I want the Pope to give him his own large prayer. Oh, he can hit the sixes, although it's so dark. He'd even run a 10 at Bradford Park Avenue. No other Yorkshireman can compare. I tell you, Johnny Best is smarter than the average bear. Stoke.
Yeah, just prodding at one he didn't really need to be prodding at. And unlike Root, he didn't let it come onto him, did he? He was actually playing out in front of his pads, which is quite unlike Root.
Oh.
And they'll be very happy about that. Now let's see what happens with Bairstow. This could all end quite quickly.
Yeah, it could definitely. It's definitely on a downward trajectory, isn't it, if you're an England fan? The 3 down for minus 104.
Yeah.
Johnny B, he's been our saviour or match winner more than once this
Can't
summer.
do it
so
forever.
don't give up yet.
Bazball has to fail
he's had
at
one
some
failure
point.
in this match.
Oh, and he nearly has a failure there by leaving one that comes in sharply outside his off stump. And Khan missed his off stump by much. And Geedy couldn't believe it didn't hit the stumps. And he survives. It's through the keeper and there's no run.
Even if Bairstow gets 100 here, England won't have enough runs.
No, they won't. That's what I mean. England need a run. You know, England need to get a lead of 250, 200 minimum. Well, maybe 160. Give you a shout, but you expect South Africa to win at 160.
I
200 makes it around about evens. Over 200, I'd probably put England favourites.
I was going to say over 150 to at least have something to bowl at. I agree with your increments from there, definitely.
It certainly wouldn't be enough. I don't think 150. Oh, that's full by Ngidi trying to get it through Bairstow. Just about jabs the bat on, plays it back to the bowler, and there's no run.
I think basically South Africa are much better at bowling than either of the other two teams that England have played this year. What I've seen so far.
Yeah.
Might have a little bit of help with the conditions in the first innings, but
true.
They're just like a better team,
yeah.
bowling wise,
than
either of the other two teams that have been to England this summer.
Well, England didn't bowl well, actually, to be fair. South Africa. Also South Africa got the call right on the toss, didn't they? On the first day, to a certain degree, it does help. And they backed it up with that great bowling attack as Bairstow defends that back down the track to the bowler. And there is no run.
Pad tidily together too.
Yeah.
But they all of them are threatening every time they bowl.
Yeah.
It's relentless. There's no Matt Henry or
attack.
Siraj or Thakur to go at 6 and over off.
No, exactly. But having said that, if you're in a different position and you can put pressure on a bowler, it can fall apart. That's the thing. You've got to stay out there and not let them take your wickets, and then start to put the pressure back on them. That's a bit more traditional than Bazball, I know, but that's at least a theory in Test cricket. As Ngidi is in, attempted cut by Bairstow, under edges it into the ground. It goes nowhere. No run. And it remains 57-3. We do a change at the end of the over. The only person that's changing is Tony, actually.
Get out of here, Tony.
You're taking over from me, and I'm taking over from you. And Messrs is coming in between us. After this ball, well, Stokes will be padded up. He'll be next in. Skipper, not a great game. And England haven't had a great game. And then Ngidi is in. And that's short of a length and cramps Bairstow. Managed to get on top of it. Plays it down to the leg side. And there's no run. Ends the over. England are 57-3 after 19 overs. Lees is 25. Bairstow yet to get off the mark. And we have to say goodbye to Tony, hand over to Jack, and say hello to Messrs.
Thunder from down under.
Hello.
Brian Barish next tweet 5 minutes ago, Messrs.
Thanks, mate.
And a few on YouTube.
Brilliant. I just had to reconnect. All Apple devices need to be updated for a security flaw, and it took 20 minutes to update my computer.
Really?
I think Jack's analysis is spot on. This is easily the best bowling attack that England has faced this year. And they're just bloody good.
Maharaj will continue. Drops maybe a little bit short that time. It's well played by Lees off the back foot to punch it back down the ground for a single.
Yeah, reasonably good shot. Now, how's Bairstow going to play the spinner? Is he going to try and clump him out the ground?
I think Bairstow will want to look for 25 balls here.
You really think?
Yeah, I think he'll take a long look here.
I don't know if he will.
In a few of his innings this year, they've not. It's not been the Bairstow Express from dot.
No, true, but I think he'd rather dominate a spinner than trying to dominate the cricket bowlers. He might try and sweep, for example. I don't think he'll come down the track, but I think he might try and sweep.
One drifts into the pads and he flicks it behind square on the leg side for a single. He gets off the mark from his 6th delivery. England 59 for 3, trailing by 102.
I was just looking at some stats for Bairstow.
Get your picture off, Tone.
So far this summer, if he's reached 16, he hasn't got out for less than 100. This is a vulnerable part of his innings.
There we go.
Sorry, Messi, I've turned your video off, not Tony's.
Maharaj in and jabbed at on the back foot by Lees into the leg side. There's no timing on that whatsoever, though, so it's a relatively easy piece of fielding. At mid-wicket, no run. And the ball is back. It's already in Maharaj's hand. He gets through his overs nice and quickly. As Lees presses forward this time, drives to Nokia at mid-off. Peterson under the lid, short square, had his hands up. I think that's what they want, isn't it? Lees sort of poking at that, bring the men around the bat into play. Maharaj reloading, that goes 2 leg side, well negotiated by Lees, out to the man at deep square for a single.
See, this is where you actually want to be. It's difficult when you're trailing by 101, but I mean, if you've got men around the back, and the pitch isn't doing a great deal with the spinner, you want to be kind of attacking it. Get those men out and get him out of the attack, because he just provides a foil for the rotating fast bowlers at the other end, of which they've got 4.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly an argument for that. I don't know if that should be Bairstow's tactic straight away, as he tries to flick into the leg side again on the front foot. Good piece of fielding by Peterson, who gets around and flicks the ball back towards the stumps. Bairstow alert, though. He puts his bat down. He's safe. It looks like we're going to have a bowling change at the. It's not. What's the end? The nursery end.
Nursery end is where the media centre is.
Yeah. So it'll be Nokia, the big fast bowler coming into the attack. Bowled Bairstow in the first innings, of course.
Oh, of course. They'll be trying to do that again, no doubt.
If your number one project is to have yourself a bride, I think I've got your number one guy. He was bought by a franchise when he was buying meat. It's Unrick, okay.
That is such a clever jingle. Brian Barish says, are we talking about Morrisville Raptors superstar Dane Pete again?
Yes.
I realise I have an irrational hatred of Dane Pete, and it has nothing to do with him. It's all because of you, Ben.
Quality jingle, man.
And Ravi Nair says, okay, doomed. And Neil Harris says, when does Bazball start?
Tomorrow.
And Mog says Dane Pete was on comms for a few games last weekend.
Norkia's first delivery is a little bit loose into the hip of the left-handed Lees. He turns it round the corner to Ngidi on the fine leg boundary and comes through for a single. He's scoring relatively fluently now, Lees. It's sort of no risk singles all round the ground for him. Bairstow will be back on strike. I think we know the plan here.
Yeah. I wanted to ask Brian, actually, and I forgot to. Does Liam Plunkett, now he's injured again, does he come on comms with? Is he on comms with Liam Plunkett and Brian Barish?
I don't think he's been on comms, but I think Brian had his photo taken with him on stage. I've seen the record.
On the TV, we're looking at an old man having a cup of tea.
Lammy.
Is that who it was?
Yeah.
An old man.
Alan Lamb.
That's what I saw. Arik Norkia in. Bairstow punches off the back foot. Not sweetly timed, but it's he does well to get on top of it. It goes through the covers and they come through for a single.
We're all old men to you, aren't we?
Yeah.
I was just going to say exactly the same thing. Yeah. We're one big homogenous group of grey.
One big group of Zimmer frame using bozos.
Exactly. holding you back, yeah?
Drinking a cup of tea and putting our teeth back in. Yeah. Oh dear.
Alex Lees back on strike, his tongue lolling out the side of his mouth like a Great Dane.
It's a bit.
Bat poised high, waiting for Nokia to come in and deliver the ball, and defended towards point, no run.
Damn.
Here's a question, Ben. Why is YouTube not monetised today?
Probably because we've had a strike on one of our jingles.
It's the
It's
super
really
chat.
irritating. You know, YouTube has this.
Can you not just click edit and turn monetisation on?
I can do.
Well,
I mean,
it's got a dollar sign at the bottom of the messages.
That's what I would do.
The thing is, when you get a strike, it says.
Nokia in, and Lees rides the bounce on that one, flicks it through square leg. Short square was in play, and actually, sort of sprawled, right hand outstretched to try and get a grasp on it. I think it probably came off the bat slightly too quickly though, and the England players come through for 2 runs.
So now would be a good time to insert ads.
You don't want to you can click close there.
Yeah,
I
I
think.
know.
It's given me an option to click on a dollar sign and send a sticker with some money.
Okay. Well, that's why I was suggesting you did.
It kind of turns itself off automatically. You put it on,
Yes,
and then
I know,
after
yeah.
a couple of times of you getting, using someone else's music, it basically decides it's going to turn it off.
Nokia in, left by Lees. Good judgment there, left on length. He pouts, and I think nods to himself.
I'm so fed up of getting emails from YouTube saying you've had a strike and then it's not. You haven't been taken off. It's just you've used someone else's music, and therefore,
Yes, they want the money for it.
They want the money, and it's ridiculous because you can get a PPS license or whatever it's called, which allows you to play music on internet radio. But they don't accept it at YouTube. No. Can't possibly do that.
Why don't you use your own music?
Well, we do mainly, but a lot of it's.
Nokia in, Lees goes for a pull shot, but the ball stays a little low, I think, and he ends up kind of kneeing the ball towards point. It's it wasn't graceful cricket. No damage done, and it's the end of the over.
Indeed. Over to you, Messi.
Dear. Okay, so sorry, I've just lost my spot. Derek Willis says, given the way Bairstow's gotten out bowled on off stump, that was a very brave leave, his first ball. How's that fine Blade says, what the fuck is Bazball? Well, it's a very annoying expression that's used to cover a whole range of things,
Exactly.
and I wish it was never invented.
It's a cover.
Leah says, at this rate, I won't be late for my community event tomorrow evening. Thanks, Joe. And our number one superfan, Madan Mohan Sharma, says, hello, Guerrilla Cricket. Now, today is the time when both Lees and Bairstow must show their capabilities. Bairstow scored tons of runs in this session, but today he must score a big and brisk century.
Bairstow plays inside out to the first ball of Maharaj's over, who is continuing from the pavilion end. He drives to mid-off. There's no run, though.
Doesn't necessarily have to be brisk. I can't imagine if he got a ton, it wouldn't be anything but.
Here comes Maharaj again, and it's defended by Bairstow.
Just get himself in, play his natural game. I'm sure that's what he'll do.
The lead below 100.
Yeah.
So, only 97 runs until England
make them bat again.
England make South Africa bat again.
A man to find the positives, the Jack.
Presumably they're going until 7 o'clock again tomorrow.
I think it's 7. I was channeling my inner Bishop there. Maharaj really tossed that one up, and it kind of Yorks Bairstow in the end, who jams his bat down. It was a little bit leg side. Maybe Bairstow missed out on that. Could have steered it away for a single or a couple, but just sort of towed it into the pitch instead. And he defends the 4th delivery of Maharaj's over.
Just cracking up. Thought of you having a bishop inside of you.
Oh dear.
In a bishop.
That'd be nasty.
Yeah. Is there a mute button for?
Is there a mute button?
Yeah.
No.
Our friend from down under. Little edgy from Bairstow there. As Maharaj takes the pace off and sucks him in to playing forward to a ball that maybe he should have played back to. Bairstow does get over it enough, and it squirts away past this slip fielder down to short third while they come through for a single. So 96. Ooh, only 96 runs
Dizzying
now.
heights. 65 for 3. It's not that much better than we were in the first innings, let's be honest.
Maharaj completes his set. I'm going to say set because I think that annoys all the right people.
You've caused the trouble there.
And Lees plays an awkward-looking half drive, half block, which goes to mid-wicket. There's no run. End of the 22nd over. England 65 for 3.
Bog says, yes, YouTube has been getting increasingly cunty with content creators this last few months. Yoel says, very late in joining the test, so apologies in advance, as I suppose this has been discussed in depth. Who do you think should replace Crawley? Actually, we haven't discussed that. We decided he should bugger off, but I don't think there's been discussion about who should replace him. Jack, who's your
I
pick?
think they're quite obviously actually lining up Keaton Jennings, aren't they, for another dig?
Oh, no.
Yeah,
no,
I think that's,
no.
I think so. I'll talk you through why I think they're doing
Oh,
this. And
for
the
fuck's
logic isn't necessarily awful. As Norkia comes in, it's a bouncer. It's well played by Bairstow, who pulls it well in front of square. In fact, he pulls it through mid-on, basically, and it will run down the slope. Is it going to go for 4? Not quite. I think that's
They might run for.
I think that's Rabada, who comes all the way round from deep square leg to keep it inside, and they have run 4.
Yeah. I'm
Do we jingle that?
I'm going to jingle it, yeah. That's a 4. And he's on that so early.
It was a very, very good shot.
Yeah.
Against a very, very quick bowler.
They've faced him quite a lot in the IPL, I presume. Over the years.
Well, I mean, here and there, I suppose. It takes Bairstow up to 7. So Jennings, I think, will be the man who comes in.
That's a fucking disgrace.
As Norkia's through, and that's an inside edge. It goes between batter and stumps, down to fine leg for a single. No, a good running. Good running. He come back for 2. Went almost straight to the fielder. I suppose there was enough grass there before the bloke came in, swept in onto the ball, swooped. That Bairstow managed to come through for 2. Well run.
So why do you think Jennings?
So I think England, they don't really think Jennings is a solution, but they're not ready to get into another long-term relationship. They want.
We haven't had one for ages.
They want. Yeah, well, they want to be free,
flexible,
and yeah, they want flexibility at the top of the order. Pull shot from Bairstow, he misses it, hits the thigh pad, goes to third slip, no run.
They're looking for the next Alistair Cook.
They want effectively they want friends with benefits at the top of the order. They see Keaton Jennings as an option.
He's a bit of a potential biffer at the top of the order.
You don't want to introduce Keaton Jennings to your parents as the next England opener, do you? But
I love your analogy.
He's been fucking useless.
He's got a couple of centuries. He's had his moments, hasn't he?
Yeah, when he picked him as a sweeping, he swept himself to a couple of centuries in the subcontinent. But when he was back home, he looked fucking useless.
Here comes Norkia. Yeah. It's wide of off stump. It's cut by Bairstow, well in front of square on the offside. It will run away to the mound stand for 4 runs. He's making Norkie look very easy paced.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? He is a class guy when he gets going, isn't he, Bairstow? He has had a good summer so far. Just needs to rediscover a little bit of that after a break.
Yeah.
Hasn't played the 100, has he? Have you been watching any of the 100?
I've probably watched about half the games, I think.
Have you?
Yeah. Quite enjoyed it.
Really?
Yeah.
Can't get into it.
Depends who's commentating.
Norkia in, swish by Bairstow. He misses it. The slips have got their hands on their heads. He's not out though, is he?
No.
I want to have a look at that one again. Here we go. Yeah, he plays inside the ball. Definitely the outside edge was in play, but not found.
No.
Yeah, so I think that's my argument for Jennings. I think the 100's been all right. I mean, the quality of cricket's pretty high. It's over in 2.5 hours, which I think is a nice change versus the IPL, where quite often you're in here at 7:15 and the game hasn't finished. Norkia through, straight, defended by Bairstow, and that's the end of the over. You're not, if you're an old man, or even a 30-year-old man, I don't think you're really supposed to become a Noble Invincibles fan, are you? It's just sort of more cricket to sort of,
the thing is, Messi's a bit right there. I mean, I've watched it and I've just listened to the people talking about it, and that's what turns me on, not necessarily the cricket.
There's a bit of hyperbole, isn't there? There's a lot of
totally.
look at the kid.
There was a really good comms team the other night with Nasser and Atherton and Dominic Cork.
They had
Owen Morgan, and he was really interesting. Owen Morgan.
They had Alex Tudor on last night. Excellent, really, really good. Yeah.
Maybe it's just the BBC have got shit commentators then.
Maharaj through, poked at by Lees, and I think he's trying to hit that to cover. It's gone to mid-on. They've come through for a single. All the Stips have dived on the floor because the throw in was horrific. I think nobody thought that anyone would do something like that, so nobody went to back it up. As it is, Kyle Verreina, I think is how you say it, does well to prevent buzzers.
He's kept wicket really well, hasn't he?
He's been sharp. I think he's been pretty sharp with his gloves, yeah. That's my thoughts on the 100. It's just more cricket.
Yeah, it is.
It hasn't done really anything for me. I don't object to it too much.
Well, it's like T20 doesn't do it much for me either, but if it's on, I'll watch it.
Yeah.
You know.
I think the sort of broader question with all of these leagues and things are whether what we want from cricket, as Maharaj comes through, it's defended by Bairstow, no run, is whether we want more fans that are less engaged with the game or fewer fans that are more engaged with the game. So I think if you serve up a consistent diet of Test cricket, you are appealing to fewer people. As Maharaj is through, down the pitch from Bairstow, flicked into the leg side, who will come through for a single, good batting. But those fans, I think, tend to like cricket more.
Yeah.
You are reaching more people with the 100 or the South African Smash or whatever it is, all of these different leagues. But are you... Is it as engaged an audience?
Well, but the question is, are you? I mean, the first figures that have come out from this year said the audience has dropped by 50%, and
As Maharaj through, I'm not really sure what Lees is doing there. I think it was a reverse sweep. He misses the ball. It spins down the leg side. I think leg slip does the tidying up. Not particularly impressive.
Not a bad show. Not a bad show for OWW.
It does. It comes off his back, and I suppose the stumps. It might have been going over the stumps.
Probably going over, but it hit. Man, it might have just hit him outside the line. But
it looked
like
awkward.
It was going over the stumps.
Floated up by Maharaj. Another check drive from Lees that he inside edges back to the bowler.
So that was another shot like what Crawley got out to, that you don't play in Test cricket.
Well, yeah, but that was safer because it was pitching miles outside off stump. So
yeah, it was safer, but even so.
Maharaj finishes off down the pitch from Lees, and Rassie van der Dussen in the very, very short mid-on next to the pitch pulls off a nice piece of fielding to prevent a run. It's the end of the over.
Mog says, I started re-recording the music jingles for myself a while back just to try to dodge as many strikes as possible, but since they are so flawless, I assume the algorithm can't tell the difference. Brian Barry says Bazball is misspelled rounders. He's competing with the Bishop here. He says, what kind of meat do bishops eat? The answer is none, N-U-N.
No.
Dear. Leah says, what's that, Messi? I fear I will have to challenge Moan, our number one superfan, to a game of my yet-to-be-finished cricket board game to determine who is the Gorilla Cricket number one superfan. Oh. Well, he just says such nice things about us that we've got to say lovely things about him too.
Cut short from Bairstow. It's wide. It's not a great delivery from Norkia. It beats Maharaj at point and runs away to the boundary for 4 runs.
Well, he's batting Bazball. It's 18 off 22.
Yeah, I mean that's not. He's had a few meatballs to use baseball terminology, I think,
Yeah,
from Norkia to get him going here.
Well, true, but other people would have left them.
That's true. That is true as well. Norkia knows he's not bowling well. At the end of the last over, he was shouting into his hat. He's kicking the turf after that delivery. 18 from his 2.1 over so far. In the first innings, he actually started relatively loosely, didn't he?
Yeah.
And then he tightened it up after he got going.
He was going at 6 and over in the first innings.
That's more like it. That's a very good ball in the circumstances, I think. A little bit wide of off stump, but it goes with the slope. Tempts Bairstow into
95 miles an hour.
A drive, and beats the outside edge. Quick, yeah. And I think that's the risk, isn't it? I suppose if you're Bairstow, if you want to play outside off stump, Norkia does have that in his locker.
Yeah, absolutely. This is then we're going to hang on to it. If he gets a healthy edge to that, it's going to fly, man.
It'll be in the pavilion. Norkia through. It's a great delivery. It's an outside edge. Norkia has his man. Bairstow trying to defend that off stump. Goes with the slope. Caught by Kyle Verreynne behind the stumps. And Good Ship England is taking on water.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
It's a really good ball from Norkia. He actually sets that up to swing back into Bairstow. It does come in a little bit and then just holds with the pitch. Brings that outside edge.
Good pace as well.
Into the game.
Once you're committed to a shot, aren't you? It's a good line. He had to play at it.
He did. It's a nice piece of bowling, and that's the what you get with Norkia, isn't it?
Yeah.
At that speed, if he gets it right, you've got no time to make an adjustment.
Exactly. Well, this could be over today. Very much so. We've got an hour before. Oh no, we've got an hour and a half before tea plus. It could be over by tea.
Do you know what I think is really interesting about all of this? I don't think England has lost any of its 14 wickets now as a result of risky shots developed through the baseball approach. I just think it's a result of really good bowling, and England batters just been beaten. I mean, most of them
on a lot of occasions, yeah. I mean, I think Lees in the first innings gave it away.
Lees was pretty awful, and Crawley's shot in this innings was pretty dreadful.
Yeah. But other than that, you're right. I mean, a lot of them actually got out by decent balls, at a decent pace that have done stuff. So, you can't complain. They are a better bowling attack than ours.
I think they're beating England quite soundly and through skill rather than England's incompetence. I think the pitch might suit the South African lineup slightly more than England in a way, but
Yeah, and we're only a 3-test series. I think we can go down one. It's it's a long way back, isn't it? If you want to try and win the series. Anyway, this man's come out, skipper.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
And they're quite quietly sort of developing a pretty good team all round South Africa, aren't they, as well? They may be a batter light or a couple of batters light in the middle order, but bowling-wise...
Top of the list at the moment, aren't they?
Norkia into the thigh pad of Stokes, and that's the kind of ball that actually got him in the first innings, isn't it? Squaring him up and the edge to third slip. Albeit that one didn't move away.
Yeah, the one that got him actually straightened, jagged quite a bit, didn't it? Looked at on the... when they showed you the analysis of that first innings delivery.
Yeah, top of the World Test Championship list, aren't they?
Yeah. Probably after about 3 tests, aren't they?
No, I think they're quite a long way through. If they won 2 out of 3 against England, they'd be more or less penciled in, or I think they'd be penciled in, maybe not penned in, for the tournament next year. Yorker from Norkia. Ben Stokes is so late on that, but fortunately for him, it misses off stump by 3 or 4 inches. Norkia he's suddenly got his tail up, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's funny that.
This is South Africa's 8th match in the World Test Championship.
They've lost 3.
And England's 17th.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. Who does that? Do you know? Have you got up who South Africa have still got to play? They've got Australia in a series, haven't they? As Norkia comes in round the wicket to Stokes. It's a short ball into the ribs of Stokes, and Stokes plays it very well to get over the top of it and drop it down towards Gully. There's no run. I think we've got time for one more over as a trio.
Yep.
Okay, Mark says, who the fuck is this lease person Jack keeps referring to? Carl Cherkwin says, how many tests in the South Africa series, please, gents? 3.
3
is the number. Neil Harris says, enough grass here for the bloke. Bear will be happy. Jeff Perkins says, presumably this his rent buy, if it has to do with a lease person. Oh, that's not very nice. And Ravi says, is young Johnny Bairstow basballing again? No, he hasn't been basballing at all. He's just been young Johnny Bairstow, basically.
Maharaj in. That's a little bit short, a little bit wide of off stump. And Lees gets a single out to the man, wherever it is, on the point boundary. Yeah, that's the one, isn't it?
Point boundary, yes. Well, we still trail by 79 runs. And nearly half our wickets are gone.
Yeah, Ben Stokes will face up. 2 left-handers now to Maharaj. The left arm spinner. When Leach bowled yesterday, it looked like that it would turn a little bit, but it hasn't ragged all over the place today. It's been quite true turn in a way. I mean,
exactly.
Stokes goes for the reverse sweep first ball. It hits him outside the line. There's an appeal from Maharaj. Not out.
Do you think Stokes is at school? Well, if we're going to lose, we might as well lose quickly because I can't be asked to hang around.
Yeah, I think I don't know if that's exactly what he's thinking. That was almost like a wrong un from Maharaj there. A little bit short. It didn't spin. It went away. I think maybe off that down the hill. But it wasn't where Stokes thought it would be. He pokes at it. There's no run. And the reverse sweep comes out again. Connects this time. It will be fielded on the third man boundary by Ngidi. Bounces the ball back into the wicketkeeper. They come through for a single.
Because when you're playing a game of cricket, you pretty much know when a game is up. Occasionally, it doesn't pan out how you think it's.
Yeah, I think Stokes will be thinking there's only one way back into this, and it's an onslaught.
Yes. Well, this is that's what I mean. So it's either shit or bust, isn't it? You either amazingly get a stupidly high score and somehow get yourself into a position, or we fail dismally.
Inside edge from Alex Lees. And it goes back down the pitch. There's no run. Back down the pitch off his pad, I think.
Next test is at Old Trafford. It's pretty hard.
And then at the Ovals. 2 of the 3 in London.
Yeah.
And we finish off the over with a sweep shot, which will pick up at least 1 run as it runs away along that 45 angle. It will only be one run. Rabada running. Not one. It won't be 1 run. It won't be 4 runs. That's what I meant to say. It'll be 3 runs. 3 runs for the England opening bat. It's the end of the over. The score is 86 for 4. And I think we're due a change.
We are due a change.
Yeah,
Tony,
you're going on tweets.
Yeah, I'm going to run and get a beer.
Okay, just before you go, to let you know, the next tweet is O'Neill Harris from 8 minutes ago.
Okay, Hendo's supposed to come back in. I had to turn your video off, Tone, because you didn't turn it off at the end of the last session, and you weren't.
Oh,
listening.
didn't I? Oh,
no.
You've let me in now. Yeah,
Yes.
I wonder what it meant.
Yeah.
I know I was in such a hurry to go and sort my plumbing out.
Bloody plumbing.
Well, you know all about plumbing.
Yeah, I do. Well, Hendo's supposed to come in. Jack's going to go and get a beer, so I'll sit here until they both, turn up.
I'm sure he will. I will read at some point Cricinfo's summary of the Nokia wicket as we wait for him to come round the wicket to Stokes left alone. Yes, it says it was 91 miles an hour for a start. That was pretty sharp.
Yeah.
It said South Africa converge on Nokia, who is like an enraged bull snorting and pawing the ground, then practically goring his captain as Elgar comes over to give him a hug. Which is fairly accurate, I think. He was pumped. Barely begins to describe it, does it?
Well, Hendo's going to come in and sit here.
Fantastic. He is going to come and sit here. He should be joining. Well, he's joining me, and Jack should be back as well. Between the 2 of them. Left alone, that one. 86 for 4. Remember, 326 all out South Africa. They had a lead of 161.
Still optimistic, Tony?
Not especially. I have to be perfectly honest. I think it's not looking particularly good for England under any set of circumstances. I don't think at the moment, but I'm sure Hendo would probably, most likely, say the same. And I think they realised that Bairstow wicket was the crucial. Well, they were all crucial at the top order, but I think they felt that there was, they know the damage that Bairstow can do. Lees is still there, of course. He's facing Nortje, who's in, and he gets rather folded up by that. But it's through him. Bahrain Fields still 86 for 4. 75 runs still behind. 6 wickets left, of whom, Hendo, do you reckon at least 4 are fairly bunny-like, should we say?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the problem. We get through the England top order, and there's not much left. But even if you look at South Africa this morning, I mean, the lower order added useful runs. Nortje, 28, I think it was.
This is what they've done well, isn't it? And England conspicuously didn't, as this one is taken the edge. Lees has gone for 35. The 5th wicket has fallen. Nortje has done it again. Bahrain has taken the catch. South Africa are cock-a-hoop. England are in tatters. I'm planning my Sunday lunch, and it won't be in Sydenham.
And your Saturday lunch, to be honest.
I wasn't coming into Sydenham anyway.
Well, no one's going to be having Saturday lunch, and no one's going to be having anything in Sydenham tomorrow, by the looks of things. It's brilliant bowling, actually.
It is.
What you've got to say.
Is.
It's absolutely brilliant bowling. But we shall also say something along these lines.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Well, I mean, he's at least top scorer, and that was a terrific delivery, although he did have a little wiggle and a waggle, didn't he, that he probably could have left alone. What did you two make of that? Should he have left it? I mean, obviously.
No.
I think that's play, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he might have been bold.
Yeah, no, I think it was a really good ball. He's bowling with incredible aggression, incredible speed. When you got a guy who could bowl at 93, 94 miles an hour, and then his adrenaline is flowing as well, it's extraordinary, isn't it? And it's a great sight to watch as a cricket fan. It's not a great sight for England fans individually. The other thing that I was going to say was that when you've got such a good attack, and we didn't even have to turn, or South Africa didn't even have to turn to Maharaj in the first innings to bowl England out. But when you've got such an attack, and there's a little bit of turn, but nothing massively significant. What you don't want to lose is wickets in an unnecessary way to a spinner, however good that spinner may be. And quite frankly, Crawley getting essaying a sweep, second ball to a straight delivery, and then Pope starting to come forward, then going back onto his stumps. I thought he was a little bit unlucky with that, though. Those were two wickets that
England... He started the snowball and just went and gathered pace from there, didn't it?
And of course, just get those were... The South Africans will consider those almost bonus wickets from Maharaj before lunch, and that sort of opened the door for Nortje to come running through. Anyway, new batsman is at the crease, and maybe not
Man of Surrey.
Man of Surrey, formerly of Essex.
Indeed.
It is indeed this man.
Well, he's better than just Butler, and his name's Ben Folks.
Well, 4 slips hungrily awaits this delivery, and it's down leg, and it's flicked at, and Bahrain takes it diving away to his left. There's no run. South Africa very much on the hunt.
Yep, they've got a couple of extra days off before the second test as well.
Oh, this
is
got him.
No,
I think
so
no replay from the first innings. Of course it is. I was about to say that's exactly how he got out in the first innings. Uncanny.
Incredible.
Then, folks, well, he's going to face a rampant Nortje. That is out.
An awful shot.
It was a waggle outside of off stump. Tamely edged straight through to Bahrain. 2 in 3 for Nortje. 86 for 6 England. The wheels are tumbling off the clown car, and I'm afraid, all credit to South Africa though, this has been an onslaught from them, and England just haven't had the wherewithal to resist.
Right.
Got him! Why did he do that?
That is three wickets for 0 for Nortje. He went for 18 off his first 13 balls of the spell. 3 wickets there. Figures of 3 for 18.
That's a long walk back for folks, isn't it? That's a long walk back to that pavilion when you've faced 2 balls. There we go.
Should I have some tweets?
Yeah, O'Neill Harris says, dude, T20 tournaments just bring in more Benjamins. Without it, a lot of boards wouldn't be able to pay players. It's injected a lot of loot into cricket that would not have been there if it were only tests.
Don't think this isn't a replay, Tony. It isn't a replay. It is a replay.
Armchair Cricket Podcast says, right batters, right batters in place, right situation. Just about when Bazball is supposed to start working right.
Yes.
Can the law of averages be beaten by a bunch of determined individuals? Would love to see them make a game of it. Well, it's not going to happen.
I mean, I kind of thought that it would be over today after the recovery that South Africa had late last night. I didn't expect it to be over by tea.
It's amazing how often we say that, though, Hendo, isn't it? It's that late order resistance that when you feel as the bowling side you're on this, you're right where you need to be, and all of a sudden it gets taken away from you by lower order batsmen who you think probably shouldn't be doing it. Psychologically, things can pivot, can't they?
Well, they can, but I mean,
and that's very much what happened here.
Anyone who's watched any of South African cricket over recent years will know that Maharaj is a very dangerous tail ender. And he came in and he did play Bazball to a certain extent. He did play an attacking brand of cricket at the right time, and he counterpunched, and England really didn't have an answer to it. And also should have got South Africa out more cheaply this morning, to be fair. I mean, Ben Stokes bowled himself far too long.
Well, if you're a follower of it's Ben Stokes... Oh, no, he's Stuart Broad batting. The answer is yes, but he's not facing because Stokes has guided Maharaj out to the cover boundary and got himself 4 runs. And the answer to the question, does he look particularly happy about that, is no. Because I think he realises, with Stuart Broad now stood at the other end and England still mightily adrift of their target to the tune of 75, well, they're going to have to go some. It means they need, let's just think in the most optimistic way for a second as round the wicket comes. Maharaj reverse swept by Stokes. There is a man down there though at deep backward point. It's Rabada, and they will just take the single, so Stuart Broad will have the chance to face Maharaj. So 75, so let's say they clean off that 75 and get another 100. No, that's not enough. That would only leave 25. What am I talking about?
Don't even go there, Tony. There is no optimism to be had here.
No, I'm trying. I'm just trying to think vaguely positively for a moment.
There's a point when positivity is pointless, and you just have to accept, as I did against Mansfield on Tuesday night, that
they need another 200 because that would leave them 125, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but I mean. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. They're not. They'll be doing well if they get to 100.
I was thinking anything over 100 lead would be
they're not going to,
something you can bowl at.
No.
There's Maharaj, 3 men around the bat, swept by Broad. But well, there's some interest in a catch. I really don't think it was.
I think it was an LBW.
Turn it around the corner. Well, they're going for LBW, aren't they? They are going to review it. They might as well. Elgar makes the tee. Well, when I say makes the tee, obviously he hasn't gone off, and he's doing the tee signal.
That was out. That was out. That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? No.
I don't think Maharaj is that infused. We'll have a look.
he's got a long stride.
He's a tall fellow with a big stride down. Not that
It's
necessarily
not going
makes a
over.
difference.
It's certainly not going over. I don't think. I mean, it's hit well below the knee roll, or just below. Well,
It has,
maybe
and
just
it's
on the
dropping,
knee roll.
of course. I think this angle will tell us literally nothing except that there was no bat involved.
Yeah.
This one will tell us something as we look from over the bowler's arm. And
Oh my word!
pitched outside off, impact in line. It's umpire's call, and the umpire had already said it's not out. So Stuart Broad survives by the skin of Richard Illingworth's teeth, which is not a pleasant thought unless you're his dentist.
Do you have skin on teeth?
Probably make.
Skin
Well,
on teeth?
no, it's a ridiculous expression, but there you go. I think that's the point. Skin on teeth being something that is ludicrously thin.
So tight, yeah. Okay.
Hence, it's used to describe something that's negligible. Forward comes Broad, plays that nicely. In fact, the three men on the offside round the bat all go scurrying. And I think the net result would be that there isn't a run. You can now, we're seeing a much more interesting view, I have to say, probably the most best and definitive view, which is from stump height, the opposite end to Stuart Broad. Maharaj in, and swept again and missed by Stuart Broad, who is clearly thinking there's really not a lot of point in me just prodding forward all the time. I might as well get some runs on the board, possibly get to my highest of whatever it was, 170. I'm jesting, it won't happen. What was it he got at Lords, his highest ever score?
It was 169, wasn't it? Or was it 167?
169. It was 169, quite right. Back in 2010, that famous match, of course, for all the wrong reasons. Maharaj over the wicket, full, almost a sort of a floaty Yorker. But Broad plays it safely enough back to the bowler at the end of the over. It's been an eventful one, 2 for 32 for Maharaj, 91 for 6. England still trailing by 70, and we're not overly optimistic. So let's have some messages.
Jersey Oak, gone to the pub. This is a real shit show. We're doomed. Mog, Jesus wept. This will be over today. Andy Ward was down for Gorilla Cricket tomorrow, clearing my diary. Jersey Oak again. Apparently Bazball doesn't work against good fast bowling, only against medium pace New Zealand trundlers. Jeff Perkins says, given the Bishop's confusion with TV technology, it is no surprise the Christian Church believes in a second coming, presumably due to replays. No, that's not bad. That's a good one. That's a good one to take a break on.
Norcair back into the attack. Stokes plays him tidily down towards square leg on the bounce, and there is no run. He's a class act Norcair, 91 miles an hour, that one that Bairstow had a little waggle at. He certainly can crank up the pace when he needs to. He and Rabada, and backed up by Ngidi, are a genuinely decent bowling trio, I think. As we wait for Norcair around the wicket again, he comes to the left-handed Stokes, who punches him away towards mid-on. They take one, they're going to come back safely enough for 2, which they will amble reasonably easily, reduce that deficit to 68. England 93 for 6, but they have been comprehensively thus far outclassed.
What pisses me off is I could have gone to Crawley Wimbledon tomorrow, but now it's sold out.
Is it? The Crawley end won't be.
No, unless I can get.
Are they playing in a phone box?
Yeah, ha ha ha.
As we wait for Norcair, swung and missed by Ben Stokes, who's looking to be aggressive. Of course he is. Well, yeah, you see, I would have gone to Preston, Hendo.
This is what we have to thank England for, mucking up our weekends.
You could definitely.
I mean, I know.
You could definitely get. I'm from Crawley.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, the stadium will not be full.
No, I can imagine it won't be. I might. You know, being stuck amongst Crawley fans.
There won't be. You won't even be amongst them. You can probably get a seat with a row to yourself.
You ask anyone, are they a Crawley fan? You'd have to qualify whether that's football or cricket at the moment as well, wouldn't you? As we wait for Norcair, who's has Stokes up onto his toes to dab towards backward point. They take another single. Although, would you admit to being a fan of either the cricket or the football version? Probably the football version first.
Well, I think the football version's had an injection of cash, hasn't it, from bizarre NFTs,
Bitcoin team.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I like the cricket version. It's entertaining, isn't it?
You said that about Wimbledon the other night. I think you get far too much enjoyment out of sport, Jack. I don't know what we can do. I think we need to sort of we need to stick you in front of
it's
England
really I think
failure
it's
for
really,
30 years.
I think
or
it's
something.
no. Well, you know you've emotionally invested, and I haven't.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Yeah, you don't emotionally invest, which is a very sensible thing to do with sport. And
I would love
watch
playing at the Horth, Hendo. There's a decent theatre in.
Yeah, there is. I've been to the Horth.
Yeah, it's often some quite decent music.
Well, Mrs. Hendo is from Crawley as well, so
well, she would know that.
Which bit?
Does she have any leverage with the football club to get you a ticket?
No, although her brother-in-law did offer to get me tickets the other day, and I said no, I'm doing the cricket.
Here comes Norkia up onto his toes and steered to backward point again by Paul. I thought that was your mum's birthday, or was that Sunday?
No, my mum's birthday's next Thursday.
Oh, so it's another different test. That I was
she'll
starting
be
to factor that in.
93.
Train strike tomorrow, though, isn't there?
There is a train strike, so I'd have to drive. Yeah.
Well, it's a nice ground to drive to. There's plenty of parking.
It's not too bad, is it? Yeah, in that respect, it's
Yeah, my Watford supporting friends are all heading up to Preston today.
Oh, big night out in Preston.
Big night out in
Might
Preston.
see-
Well,
might
I
see-
suggested staying in Blackpool. That
might
would
see
be
Freddie.
my-
You never know.
You never know. Norkia over the wicket, onto his toes goes Broad. Guided really on the bounce to third slip. And there is no run. It's the end of another sharp over from Andrik Norkia. And it looks like we might have a little break for some more tweets.
Cool.
Are they coming on? Yes, they are. So you've got
Drinks.
plenty of time to amble your way through messages.
Well, I'll read them really slowly then. Wrong. Well, could be all over at the tea break. Expecting a jolly fine rant from any of the crew. Mog, if the English get 100 lead, I'll give you $100.
Yay!
Hombre Nuevo, why are you saying yay? I mean, it's not going to happen, is it?
No,
it's like,
true.
oh,
Yeah,
great,
that
I'm
one.
not going to get 100 quid.
No, but it adds interest. It adds interest now to the situation, which was
You're not going to get 170 more runs.
Ben Stokes, never give up when there's
but
Ben Stokes. Never completely
Ben
give
Stokes,
up.
they're going to put everyone on the boundary if Ben Stokes starts going Burko, aren't they?
Well, they will, yes.
Hombre Nuevo, afternoon one for Planet Gorilla Cricket. Well, it feels far too recent that I was putting an estimate in for Broad bingo in the first innings. 6 and bowled, middle stump cartwheeling through the air.
Is that the prediction?
Yeah, then there's a lot of people talking to each other about the $100 because they recognise that is also not going to happen as well. Messenger says, but Hendo, why would you want to go and watch AFC Wimbledon lose again after having 2-0 lead?
Well, that is true as well. But I mean, this is the strange thing about emotional investment is that you live for those moments where you have hope, and the winning is so glorious that it makes the horror of constant defeat.
But the thing is, you can just be like, you can just enjoy the winning and sort of let the other bit slide.
I've just got worse. I mean, I do admit I've got worse since sort of I think lockdown, and I just see, to me, Wimbledon represents something. It represents the little man winning against the big man, and to me, and so it's and it
like the reason that's good is because the little man never wins.
Yeah, but when
Temba
they do
Bavuma
win,
up against Marco Janssen.
When they do win, it's a glorious
well, you can
thing.
still enjoy that. It's like I'm trying to think of a film where this happens.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, no, I can't think of one.
David and Goliath was the original biblical reference, isn't it?
Yeah, but all right. Anyway, Leah says we have a fun word for one spouse's brother-in-law in Germany. Schwibschwager.
Schwibschwager.
Blimey. That sounds kind of rude, doesn't it?
Your other half's, that's your brother-in-law, i.e. your other half's brother, Marco Rolls
I
around.
think so, yeah.
Oh, we're watching a replay again. Lord of course. Wish they stopped doing that.
Oh,
well, yeah, where were we? Don't invest emotionally.
Don't invest, yeah.
I mean, like, invest emotionally in, like, your passions and hobbies and friendships and, family.
Yeah, they're mainly
But
sport.
what if? Well, here's then a
like if you were if you were Joe Root's dad, then it's fair enough, I think, to be upset if Joe Root doesn't
What if
do
your
well.
your friendships though
Yes.
are tied to
sport?
your sporting teams and therefore your passion.
Well, so are lots of mine, but you just don't take it to heart when the people you don't know fuck up. Like if, for example, like all my friends said they didn't want to go and watch England cricket ever again anymore, then I would take that personally. That would be an emotional dagger to the heart.
Right.
When England lose here, no, that's just a bunch of people I've never met.
No,
I only like them for the good bits.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. But one of the things that annoys me about England finishing matches early is that we don't get more time on Gorilla to get more money through Patreon. And that's, to me, is the most important thing. It doesn't give. I can't just come on in the middle of the day when there's no cricket and just start shouting.
Just start in 100.
Well,
yeah,
Maharaj,
we tried that.
Going to give you a bit more time, Hendo, because he's pulled out of his run, which of course is not particularly long to start with, but he'll be back in again. Round the wicket to Stokes, who's had a big old swing and a shout for LBW. No, says the splendidly hatted Illingworth, and they're going to get some buys. Certainly one. They may come back for 2 buys.
Was it buys or was it overthrows?
Leg buys.
Oh, it was leg buys, yeah.
Oh, leg buys did it in the end.
I think they might as well review that. I think they're going to review that, aren't they?
Come on, boys.
Well,
that's
over.
If I was the umpire, I'm giving that out.
They're reviewing. That's out. I'm afraid that's gone.
Get a whole day off in London.
It's another of these.
Flinty Nuggety Dean. What's Ben Stokes' body language here?
On YouTube, we've got a couple of comments. Sue to who? Fuck me, Tony. And then underneath that, pokey bum finger. Replay Tony strikes again.
Replay Tony. That's what we should have to call you. Replay Tony.
Oh, it's missing by miles. This, isn't it?
Well, it may just be connecting just outside the line. Yeah, and I think it's.
Yeah, I would probably suggest that. We'll get a better view from here.
He's coming round the wicket.
Pitch is in line.
Sure.
It's missing anyway.
Yep. Impact was umpire's call.
Impact.
So it's another of these. Got to play as many of these as possible.
Elgar's looking to rearrange his field. 95 for 6. Still 66 behind, making South Africa even need to bat again. England, it has been a sorry day, but I don't think you should take too much away from South Africa, who have really seized the nettle and come at England hard here, and with great effect. Over the wicket comes the left arm Maharaj. Another shout, arms go up. Nothing of huge interest. Certainly Broad is happy to style it out. No review on this occasion. It was going down leg, I think, comfortably.
I think what they've done is they've really exposed England's soft underbelly, which New Zealand and India failed to do.
As this man, is met by... Oh yeah, it was overthrows, wasn't it? Push back to the bowler on that occasion. There's no run. I was thinking of soft underbellies. There's flighted superbly Broad, a tentative, highly dubious prod. I don't think he really manages to get much on, or if he did, he didn't know much about it. But he survives.
Surely he's going to launch soon.
Yeah, I guess you've got the worst of all the Broads here, haven't you, really? He doesn't quite know what to do. He's all his instincts are saying, slog it.
There's a forward short leg, there is a slip. There's a silly point, and Broad has pulled this away backward off square. He will get 2 as they run easily enough for Barterfields. 97 for 6. 3 figures on the horizon. Always a good psychological landmark.
Except
although ideally not with 6 wickets down.
Yeah, 6 wickets down and 16 still needed to make a team bat again.
If you're going to catch up with South Africa, you've got to get past 100, because it's 161 south is where England started. However, it is 1 step forward, 2 steps back, because every time they look like doing okay, another wicket tumbles. 97 for 6. Maharaj around the wicket, guided by Broad into the offside, takes an easy single, and will also pinch the strike, won't he? That's how confident Stuart Broad is. He says, don't you worry, Skip, I'm just going to nudge this single and keep the strike. Is that alright? 98 for 6.
Warren says, so Bazball turns to shitball if the toss doesn't go to plan. Well, 100% of the time so far. Steve Kellett says, evening all, so innings defeat then, possibility. Universal Pictures have sponsored an ad here. It says, this is no regular Lion. Experience Idris Elba's fight for survival in Beast Movie, #Beast Movie, in cinemas August 26. And I've watched the clip, the audio isn't on. It looks quite good. Idris Elba fighting a lion. It's like Jaws on the savannah.
Fighting a lion.
O'Neill Harris, Hendo, we actually love it when you come on the radio and just start shouting. So
maybe that. Yeah. So I'll sort of put that in the diary for tomorrow.
Alec Norkia. And he's been carted high and handsome over point by Stuart Broad for 4 runs. Lovely shot. Having stolen the strike, he probably needed to do something. And that was just wide of his off stump. And Stuart Broad just went, thank you very much. And away it went. It's a classy shot too.
No, he's still got a bit of an eye, hasn't he? He's still got a bit of an eye, and he's got the odd shot. But most of them are odd shots, to be fair.
Well, he gets a warm round of applause. Well, I won't say a round of applause. A tapping of his bat in appreciation.
100's up.
Captain, the other end. The 100 is up. 102 for 6. Norkia back over the wicket to Broad, who pulls him again.
Oh! It's been dropped.
It's been dropped to mid-wicket and dribbles into the sponge. It would have been some catch. Who was that? I couldn't quite figure out.
I think it's Maharaj.
I think this is for the camera, so I don't think it was anywhere near it.
You don't think he got anywhere near it?
Well, we're going to see. This will be the angle that tells us as Broad hauls it away to deep mid-wicket. Maharaj dives across. He was literally nowhere near it.
He was a fabulous dive, though.
It's a Klinsmann.
It's brilliant.
It was a Klinsmann. It was a Klinsmann. And Maharaj, well, it was definitely one for the cameras. What's Broad going to do this time? He's going to swing and miss over the top of his middle stump. Just a little bit lower, and he might have been in trouble, but not on that occasion. Through it went to Varane. 106 for 6. Broad, of 14 balls, has overtaken his captain.
I feel this is going to have a horrible ending with a full straight one very, very soon.
Well, you think he's going for the pull and he's going to top edge it up in the air? Or
No, I think he's going to be done by a full straight one. That's why I said he's going to be done by a full straight one.
Straight one. Sorry, I thought you said a
pulled. No,
straight
full.
one. That's why I misheard you.
Bald?
Deaf as well as blind. Bald? Nokia. Again. Nokia. Not Nokia. Broad. That's in his territory. Having already stepped outside of his leg stump, he was pretty much in line to play that. Just nudged it into the ground. Again, no run. 55 now. England trail by. Broad wants to get there in boundaries. Happy to take the strike. None of this. Let the senior batsman take that. Do the work. Not in the Stuart Broad canon of ways to approach things. Sharp bit of fielding at forward short leg there. 106 for 6. Norkia throws the ball up as he turns. Broad studying concentration, waits. And he's pulled that high now. Is that going to find the man at deep mid-wicket boundary? It's gone all the way well over his head for 6 of the Queen's finest. And Stuart Broad is not bucking about.
Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's
talk 14.
About 6. Let's talk about 6.
I think he's picked up some tips from Jasprit Bumrah, hasn't he?
Well, 14 off this Norkia over, who, well, he's a curious bowling spell. I don't think he was expecting this necessarily, or maybe he was.
I honestly don't think that Stuart Broad was looking at that shot when he played it.
I feel like Norkia's been let off the leash for an over here to bowl some bumpers after he got a couple earlier.
Yeah, well, they've got runs to play with, and I don't think they'll be unduly troubled. Stuart Broad's enjoying himself. The Lord's crowd will be enjoying it. We're enjoying it. It's fine entertainment.
The Fourth Day crowd won't be enjoying
classical.
it.
Who won't, sorry?
The Fourth Day crowd won't be enjoying it.
What?
They'll be ripping. Well, they won't be ripping up their tickets because they'll be sending them in for a refund, won't they? But
they'll already be on the phone to Crawley Football Club.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've got fuck all to do today.
Bumpy crowd.
Can you let us in? 112 for 6.
Oh!
Oh, he's gone up in the air. Down the. Has it taken? No, it isn't. Well, he was looking to haul it over mid wicket again. I think it's Ripardo who went chasing after it. I don't. He might have got a hand to it. The net result is 2 runs. Norkia has gone for 16 off that over, so his figures now are 3 for 37. And I think, are we due a change?
We are due a change.
We are. I think I'm taking my leave for a wee
You
while.
are? Isn't it
could
tea?
could be for this test.
No, it's not.
We shall see.
It's only 10 past 3. Yeah, no, it seems a lot longer.
Hour to go.
Still another hour till tea. That's why I said I think.
Well, I'll do the last couple of tweets.
Okay.
I'm out here.
Yeah, sure.
Brian Barry says, I wasn't expecting to hear a reference to the man who helped engineer the USA missing the 2018 World Cup. Here we are. I think doing a Klinsman might be a British cultural reference. And Jeff Perkins says, hopefully Tony gets his hearing aid tuned before Sunday.
Well, he won't be needed Sunday. He won't be needed.
That's
None of us will be
mean.
needed. We'll have a day off. We'll have a day off tomorrow.
G'day, James.
James
how are
Hillhouse has
you?
joined us for the first time.
Excellent.
What a wonderful time it is to be coming on for your first stint.
Well, I wasn't sure I was going to make it, so
Oh, right.
I was sick. And this morning I thought, I'll definitely be okay. And then it's got less and less okay. So I'm just relieved that I've actually made it to the match.
Well, it's great. It's great that you're here. Janssen is into the attack. I'll jingle him up in a moment. I don't think he's bowled yet, has he? This one is outside the off stump. Stokes goes down on one knee and tries to swing it away. Makes no contact. It goes through and then rather uncomfortably hits Verena on the kneecap. Rebounds away. But there is no run. Let's just jingle up the new bowler. I will do when I can find him. He's escaping my glance for the timing. There he is.
You think Michael would play polo, but there's more money in cricket.
Well, he comes down the wicket, Stokes, and again heaves at the ball. Once again misses it, and Verena thinks, oh, this is fun, I could run him out maybe. So he underarms the ball at the stumps, but makes no contact.
Stokes and Broad now, they're saving us the tragedy and taking us into sitcom territory.
Oh,
now,
yeah,
which is
yeah.
good. I think. Why not swirl it around like your Jerry Cottle circus?
Yeah.
I think it's more slapstick than sitcom.
Good ball from Janssen. He pings in a bouncer. He's remembered that Stokes has been dishing some of that out in the South African innings, and so he gives something back. Stokes plays it uncomfortably but well down in front of him, and there is no run. 114 for 6. Yeah, we get into that. It reminds me of an Ashes game that I watched at Headingley. I think it was 2009. England lost on the 4th day, but we had Broad and Swan smacking it around for about an hour and a half in the morning and making it quite fun. And then I found myself stuck in Leeds with nothing to do for a day. Janssen in again. Bowls. Down the wicket comes Stokes. He's followed by Janssen. He almost sort of just loops it off the pad in mid-stride, and they come through for a leg by.
It feels like rather like you. I mean, I was listening to you talking about the football before. It feels rather like when you go to a match and your team's terrible for 85 minutes, and then they're good for 5 minutes at the end, and you go away thinking, "Bloody hell, we were good." My God, we were good. So maybe our residing memory from this will be, wasn't it entertaining?
Well, I think it's got to be a bit. I think it's got to be a bit longer, the entertainment. I mean, England only batted 45 overs in the first innings. They've only batted 31 overs in this innings. Janssen is coming into the left-handed Broad. Broad clears his leg, swings away, fails to make contact. Through it goes to the keeper.
It was a genius bit of scheduling having the Lord's Test days 4 and 5 on Saturday and Sunday, wasn't it?
Well, it's turned out pretty badly, hasn't it? I mean, did I see something like they were already selling tickets for the 5th day for a £5 or something like that? Well, they won't be needed. 4th day won't be needed. Fly Slipper's gone back. That's little Keegan Peterson. We worked out how small he was when we put him up against Marco Janssen, who is now bowling. He's in, and Broad drives at that, and somehow he gets an edge that flies over the 2 slips that are waiting. And down to the third man boundary for one of these. Broad has raced on to 23 from 19 deliveries.
Yeah,
God,
and I would say at least one of them has been off the kind of centre of the bat. I mean, we're getting into it. It's beginning to remind me of the end of the Wild Bunch here, where they know they're going to die, but they think, screw it, let's just go out in a hail of bullets.
Well, that's exactly it. Neil Harris just says Bazball is back. I've actually just worked out Bazball is the polite way of saying fuck it cricket.
Fuck it cricket, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
It is, and it's been exposed for all its nonsensicalness, if there's such a word as that. Norkia 3 for 37 is going to bowl to Stokes, who's on 9 off 17. He's given up the ghost, although he's going to try and play a few shots. 4 slips, round the wicket, driven, hammers that back. I think technically it was a catch, but the ball must have been travelling. Norkia cannot blame himself for not being able to hang on to that or even get half a paw around it, and that has gone down to the nursery end for one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
But there's a difference in Bazball, isn't there? I mean, there's a difference between the Bazball that saw us, 55 for 6 when Overton and Bairstow counterpunched in, I think it was the second test against New Zealand, although I'm not 100% sure that I'm right. Norkia in again. This is just sort of hopeless Bazball, as this is guided to backward point by Stokes, deep backward point that is. They take a single, 124 for 6.
Do you think maybe
this is desperate, isn't it? This is desperation as opposed to counter-punching, really.
This is, well, I suppose maybe. I mean, Stokes' previous suggests that desperation might turn into counter-punching.
Yes. No,
if it's allowed to kind of have its head long enough. But I think it's sort of half the problems with Bazball and half just some tremendous bowling as well. I mean, you know, whether they were blocking or smashing, some of the deliveries have been incandescently good.
No, I mean, he's bowled brilliantly, Norkia. I've been impressed with him from pretty much the word go. And when I first saw him, and he's gone for a few runs. He's gone 42, but he's got the important wickets. Here he is again, bowling to Broad. Broad steps back, swings, misses through to Verena at head height, 88 miles an hour. That's pretty slow for Norkia.
Is that count as a slower delivery?
That's his slower delivery, yes, absolutely.
It's beginning to remind me, actually, in a way, I was thinking it's a bit like the Brexit vote, that there's this kind of progressive side trying to kind of move things on, and this side playing good old-fashioned cricket goes, not so quick, young man, and pulls them back.
I think, yeah, absolutely. And, I was quite interested in those comments that the likes of Elgar and Norkia made before the test match. So they just weren't going to be drawn into this nonsense. Norkia in again, full, stepping back. Broad is beaten by that one, but between the leg stump and his bat, which is about a yard outside leg stump when it's wielded, and through it goes again to the wicketkeeper.
Broad's batting a little like Luke Skywalker in Star Wars: A New Hope, when he has the helmet on and can't see anything before Obi-Wan tells him to feel the Force. He's just sort of the bat's going all over the place like a lightsaber, but it's not really connecting with anything.
Norkia 3 for 42. Here he comes again, in from the nursery end. A very regimented kind of run up. Smacked by Broad. Is there anyone back there at long off? No. Is it going to reach the boundary? Yes, it is. 4 more for Stuart Broad. Is this the desperation that turns into the counterpunch? Only time will tell.
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
England trail by 33 now. Now, I'm quite interested. James, are you by any chance a film journalist? Because you referenced already.
No, I've just watched too many. I've just
referenced
watched
a lot of
films.
And does that happen in the Wild Bunch? Because when you said that, I was thinking of Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, but it also happened in the Wild Bunch?
I think it's probably that's a
nicely guided actually. This time full of ball by Broad. He's a little bit unlucky that it's half stopped by Rabada, I think. And they're only going to get 1 for it. 43 this partnership is worth from 36 balls. It's the end of the over, so you can tell me a little bit more about film.
Well, I would say, wouldn't we say it's just a kind of a trope in westerns, isn't it? And
yes.
Particularly, I would say those late 60s westerns where you get grizzled old western stars past their best. who get to the end with their aching bones and decide to go out in a blaze of glory. But the Wild Bunch, of course, is probably the best example of that, or one of the best examples of that.
That's Peckinpah, isn't it? Sam Peckinpah film?
That's right. Yeah. One of his very best. But maybe his most famous one. I don't know. Discuss.
I think probably. Any tweets, Messi?
Indeed. Object Cricket Podcast says, a no-look 6 from Braw off Nokia. He's teaching his top-order colleagues how it's done.
Step back and swing.
Ravi Nair says, this is England's best stand of the innings so far.
That would be
Mog
hard.
says, are we up to sack the coach levels yet?
Yeah.
And O'Neill Harris says, oh no, he's back to bowl.
Janssen then starting a new over, bowling to Broad. Down the wicket he comes. It's fired in at his legs and he clips it away nicely. There is a man out there. It is Nokia. It's just going to be a single, so England move on to 130 for 6. And do you know the strange thing about this desperation counter-punch interface is that I can almost feel a tiny sap of hope rising in my belly. And that is
I agree. I'm with you.
It's happening,
I am
isn't it?
absolutely with you.
Gotcha.
31 to make them bat again. Stokes comes down to face. He's 14 not out off 19 balls. It's the left arm, lanky, pointy elbowed Janssen bowling to him. This one hits him on the pad and they go through for a leg bye.
I think we found the small shoot growing in the apocalyptic landscape.
We have.
Humanity will return. Baseball will thrive.
We have. It's an uncomfortable feeling, I have to say. But that's because you think I emotionally invest in sport. Are there any psychotherapists out there that can deal with over-investing in sport? Because I need to be talked out of over-investing in sport and helped in that sense.
I think that's a whole long period of reprogramming for you.
Well, exactly. Janssen bowls a bouncer, huge one, so huge that it clears Broad, it clears the leaping Verena, and it runs away for 4 byes, I imagine. Yes, we'll give it as byes.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is...
Oh no!
4.
It's
actually off the bat.
Yeah, it's just clipped off the top of the bat, hasn't it? As he's trying to get out of the way.
He meant that. That was deliberate. The way he flicked his head back to get out of the way.
The way he took his eye off the ball
at
the right moment was absolutely.
It was
superb.
a bloody good bouncer, actually.
It was damn good. He's bowled well. I mean, that's gone crazy now, hasn't it? It's gone off. Spilled by the keeper.
Well, maybe he's making he's making these bowlers lose their rhythm and their line. That is a bye this time. It's horribly down the leg side following Broad. It went outside him this time, and poor old Verena must be wondering what's going on. The partnership is worth 50 from 40 balls. England trail by 25. You can see that little sap of hope. You can see that tiny bit of sap. It's just growing in the Lord's crowd.
We're watering it. We're watering it. Absolutely. And I would say because the score is, we're not that far behind now.
Stokes is facing up to Janssen. He bowls him a full ball on leg stump and he clips it away. I say on leg stump, it was probably outside leg stump. He helps it down to Rabada at long leg. The man who goes away goes way. Even the man who goes way is getting excited now. He's rejuvenated as England move to 137 for 6. They trail by 24. Whisper it quietly. If we whisper it quietly, no one will notice us creeping up in the South African score.
Well, look, Neil Keir looks as though he's trying to get a pint there. No, he's not. He's getting a selfie with the crowd. One of the great things, what makes cricket a great game, that you can be in the field of play and stop for selfies and autographs.
Indeed. Janssen in again, clearing his front leg and everything else. Broad. He's still beaten by it. He's still beaten by outside leg stump, and yet he's further, or nearer, shall I say, to square leg than the delivery as it goes past. 137 for 6 is the end of the over. There must be some more tweets. Is there hope growing amongst the Twitterati?
Not yet, no. They're not. That's
all right then.
For a poor, Neil Harris says, for a poor cricketing country that loses a lot of their players to other richer countries, in brackets England, well, Australia and New Zealand have taken a few as well.
Absolutely.
South Africa does unearth a whole lot of talent. They don't miss Dwayne Olivia at all. Well, that's actually true, isn't it? When you think that he's not able to play, and they've still got this battery of 4 fast bowlers. It's amazing.
One of whom is coming back into the attack. Norkia is off, and it's the finest jingle of all time. Let's see what he does with his first delivery. Waited for by Stokes, and he plays a little brush stroke, reminiscent of Joe Root, only a left-handed version, down to third man for a single. The bowler is this man.
He's a high roller, rock and roller, scariest, deadliest, killingest bowler. He can sink your oats like the Spanish Armada.
No one faster, no one harder.
What's his name? What's his name? Tell me, what's his name? KG.
You were over the line that's a foul.
It was a no ball. Second delivery is lifted by Broad, and despite Maharaj racing back at mid-on, it just about clears him, and Broad comes through for another couple. He's gone to 35 from 28.
Tremendous. It's like watching a kind of like a basket of poppies at the moment. It's that kind of level of enjoyment. There's a lot of slipping around and messing about, but there's just something purely joyous about this.
He's got so underneath that one that it's absolutely plugged. He clears his leg again, and what's he done this time? He's going to be caught! And mid-off, he stopped the shot. What's he doing? Broady, you lost your conviction, and now you are lost and must return to the pavilion. England 141 for 7, and poor old Broady's entertainment has come to an end.
And so's your hope.
What on earth are you playing at?
Yeah, it rose briefly. And I'm
no,
afraid
come on,
now.
it can still be there. We've still got. When Jack Leach is still in the back pocket, we've still got hope.
I suppose so.
Yeah.
I suppose so. It's Dean Elgar was the man who took the catch. Simple enough. In the end, Broad 35 off 29. Can't blame him. He's actually done okay.
Yeah.
What else was he supposed to do after the failures of the top order? England have got to look at it. Zach Crawley has to go. He has to go, and he has to go for some time, I'm afraid. Alex Lees, well, until Broad came in, he was top scorer. I think they're now joint top scorers. But he's not putting the weight of runs on the board, is he? I mean, he's doing okay, but he's not doing enough.
Can I miserably throw into the mix the handsomest sportsman in the world, Ben Folkes?
You can, yes.
What do we think of him in the side? I mean, obviously, put the wicketkeeper brilliance aside, but as a batsman,
I think generally as a batsman, he's a good batsman, but I mean, you can't defend the shot that he played in this innings. I thought he was a little bit unlucky in the first innings, one that maybe kept a little bit low. I mean, I do hope we're not going to have the sort of clamour to go back to Butler, really. I think you just got to stick with him for a little while and hope that, you know, further exposure at this level enables him to sort of repeat what he does at county cricket level in the Test arena. Anyway, new batsman has come to the crease, and it is, if I can find him, which I can't, it's this man.
I've heard from pots that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
Disappointingly tame end for Broad there, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
I mean, he should have at least had sort of 3 people leaping on the boundary, colliding with each other in his dismissal, but unfortunately not. The right-handed Potts will face Rabada, and Rabada is in, and he plays much the same way as Broad by stepping a little bit outside leg stump and swishing, but making no contact. The deficit is 20. 20 runs required by England to make South Africa bat again.
Yoel says, honestly, Broad is probably the most entertaining batsman in this English team. Broad ball?
Broad ball.
Broad ball, that could be the way to go.
Rabada again onto the legs of Potts, and he tickles this past the man at short leg.
Now, does Rabada need 1 wicket for 250? Is that right?
Well, I think he needed 7 wickets at the beginning of the game, and he got a fifer in the first innings.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, so you're absolutely right. Yeah.
What a great cricketer
he really is. And we were talking, weren't we, earlier about the fact that he's he's got this incredible strike rate.
Oh, phenomenal.
The best of any bowler with 100 wickets since 1900, which is
an average of 22.
Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, anything in the low 20s, you are a superior bowler, aren't you? Rabada in to the left-handed Stokes. Stokes clips this away through square leg. There's nobody there, but there is a man back on the fence. I think it's Rossi van der Dursen. And they take a single. Stokes moves to 17. I don't think he's thinking about trying to protect Potts. It seems a pointless thing to do now.
No, definitely. We're seeing Mark Boucher on screen, who's increasingly reminding me of Ant from Ant and Dec the older that he gets. As his hairline goes higher, his forehead comes forward.
Well, it's funny. Go on, sorry.
But I think listen. I think they've just got to keep going in the same old way, hasn't it? I mean, they've got nothing to lose. Might as well swing the bat. But Rabada coming on, game changer always.
Here he is again. Bowls to Potts. Potts gets in behind that and punches up to mid-on. That is the end of the over. 35 bowled. England 143 for 7. Stokes 17, Potts has 1. Messi.
Well, speaking of hairlines, I do have to mention this. Formerly of this parish, Daniel Norcroft is doing a daily podcast with Adam Collins on each of these, and they're sponsored by Advanced Hair Studios, which
it seems very appropriate.
In Norcroft's case, yes, it is. Jeff Perkins says, surely this is just blame the bowlers time. Probably drop the spinner.
Yeah, Jack Leach. What did he do? Janssen will bowl to Ben Stokes. 2 slips. He bowls a straight one, or one just outside the line of off stump perhaps. Fullish length defended by Stokes. He's not 100% certain whether to stick or twist at the moment. There are men back. There's a deep cover. There's a third man. You could argue it's a fly slip. They've got a long leg and a deep backward square, a long on as well. So they're quite happy for Stokes to have the single here, and they can concentrate on Potts. He's in again, bowls. He plays a little bit around his front leg there, but he'll get 1. He's thinking about a second. It's very well played because the man from deep mid-wicket has taken an age to get in there, and Stokes has picked up a couple. Stokes has not given up yet.
No, and it's difficult now, isn't it? He was in flow when he was with Broad. You could just see it was happening naturally. He was just ticking. But now he's got to kind of like almost wind it all up again and go again with Potts.
Well, he's waiting for Leach, really, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly. That's the Bazball tactic today. Get Leach in. A few guys have got to get out first, but get Leach in.
A reprise of Headingley 2019 would be nice. Down the leg side from Janssen, it means that Verena has to dive across to his right to gather, and there is no run. 145 for 7. The lead when South Africa were bowled out this morning, it was 164, so England trail now by 16. And
I just realised that while we were talking about Rabada's average of 22 being pretty good, Jansen's is 20.4.
Jesus. How many matches has he played?
He's not played that many.
This is his 6th. He's taken 30 wickets.
Janssen bowls straight to Stokes. Stokes meets that with an equally straight bat. Guided up towards mid-on. Peterson, I think, is there in the field. He does the work. Another single. I was going to say he keeps the strike. No, he doesn't. There's still 2 balls to go. 146 for 7. You were talking about Boucher and his receding hairline. And I saw a few highlights, was it either this morning or yesterday, of... I think it was would it have been 99? No, it couldn't have been as long ago as that. I don't know how many years ago. Was it 2012? Boucher, he looked so boyish. Boyish.
I think those faces age badly, don't they? Boyish faces.
Yeah. Well, look at me. 146.
You're as boyish as ever, surely.
Janssen's going to be bowling to Potts for the first time. He's in, and Potts, what's he do there? He goes across his stumps, tries to flick it down the leg side, but makes no contact. There is no run.
Speaking of Hendo, Ravi Nair makes a very, very good point. He says, Hendo, if you weren't over-invested in sport, you wouldn't be doing guerrilla cricket.
Absolutely.
So don't you dare get cured of it.
Oh, yeah, that's a point. Yeah. But, I mean, really, is that to my advantage? I mean, I could possibly be lying on a beach somewhere. Portugal or Spain.
You don't get burned.
Janssen bowls and bowls Potts. It swung into him.
Yeah.
He carved horribly across it, and there was no other consequence that could emerge than stumps being disturbed. England are not going to make South Africa bat again. Potts has gone, and 8 wickets down now for England.
It's not so much going out in the blaze of glory as a blaze of ignominy, isn't it? That sort of shot.
Well, I mean, tell of those of us who've sort of questioned Bazball, or whether that was Bazball or just an aimless swing, and I think you'd come down on the side of aimless swing, wouldn't you?
That was just crap ball, I think. Yeah, I think though Janssen is a very impressive operator. The way he kind of like spears the ball down, it reminds me. Remember the old cricket Subutio set where the bowler had just like a kind of drain pipe coming down.
Yeah.
It's almost like he's got an invisible one of those. His accuracy is impressive for someone who's still bowling at a decent pace and from that height as well.
Test match, it's called. I have an unopened copy of it here.
Subutio Test match.
Oh, do you? Brilliant! Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, the slips had a little bit of plastic on the front in which to catch the ball, didn't they?
That's right, a little arc.
Yes.
Yeah, but by underneath their feet.
Did he have a ridiculously oversized ball though, like you do in Subutio football? I can't really remember.
No,
I think it's more. Well, we shouldn't say more realistic, but it wasn't as unrealistic, perhaps.
The football. New batsman is the man we've been waiting for.
Coming up is a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
And before that jingle even ends, Ben Stokes has gone. He carted Rabada over mid-wicket. It was a scintillating shot in many ways. The flaw in the stroke was that there is a man at deep mid-wicket, and that man was Maharaj, and he took a pretty decent catch. It was really travelling. And Ben Stokes is not even allowed. I mean, this is criminal of Ben Stokes. He's not even allowed Jack Leach to get out there and share a 100 partnership with him, because Jack Leach hasn't even received a ball, and Ben Stokes has gone. It is absolutely the most selfish piece of captaincy I've seen in cricket in my 59 years. So Stokes goes 146 for 9. It's nearly all over. Now he's getting applause from one or two encouraging people in the long room. The rest of him are just looking at him and sort of then turning away, embarrassed, a bit like Tory MPs and Boris Johnson, really. 146 for 9. Rabada has got 250 wickets.
250.
What
at
a
an
bowler.
average of 22.09. Janssen now has an average under 20 of 19.77.
And poor old Jimmy finds
Welcome
himself.
to your 40s, Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah, they're not going to be quite as good as your 30s. Possibly not your 20s, not even your 10s. I'm afraid to say. Anyway, this is him on his way. I don't want to miss out on money.
Yep. You owe us all right. You think this alternative cricket commentary stuff comes cheap? Well, we need some dollar bills to help pay our bills. So please, go to patreon.com/GorillaCricket and sign up to make a regular monthly donation. You know there is literally nothing like Gorilla Cricket's coverage, so don't be tight. Dip into your virtual pocket and throw some cash our way. See, Rihanna knows. Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket.
Pay me what you want it.
Absolutely. We don't have the extra 2 days in which to try and fleece you of your cash, so we've got to get them in where we can. Now let's talk about the GPL. Can someone tell me what's happening on the GPL? Is anyone likely
There's
to
only one entry from Hombre Nuevo, which was
one entry,
as I recall. Yeah,
one entry. Anyway, Rabada into Anderson, who pokes at this one outside the off stump. It goes through to Varane, and the man who goes away, but there is no successive wickets for Rabada, who has figures of 2 for 24 from 7.2 overs, and Dean Elgar really has an almost smug skip in his step at the moment.
Yeah, he's like Mark Corrigan when something goes wrong for Jez in Peep Show.
Yeah, down the leg side, this one, swinging further away from the poor overworked Verena, who has to go lengthwise, I don't know, who knows. I can't remember. 146 for 9, Anderson yet to score, Leach yet to face. And England,
I know it was the most obvious bowling change, but bringing on Rabada has changed things here.
Anderson goes back and prompted to the offside. He said, I'll have a single there. I'll have a single. And he does.
Because we shouldn't forget that Stokes didn't turn to his gun bowler this morning.
No, that's right.
When a breakthrough was needed. But Elgar did the obvious thing, and the obvious thing has paid dividends. When England were just getting a little bit carried away with themselves, he slapped them back down with Rabada, didn't he?
He did indeed. That's another no ball.
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
We're going to have a little change. It's hardly worth it, but we're going to have a change.
I'll just do one more tweet then.
Okay.
John Alford says, "Hi guys from Madrid, just back from lunch. What the hell happened? Although lunch did last 3 hours."
England played. That's what happened. England played, and they have shamed and humiliated those of us who live for sport and success in sport. Jabbed by Leach. Quite a nice shot actually, but really well fielded by Nortje, diving away at backward point. And there is no run. I'll do the end of this over and then I'll hand over to the Bear. Jack is back as well. A man who doesn't invest too much in sport and is much more mentally healthy than the rest of us.
Yeah, but the highs are lower if you don't invest in it. You need all the crap stuff to really get hyped up for the good stuff.
Yeah, I think it's gone too far now though. For me anyway. Rabada 2 for 26. Can he get his 251st wicket? Leach is facing, coming round the wicket, and Leach defends square on the offside. Janssen peels off the end of the slip cordon to do the necessary. The score remains 148 for 9. I mean, it would be typical of England, wouldn't it, to get 13, to make South Africa come out and get a 1.
Yes, it would be. It would be. I know they always go for small little increments. I think the first increment has to be to get Jack Leach to his first glasses clean. If we can do that, we know we're moving in the right direction.
Very good point. That was another no ball from Rabada. The 4 slips go down. Leach moves across and just about jabs his bat on that very late indeed. Down onto his pads. Rabada is disgusted that didn't find its way through. And, well, I was going to say it's the end of the over, but of course it isn't because we've had a couple of no balls. 149 for 9.
Gives me a chance to get one more tweet in about you before you go, Hendo. It says, Warren says, talking Hendo down from sport fanaticism would require a team of therapists and therefore create another sport to follow.
The sport of therapists. Yeah, that's a good one. Rabada in bowls. Driven. Nice shot from Leach, but square straight to Nortje. That is the end of the over. England batted for 45 overs in the first innings. They're going to bat for probably no more than 40 overs in this innings. It's absolutely appalling. That said, South Africa have been utterly brilliant. Bear, do you want to take over? The Bear's going to move into... I'll tell you what, I'll play you another little marketing jingle just to remind you.
The best things in life are free. Just like Gorilla Commentary, we need money to Patreon. That's what I want. .com/Gorilla Cricket. We need money. I don't like the BBC. I prefer Gorilla Commentary. I want money. $20 for the archive. That's what I want.
How many balls are we going to get? All right, Tim, you must be very happy.
23.
23?
Jack,
that's optimistic.
Mog from 18 minutes ago. Jack is the next tweet.
What have you been doing, you lazy bastard?
Yeah.
It's been action. See you on Thursday.
Anderson has a little swing, misses it, and goes through it to keeper. And there's no one.
That's a horror show here. There's about 400 tweets.
I don't think it's going to last much longer. So you might judiciously edit us back into time. Multiple tweeters. You could ignore maybe a couple, I suppose. Janssen is coming in to bowl to Anderson, who again has a drive at it, one outside his off stump, and then practices a cut.
From a South African perspective, everything's worked to an absolute T from ball one.
Basically, yeah.
It's been absolutely perfect. Couldn't have asked for better.
Yeah, it's been a shit show by England, really, to be honest. Once again, I mean, our batting's always been fragile. We just had a lucky 4 innings this summer so far. Anderson again tries to drive an away swing. He misses once again through the keeper. No run. Luck.
Do you want me to try and get through some of these?
Yeah, go on.
Mog says, "Geez, that $100 I promised is getting itchy in my pocket." Jersey Oak, we must be due a comedy run out. Angelic Scooters, so 11 changes for next week. Then O'Neill Harris, it's rather unfair to drop a man for not making any runs in a team where no one made runs. That gets us to 11 minutes ago.
Well, okay, Janssen coming in. Down the track, bowled Anderson. The game is over. We didn't last an over. We lasted 4 balls. South Africa win by an innings. We were just saying next door that England might just about get ahead. Then Stokes got himself out, and that was the end of it. And comprehensively bowled Anderson. England absolutely hammered. A really poor show. South Africa played really well from ball 1, as Tim said. They won the toss and they got the conditions, decided to bowl and utilised them exceptionally well. Bowled England out for 165 for their on. Even they were in a little bit of trouble. I mean, they were virtually at parity with 2 down, but then England fought back and got a couple of wickets. But Maharaj and Janssen at the end had a good partnership, which gave them the lead of, what was it, 165, something pretty much right around about there. England struggling as per usual. Openers, Zach Crawley, shite, which then just leads to problems. The Pope got, given out LBW on review. They were not been given out by the umpire. What it needed to be was umpire's call. Maybe a couple of things have gone against England's way, but you have to give it to South Africa. They've won with ease and done a very good job. Go.
I'll try to find a little bit of positivity for England. If they can break the partnership of Alagar and Irvine early. We've got Markham, who's not good in this format. He's really struggling. We've got a very brittle middle order, which was found out. Rosiford Dixon, the same, and Carl Verena is still trying to find his feet in Test match cricket. So those 3 are question marks, should we say. So if you could break the top order, you could break the opening partnership early, you can get back in the series.
Oh yeah, no, England are a very up and down side. We could play brilliantly in the next test and do all those things that you say. I think it is really important. I mean, the problem with England is we hardly ever get an opening partnership, and therefore we have to break the opposition's partnership. I didn't think we bowled particularly well yesterday. First up, I think we didn't. We weren't consistent enough on a line and length at the openers. I don't think England's opening bowl. I mean, I know we get a lot of left-handers out. I don't think right-arm bowlers particularly like bowling at left-handers. And with 2, you certainly want to get one of them out so you can get at least a chance at a righty. But they did really well, and England, just didn't bowl very well.
Right, let's do all these tweets. Ravi Nair says, just for fun, which England bowler since 2010 has taken the 3rd most wickets after Anderson Broad? I'm going to say Moeen Ali, but that could be wrong.
Ooh, that's not a bad shout.
The Jersey Jingler, best possible outcome. England being all out with a lead of 1 and South Africa having to come in tonight. Or England have 1 wicket remaining at the close of play. Well, it was neither of those, was it?
No.
O'Neill Harris, Hendo, you don't need to lay on a beach somewhere. You don't need a tan, and we need you at Guerrilla Cricket. So there we go. There. Mog, I used to swap the ball in the Test match game to one that could be easily hit over the white plastic boundaries. Real 6s, not those stupid designated zones on the map. Matt. Warren suggests a beer game. Jersey Oak says, looks like England have got have golf already arranged for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Maybe. Well, they do now. Mog says, looks like you blame these shit truck England bats for costing me my $100.
No.
You need more punctuation in there, mate. Brian, Well, Jimmy, welcome to your 40s. You might lose your first test of this decade, but at least you didn't have one of your best friends randomly die on your 40th birthday like I did. I turn 41 tomorrow, so happy not to be 40 anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Angelic Scooters, really disappointed by Anderson missed his shot, ending this fast by getting timed out. Shame. Armchair Cricket Podcast. Whoever said it can end today on Guerrilla Cricket, I blame you for robbing me of potentially 2 more good days of Test cricket. South Africa bowling has been fantastic, and they deserve the kudos for breaking through this haze of positivity and self-belief in the England team. O'Neill Harris with Blimey O'Reilly. Stop sending us tweets, will you? This game's been over.
Yeah.
O'Neill Harris, why is Hendo planning to hand over the bear? Surely this game won't last 3 more overs. And then there's about 4,000 more. I mean, how many of these do you want to read?
No, we don't. That's it. We're out. It's good to have you on, Tim. I hope you're back for the next test, and I hope we have something more to cheer about on our side than we can. It'll be nice to have a level series going for a decider. We shall see. Even if we don't lose, mind you, England. I never see England getting a draw these days unless it's massively rain affected. But you never know. We've had an absolute heat wave and a drought going on for a good 2 months, and of course Test match cricket is back. It could be that well, it is in Manchester as well, which is one of the wettest cities in England, so you never know what might happen. But are you coming back next time, Tim?
I am indeed.
Excellent. We will see you for then. You can do some more crowing then. I'll see you later, Jack. Hendo says goodbye, and everyone else says goodbye. We're out of here. We're getting home early. Excellent. And we'll see you on Thursday at 11:50. Until then, goodbye.
Patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come. This is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the Test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the